All right, shalom, y'all. So we back with another live. We're gonna be doing some reading today, right? I started my lesson last camp, putting it up on my other channel, Haya L. And since I'm trying to be on my best behavior on this channel, right, I'm gonna go ahead and just do a lesson that I wasn't able to complete last Saturday because sheep started to come up. Whenever they start coming up, man, you got to suspend the lesson when you're at camp and directly teach your people. So we're gonna go ahead and rock out the lesson that we had planned for Saturday. It is a bit long, so I would recommend taking some notes, right? But it is titled, "Do you know what the Lord has in store for his elect?" Right? This is a question that often gets overlooked by Israelites who are new to the truth simply because they haven't been exposed to this yet. And it requires a lot of learning to understand what the Most High God has intended for his children all along, despite us going into captivity, right? The Most High never intended for us to be on the bottom forever. That was never the plan. The plan was to be made perfect, all right? And we're going to see that in this lesson through some of the gifts that the Most High God intends to give us and some of the gifts that he's already bestowed upon certain members of the Israelite body, right? Our nation, right? Because there are prophets that have exhibited superhuman feats in the Bible, and we're going to see some of them today, right? But let's go ahead and start with Isaiah 41 and 8 through 16. In case y'all don't know, you take notes, right, when you do these lessons. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. There we go. Entire screen, bam. Ooh, hold up, let me move YouTube, man. There we go. Bam. Cool. So, okay, I'm trying to think. Is it better to look over here for the camera or over here? Because I know my last video, I was looking off to the side and shit. It was all weird. I really don't care, but let's get it. All right, so we're going to go Isaiah. And then what, 41 and 8. And we're going to read through 16. But thou, Israel, art my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend. And that's Isaiah 41 and 8. All right. And I'll read it again. But thou, Israel, art my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend. Thou, whom I have taken from the ends of the earth, and called thee from the chief men thereof, and said unto thee, Thou art my servant, I have chosen thee, and not cast thee away. Right? This is something that we need to pull out more often when the heathen are constantly saying that the Most High God has cast away his people, saying things like, Israel rejected the Most High and his son, and therefore the Most High God had no choice but to do away with us. This is an Old Testament precedent to keep in your back pocket for the naysayers who want to say that Israel was cast away, right? But continuing on, fear thou not, for I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for I am the Lord. I am thy God. I will strengthen thee. Yea, I will help thee. Yea, I will uphold thee with the right hand of my righteousness. Behold, all they that were incensed against thee shall be ashamed and confounded. They shall be as nothing, and they that strive with thee shall perish. So we need to understand what has just been said here. The Most High God is making a promise to the nation of Israel, not to an individual. He's making a promise to the nation of Israel, to Jacob, that for us to not fear, and that he is with us, and he will help and aid us. And that help is going to come by way of strengthening, right? That strengthening is going to include upgrades of a sort, right? That's how I phrased it during my lesson on Saturday, right? The Most High God is going to give power unto his people and upgrade us amid the heathen, right? And the days of that are coming very soon, right? I wouldn't be surprised to see on the news some nigga being surrounded by cops, being bulletproof. And I don't want to say some nigga because I'm going to be real. The Most High God, chances are he ain't giving strength and blessings onto the 2/3, but who knows, right? The Most High God's ways are not our ways. So the Most High God has promised to help us. and he can help us to the means that, we deal a heavy blow to the heathen and fall in battle, or he might help us in such a way that we, demonstrate a miraculous act in front of our people and stand as a symbol of hope. But it's all up to the Most High God, as long as his name is glorified, right? But in verse 11, it says, behold, all they that were incensed against thee shall be ashamed and confounded. They shall be as nothing. And your enemies can do this. What does the Most High God have to make you into so that that is as nothing? Keep it in mind, right? And before we go on, I want to get one more thing. Right, we're going to keep going, but I want to get one thing real quick. Right, because we got to understand this promise is made in other areas of the Bible. This is Isaiah 54:17. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment thou shalt condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and their righteousness is of me, saith the Lord. So this literally is a restating, although much more succinctly, of the promise that's in Isaiah 41, where the Most High God has promised to not only aid us, but to strengthen us, so that our enemies, which employ weapons such as nuclear weapons, all types of bombs, planes, tanks, you name it, right? Poison. But they employ all of these means of harming God's chosen people, and the Most High is going to make them as nothing, right? Let's get rid of that. All right, but let's continue. This is Isaiah 41:12. Thou shalt seek them and not find them, even them that contended with thee. They that war against thee shall be as nothing and as a thing of naught. Again, it restates that our enemies in the day of our blessing returning unto us are being bestowed unto us, because we've never had this type of power amongst our enemies, at least not as a nation, right? We've never had where the feeble amongst us was as David. And I'm going to bring that out later on, right, in Zechariah. But we've never had that as a nation, where every single Israelite capable of going to war was a powerhouse unto themselves. You have to understand, David was capable of killing tens of thousands by himself. Can you imagine such an army? No. But in the day of the Lord, that's the exact type of army that's going to be about the earth. And your enemies know that. That's why your enemies are trying everything that they can to discredit, dishonor, and derail this movement, right? One of the fastest growing movements, the fastest growing religion in the Western Hemisphere is Hebrew Israelism among the Israelites. And your enemies are very, very afraid, because they know that in the day of judgment, they are going to be facing the servants of the Most High God, who make them seem as nothing. But continuing on, Isaiah 41:13. For I, Yahweh, thy God, will hold thy right hand, saying unto thee, fear not, I will help thee. Fear not, thou worm Jacob, and ye men of Israel, I will help thee, saith Yahweh, and thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. Behold, I will make thee a new sharp threshing instrument having teeth. Thou shalt thresh the mountains and beat them small. The mountains are the nations, right? So we're going to beat these nations down to the point where they have no sovereignty or authority. Continuing on, and shalt make the hills as chaff. Thou shalt fan them, and the wind shall carry them away, and the whirlwind shall scatter them. And thou shalt rejoice in Yahweh, and shalt glory in the Holy One of Israel. When the poor and needy seek water, and there is none, and their tongue faileth for thirst, I, the Lord, will hear them. I, the God of Israel, will not forsake them. And that's exactly what's happening now, right? A lot of us in the family of Israel have many needs, where the Most High God is interceding on our behalf and meeting those needs. Personal testimony here, right? My last job basically got laid off, got replaced by AI. Me and my wife have been coasting off of our savings, but the savings is running low to the point where it looks like it's going to run out. But just as we begin to really question, like, okay, what's going on? You know, it looks like things are about to fall apart. Now the Most High God gave me an interview with a job making more money than I've ever made. And this is after the Most High God gave me another job making over what? So 20 an hour. I'm going up to about 40 an hour. Now I went up to like 45 for a bit. But either way, during the whole year, you know, I nearly made $100,000 for the first time in my life. Right? That's not a flex, because obviously I needed a new job, right? Because the fucking the contract. I'm gonna try to keep it PG, right? Because I'm trying not to get this channel taken down. But I'm obviously seeking a new job. So the amount of money is not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about the way the Most High God sustains his people. And when it looked like everything was about to fall apart, the Most High God provided another job. I got an interview within a day, and they're basically promising to pay, you know, more money, you know, which will put me easily into the 100,000 category. All right. So the Most High God literally amid, you know, the circumstances of struggle and scarcity is providing abundance for his people. And I know other brothers where this is happening to them as well. Right. They're searching for a job, searching for a leg up, struggling, enduring, going to camp, keeping the commandments, doing their best. And when it seems like there's no other hope, the Most High God extends his right hand and he upholds us. Right. So we're seeing the Most High God intercede on our behalf. So these scriptures, they cry out to us because we are living these scriptures. That's another way that we know we're the Israelites, because we're going to our enemies in one of all things. And in going to our enemies, they're trying to destroy us, but the Most High God holds us together. Right? But verse 18, I will open rivers in high places and fountains in the midst of the valleys. I will make the wilderness a pool of water and the dry land springs of water. That's what he does. Right? When you think there's no way out, you're out of all provisions, you're out of resources, and you're about to fail, the Most High God gives you what you need in abundance. All you have to do is wait on him. Don't give in, don't give up, and don't take your hands off the plow. But verse 19, I will plant in the wilderness the cedar, the shittim tree, and the myrtle and the oil tree, and I will set in the desert the fir tree and the pine and the box together, that they may see and know and consider and understand together that the hand of Yahweh hath done this, and the Holy One of Israel hath created it. So the Most High God is going to do this in the midst of everyone, Israel, or, you know, Israelite, heathen, you know, all alike. This is going to be to his praise and his glory, but he's going to do it in the midst of our enemies. Right? So we have to understand the Most High God has things in store for his elect that you have to carefully comb through these scriptures to properly deduce. And even when you understand it by way of concept, you will not understand it by way of application, because it's beyond what we can imagine. Right? But moving on, let's go ahead and go to Isaiah 42 and 1. Just going to skip a chapter over. Isaiah 42 and 1. Behold my servant whom I uphold, mine elect, in whom my soul delighteth. I have put my spirit upon him. He shall bring forth judgment to the Gentiles. Didn't that judgment in Isaiah 41 say that we would beat the nations, basically, you know, beat the mountains and make them small, and they would be driven as chaff in the wind. Right? So this judgment is going to be a complete humbling of these heathen nations and the wicked of the earth. Right? And why do I say the wicked of the earth? You got to understand, when we are not keeping the commandments as we've been ordained to do, is it 2 Corinthians? Gentiles in the flesh, yeah. I could have swore that was 1 Corinthians, but it looks like it's Ephesians. Salakia. But this is Ephesians 2 and 11. Wherefore remember that ye being in time past Gentiles in the flesh, who are called uncircumcision by that which is called the circumcision in the flesh, made by hands. So when we are basically not keeping the commandments, when we are devoid of faith in Yahushua and faith in the Most High God, and faith is dead without works, and the works are, the works that actually have any merit or credit to them are the works of keeping the law, right? So when you are not keeping the laws of God as an Israelite, you are called a Gentile in the flesh. You are an unnatural Gentile. See, and that judgment's going to extend to you. And you got to understand, right? The brutality of this judgment is expressed in Ezekiel 9. All right, definitely read Ezekiel 9 if you're an Israelite, if you're on the fence of whether you should be keeping the law or not, because it should make your blood run cold. All right, but moving on, we're going to go back to our lesson here. So we see that the Most High God delights in his elect, the righteous of his people. He delights in them, and he's going to put his spirit upon them so that we may properly bring forth judgment to the Gentiles. All right, let me see. I don't want anything else in there. Cool. So we're going to move on to Revelation 11 and 1, and we're going to read all the way through, right? As I said, this is a very long lesson. So, if you got the time, take out a, notepad, paper, or type it up, whatever. You're probably on a computer or cell phone watching this. But I'm not in a rush to get this done. So this is going to be a very thorough lesson, right? I'm going to make sure I cover all the bases and try to expound on it as best as I can. But either way, this is Revelation 11 and 1. And there was given me a reed like unto a rod, and the angel stood, saying, Rise, and measure the temple of God, and the altar, and them that worship therein. Well, what is the temple of God? All right? Actually, bang on. This is 1 Corinthians 3 and 16. Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? If any man defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy. For the temple of God is holy, which temple ye are. So when it says you and ye, and who is this to? Right? Just taking a moment to be thorough. All right. This is 1 Corinthians chapter 1 and verse 1. Paul called to be an apostle of Yahushua HaMashiach through the will of God. And Sosthenes, I know I said that wrong, sorry, y'all. But our brother, unto the church of God, which is at Corinth, to them that are sanctified in Yahushua HaMashiach, called to be saints. And we know the saints are Israelites. According to Psalms 50 and 5, according to Psalms 148 and 14, we see that the Israelites are to be the saints and are the saints. I don't want to say to be the saints as if we weren't chosen yet. All right. We are the saints. All right. There it is. Psalms 148:14. He also exalted the horn of his people, the praise of all his saints, even of the children of Israel, a people near unto him. Praise ye the Lord. So this substantiates that we are the saints. 1 Corinthians 1 and 1, or 1 and 2, really, substantiates who this letter is addressed to. And it is to those who are sanctified in Yahushua HaMashiach, those who not only believe on Yahushua, but keep the laws, not putting any other gods before the Most High, keeping the commandments, loving the Most High God as he has told us to love him by keeping his commandments. But also those called to be saints, with all that in every place call upon the name of Yahushua HaMashiach, our Lord and Master, both theirs and ours. So this whole book, or letter, or epistle, whatever you want to call it, is addressed to the Israelites. So when you read things like who is the temple of God, and it refers to just ye, know ye not that ye are the temple of God, you don't input any other nation there. You can't put a rainbow coalition of people there. It's a very distinctive target audience that this message is to, and it is to the Israelites, the temples of the living God. Right? So now that we have more clarity on this, let's reread Revelation 11 and 1. And there was given me a reed like unto a rod, and the angel stood, saying, Rise and measure the temple of God, and the altar, and them that worship therein. But the court which is without the temple leave out and measure it not, for it is given unto the Gentiles. In the holy city shall they tread under foot 42 months. And I will give power unto my 2 witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth. Well, who are these 2 witnesses? Right? I might need to get my Bible, but I keep doing that. Why I keep doing that? I think it's Zechariah 4. Yeah, there it is. So this is Zechariah 4:1. And the angel that talked with me came again and waked me, as a man that is wakened out of his sleep. And he said unto me, What seest thou? And I said, I have looked, and behold, a candlestick all of gold, with a bowl upon the top of it, and his 7 lamps thereon, and 7 pipes to the 7 lamps, which were upon the top thereof, and 2 olive trees by it, one upon the right side of the bowl, and the other upon the left side of the bowl, or left side thereof. Actually, up on the top thereof. I think I got mixed up. Salakia, y'all. Zechariah 4:3, and 2 olive trees by it, one upon the right side of the bowl, and the other upon the left side thereof. So I answered and spake to the angel that talked with me, saying, What are these, my Lord? Then the angel that talked with me answered and said unto me, Knowest thou not what these be? And I said, No, my Lord. So Zechariah is having a vision, right, of these 2 olive trees, these 7 lamps, right? So basically a menorah, and he's seeing these 2 olive trees next to it in a vision, and an angel is giving him clarity on what he's seeing, right? That's one of the things that is often, evidence of the Most High God's love and mercy toward Israel. Not only does he show a vision to his prophets and servants, but then he sends a messenger to decode and break down what it means, so it's not left open to interpretation, right? But moving on. Verse 5, then the angel that talked with me answered and said unto me, Knowest thou not what these be? And I said, No, my Lord. Then he answered and spake unto me, saying, This is the word of the Lord unto Zerubbabel, saying, Not by might nor by power, but by my spirit, saith the Lord of hosts. Who art thou, O great mountain? Before Zerubbabel thou shalt become a plain. And he shall bring forth the headstone thereof with shoutings, crying, Grace, grace unto it. Moreover, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, right, and that's all, right? But those 2 witnesses, actually, it's in 11. Salaki, that's what I was looking for, right? But those 2 olive trees represent the 2 witnesses, right? But we're going to see that here. This is Zechariah 4:11. Then answered I and said unto him, What are these 2 olive trees upon the right side of the candlestick and upon the left side thereof? And I answered again and said unto him, What be these 2 olive branches which through the 2 golden pipes empty the golden oil out of themselves? And he answered me and said, Knowest thou not what these be? And I said, No, my Lord. Then said he, These are the 2 anointed ones that stand by the Lord of the whole earth. So who is Yahushua coming back to preserve? He's coming back to a broken kingdom that's been split into 2 distinctive parts. The southern kingdom comprised of Judah and Benjamin, and Levi, because Levi is basically embedded in all the tribes. And then you have Issachar, Zebulun, you got Reuben, you got Gad, you got Naphtali, you've got Issachar, you've got Ephraim, and you've got Simeon, right? Oh, and you got Manasseh, right? So you've got the northern tribes of Israel, and then you've got the southern tribes. We are divided. Yahushua is coming back to not only lead the tribes, but to unify them, right? To create one stick, as it said in the book of Ezekiel, right? But these are the 2 anointed ones that are standing by this golden censer, right? With the 7 lamps of oil, all right? But let's go ahead and move on. Right. So now it's going to give further clarity to Revelations 11:3. right? And I will give power unto my two witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth. These are the two olive trees and the two candlesticks standing before the God of the earth. And if any man will hurt them, fire proceedeth out of their mouth and devoureth their enemies. And if any man will hurt them, he must in this manner be killed. Now, the fire that's coming out of our mouth right now is the word of God that we preach on these corners, right? I was going to go to Jeremiah 4. I'm glad I went and searched this. But I need to read this again just to make sure I have a thorough memory of where it's at. But either way, this is Jeremiah 5:14. Wherefore thus saith Yahweh, God of hosts, because ye speak this word, behold, I will make my words in thy mouth fire, and this people wood, and it shall devour them. Right? So the words that we speak on these corners, it's burning this entire world up. That's why you're seeing prophecy speed up. You're seeing the small hats have to come out and give explanations of who they are, no matter how ridiculous those explanations might be. The fact that they are no longer just ignoring what's being said about them tells you that they hear it. They hear it and they think it's worthy of defending themselves against. Right? But there's something you have to understand. You don't defend yourself from a lie. You defend yourself from the truth if you're a liar. Right? And that's what they're trying to do. But either way. So we're going to keep moving on. Verse 6. These have power to shut heaven, that it rain not in the days of their prophecy, and have power over waters to turn them to blood, and to smite the earth with all plagues as often as they will. Now, when we look in the Bible, we see figures like Moses, right? We see figures like Elijah, Elisha, doing all types of actions that literally seem to manipulate the heavens themselves. But that's because power was given onto them to do so by the Most High God. You see the actions of Yahushua quieting the storm as he walked on water. And through belief on Yahushua, Peter was able to walk upon the water. Right? We're going to go ahead and grab that. Right? Because see, these are some of the powers that the elect of the Most High God are going to be able to wield without even, flexing a muscle, exerting effort. I remember I was talking with the brethren in Sakari one night, and the way I verbalized it was, we are going to be given admin access to the planet. You have to understand something. When you're given admin access in a video game, you essentially activate what they call God mode, right? You can teleport in different locations. You can move about unseen. You can become impervious to damage. You can do all types of things to obliterate those who don't have those admin rights, right? But when you read about what is promised to the elect, that's exactly what they're going to gain. That's what we're reading here in Revelations 11:6. Right? And these are behaviors or powers that have already been exhibited. But we're going to read about one here. Right? So this is Yahushua. And, this is when he had just finished feeding the multitude and he sent them away. But he was going, basically he was about to catch up with his disciples, right? That he had already sent ahead of him. And they basically were already on the water in a ship. So Yahushua was like, yo, I'm going to go catch up with him, right? So this is going to be Matthew 14:23. And when he had sent the multitudes away, he went up into a mountain apart to pray. And when the evening was come, he was there alone. But the ship was now in the midst of the sea, tossed with waves, for the wind was contrary. And in the fourth watch of the night, Yahushua went unto them, walking on the sea. And when the disciples saw him walking on the sea, they were troubled, saying, it is a spirit, and they cried out for fear. So even the disciples were like, yo, what is that? That's a ghost. Yeah, that's got to be an apparition. Men don't walk on water. Right? Especially amid troubled waters. right? Now, there are reports of people at sea seeing all types of crazy shit, like apparitions walking on the water, legends and rumors of mermaids and all types of aquatic humanoid figures that they can see in the water. Sirens calls that men hear that enchant them to walk to the edge of the ship and be washed away by the waves. All those things are common stories from people who go out to sea regularly. You can look them up online if you wish. But we see here that we have a portrayal of our Messiah walking on water in the midst of a storm. But we're going to see what our Messiah does to further prove that nothing is impossible to those who wait upon the Most High. But verse 26, and when the disciples saw him walking on the sea, they were troubled, saying, it is a spirit, and they cried out for fear. But straightway Yahushua spake unto them, saying, be of good cheer, it is I, be not afraid. And Peter answered him and said, Lord, if it be thou, bid me come unto thee on the water. And he said, come. And when Peter was come down out of the ship, he walked on the water to go to Yahushua. So you have Peter, an apostle and a disciple of Yahushua, who up until this point had never walked on water. And through the authority and power of Yahushua said, just bid him to come. He gave him permission to walk upon the water. He granted him an admin level characteristic, even if it was temporary. All right. But when he saw the wind boisterous, he was afraid and began to sink. So lack of faith hinders and inhibits the miraculous power that can be given unto the elect. That is why in the times to come, you are going to have rock solid faith. Wisdom and stability will be how's it? Damn it. Wait. Wisdom and stability. Yeah. We don't just grab it. Isaiah 33:6, and wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy times, and strength of salvation. The fear of Yahweh is his treasure. So Peter started to doubt. When you start to doubt the Lord, you fear your circumstances more than the Most High God, and you lose faith. And this dwindles, the wisdom and knowledge acting as your stability, acting as your power. All right. So your faith and your adherence to the law of God is going to be the road by which the Most High God grants you power. It's all right here in the scriptures. See, that's why we keep trying to tell our people, wait upon the Lord, keep the commandments. It's not hard. It's just persistent. And in a world that's persistently wicked, it can be difficult, right? But moving on, right? So this is Matthew 14:30 to finish it out. But when he saw the wind boisterous, he was afraid and began to sink. He cried, he cried, saying, Lord, save me. What do you mean, save me? Peter, literally, all he had to do was have faith. But he began to doubt. So he began to sink, and he thought himself about to drown. So he cried out for help. Immediately, Yahushua stretched forth his hand and caught him and said unto him, O thou of little faith, wherefore didst thou doubt? So Yahushua said, why did you doubt? You were already walking on the water. Step one should have told you could walk on the water. After that, you're just doing more of the same of what you've already done. There's no reason for the lack of faith. And when they were come into the ship, the wind ceased. So the whole point of the storm, of Yahushua walking on the water, and Peter being able to walk on the water, although he did doubt and fear and begin to sink, he was assisted and he continued to stand and walk upon the water. Because it says, and when they were coming to the ship, meaning they walked back to the ship together. So you're seeing all of these things throughout the Bible if you just give it a thorough read, precept upon precept. If you give it a thorough read, you will see that these miraculous powers are given unto God's elect for the glorification of the Most High God and his Son. And this was no exception. That's why when you see stuff like this, when they're trivializing and portraying a cracker boy, right, as being capable of walking on water, you need to understand where they're getting this from, this imagery, what it means, right? Because the only place of antiquity where you see real life flesh and blood people walking on water is in the Bible, right? And these portrayals of this gift in the Bible is so alluring to the heathen because, see, they can understand something like this. But when it comes to the darker sayings of the Bible, they can't understand. They see this and they are very covetous of such a gift. So they will readily portray themselves in their media as being capable of these gifts, not understanding that this is what the Most High God gives to those who are faithful and wait upon him. But let's continue on to Revelations 11. All right. This is Revelations 11:6. These have power to shut heaven, that it rain not in the days of their prophecy, and have power over waters to turn them to blood, and to smite the earth with plagues, or with all plagues, as often as they will. And when they shall have finished their testimony, the beast that ascendeth out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them, and shall overcome them, and kill them. So when are we going to be finished with our testimony? Right? Well, we will be finished with our testimony when this gospel has reached the entire earth, as Yahushua foretold in Matthew 24. And this is Matthew 24:14. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations, and then shall the end come, because our people are scattered to all nations. Right? And then there's the judgment of the heathen that has to be communicated to the heathen. Right? You see that throughout, say, like Jeremiah 48, Jeremiah, basically 48, I think it's all the way like through 51. But you see judgments of nations, specifically. The book of Joel, chapter 2. You see the judgment of nations. Throughout the Bible, you see the pending judgment of all of these heathen nations who've done nothing but abuse God's children. Right? So this message has to go out to everyone because there is something in the message for everyone, whether it be salvation or judgment, preservation or destruction. There's something in it for everyone, and we have to spread that gospel to the entire earth. And that's when the end shall come. And that's when our testimony shall end. Now, some of y'all might not know this, but you cannot give an adequate testimony without shedding your blood. All right? This is Hebrews 9:16. For where a testimony is, there must also of necessity be the death of the testator. That's what makes you a worthy sacrifice and testimony of the gospel unto the Israelites, making your body a living sacrifice for your God, for your Messiah, and for your people. Right? And we already know that it says here in Revelations 11:7 that these heathen, they're going to be killing us. Right? They're going to kill some of us. We're going to be made martyrs for this thing. So you got to understand that prophecy is playing out exactly as it has been foretold. But let's continue. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified. And they of the people and kindreds and tongues and nations shall see their dead bodies 3 days and a half, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in graves. If you're familiar with Ezekiel 37, the parable of the valley of the dry bones, right? And how the preaching of the word and the gospel to our people brought life back onto those bones and breathed life back into the bodies once the bodies had basically regenerated from, the muscles and flesh and sinews being placed back on the bones, right? That is what is happening now. And our enemies are beholding this, and they are terrified because they know that once God's people stand back up and realize who they are and repent, their days are numbered. But Revelations 11 and 9, and they of the people and kindreds and tongues and nations shall see their dead bodies 3 days and a half, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in graves. And they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them and make merry, and shall send gifts to one another, because those two prophets, two witnesses, tormented them that dwell on the earth. And after 3 days and a half, the spirit of life from God entered into them, and they stood upon their feet, and great fear fell upon them which saw them. How can I say this where I will get in trouble? There we go. Yeah, see, they scrubbing the internet of this. See, ain't no damn way. Ain't no way that we shouldn't see that the photography and the imagery of what we saw in New York with those tunnels, right? But see, you have to understand, these are the people who are now scared out of their wits, trying to preserve the lie that they are God's chosen people. You have to understand, great fear hung upon these people because they thought us destroyed. They thought us dead. And by dead, I mean bereft of the life and wisdom that the Most High God gave unto his people. Being devoid of our heritage is likened unto us being dead. All right. Yeah, I'm not going to bring up the photo because already I'm searching for things where this can get my channel taken down. So let's just keep going. Right. Verse 12 of Revelations 11. And they heard a great voice from heaven saying unto them, come up hither. And they ascended up to heaven in the cloud, and their enemies beheld them. So we are going to be preserved, right? The righteous saints of the Lord. In the same hour was there a great earthquake, and the 10th part of the city fell. And in the earthquake were slain of men 7,000. That's just a perfect number, right? We know there's going to be far more casualties when those nuclear missiles hit, because that's what's going to cause this earthquake, right? This is Isaiah 24 and 20. The earth shall reel to and fro like a drunkard, and shall be removed like a cottage, and the transgression thereof shall be heavy upon it, and it shall fall and not rise again. And it shall come to pass in that day that Yahweh shall punish the host of the high ones that are on high, and the kings of the earth upon the earth. So this is going to be the day where the Most High God punishes these heathen. And what better way to punish these heathen than by fire caused by nuclear missiles that they made by their own hands? See, the Most High God takes the crafty in their own wickedness. That's why his judgment is like unto a rain. Right? But moving on. Actually, all right. Revelations 11 and 13. In the same hour was there a great earthquake, and the 10th part of the city fell. And in the earthquake were slain of men 7,000. And the remnant were affrighted and gave glory to the God of heaven. The second woe was past, World War II. And behold, the third woe cometh quickly, World War III. And it's already started. You've got leaders of nations coming out saying World War III is starting. You got leaders here in America saying World War III is starting. So to even think that the world is at peace or at rest right now and that you got plenty of time, I mean, that's why if the gospel be hid to our people now, it's because they're lost. And I'm not saying that there's, the elect have been sealed 100%, but if you can't see what's going on now, hey man, I don't know what to tell you. But either way, the seventh angel sounded, and there were great voices in heaven saying, the kingdoms of this world are become the kingdoms of our Lord and of his Hamashiach, and he shall reign forever and ever. So at the height of World War III, that's when our Messiah is going to return, and he's going to take this place over. And the 24 elders which sat before God on their seats fell upon their faces and worshiped God, saying, we give thee thanks, O Lord God Almighty, which art and wast and art to come, because thou hast taken to thee thy great power and hast reigned. So the greatest of the elders, right, the 24 elders that comprise a high-ranking council under Yahushua, are going to be praising God that finally vengeance has been taken for the righteous blood that has been shed of the Israelites by these heathen, by these wicked kingdoms. Verse 18, and the nations were angry, and thy wrath is come, in the time of the dead, that they should be judged, and that thou shouldest give reward unto thy servants the prophets, and to the saints, and them that fear thy name, small and great, and shouldest destroy them which destroyed the earth. And we know these heathen have been quite industrious when it comes to destroying the earth. Right? You can't even go outside on a sunny day and just enjoy it anymore. You got to look at a damn Connect 4 pattern up in the sky, and then you got retarded ass niggas walking around talking about they don't see nothing. See, the Most High God is about to make it so that you can at least go outside and see a good day, a clear day, a sunny day. Because the people who are destroying the earth, they're going to be put down with extreme prejudice. See, all of this stuff is right here in the Bible, so you don't have to worry about Bill Gates too much longer, because judgment is coming to the earth. But to finish it out, and the temple of God was opened in heaven, and there was seen in his temple the ark of his testament, and there were lightnings and voices and thunderings and an earthquake and great hail. So this is another prophecy that's going to come to pass. Right? Now, the temple of God, we know what the temple is. Right? But in this day, we're going to see what all this looks like. Right? Because we know in the Ark of the Covenant, it contained basically a copy of the book of the law. Right? And the Ark of the Covenant was said to be capable of casting lightnings out at its enemies. Right? But as far as the voices, the thunderings, and the earthquake, and the great hail, this is just the great destruction that's going to be falling upon the earth. The great judgment that's coming to those that destroy the earth. Right? And this is going to be a war like no other. Right? See, when you read about great voices in heaven, you got to remember that this is going to be a war like no other. And the Most High God is going to put power in his elect, right, to go to war directly, to be able to accost their enemies directly with their own body, with their own hands, with weapons that are not as cowardly and crass as a gun. All right, where you stand across a room or from a large distance and you shoot your opponent and you just hope they can't shoot you back. Such a cowardly way to fight. This is Isaiah 9:5. For every battle of the warrior is with confused noise and garments rolled in blood. But this shall be with burning and fuel of fire. This is literally talking about the last day. All right? This is literally talking about how the last days are going to transpire upon the earth. How do we know that? Well, let's keep reading. This is verse 6. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. So this is talking about Yahushua. Of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no end. Upon the throne of David. Well, who was prophesied to sit upon the throne of David forever? Solomon. And we know through regeneration that Solomon is Yahushua. See, you can read about in the Old Testament, you can read about in the New Testament. It's all the same. I argue you need to understand the Old Testament so that you can understand the New Testament. But you got people who do it ass backwards. But hey, if you're an Israelite, you got understanding. I don't care how you got it. As long as the Most High God gave it to you. All praise. Right? But of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no end upon the throne of David, and upon his kingdom to order it and to establish it with judgment and with justice from henceforth even forever. The zeal of Yahweh of hosts will perform this. The Lord sent a word into Jacob, and it hath lighted upon Israel. So these prophecies The oracles of God are for the Israelites, just like it says in Romans 3, right? It's all the same. The prophecies are the same. The target audience is the same. The targets of destruction are the same. The targets of preservation and redemption are the same. It's just, are you willing to read it and understand it? Most of our people, they're willing to skim over it, but they will not carefully contemplate these things and seek out the answers if it necessitates a teacher. More times than not, our people just want to guess and just have some idea of what's going on. So they'll say anything, right? But moving on with this lesson. So we see here that this is just going to be a lot of judgment, right? And if you go to Revelations 21, where are the Israelites descending from? Considering that we are the temples of the living God. Well, Jerusalem is coming down from heaven. And you know what? I'm going to save that for the end. Let me write that down because I don't want to forget it. All right. Oh my God, this pen sucks so bad. All right, hold on. 21, and that'll be my close. Cool. All right, it's there, whatever. All right, cool. So we're going to go ahead and slide over to 1 Corinthians 2 and 6 through 9. Because to those who think they understand what the Most High God is promising to his elect, don't have the first frame of reference how grand these blessings are going to be that the Most High God is going to bestow upon his people. All right. But this is 1 Corinthians 2 and 6. Howbeit we speak wisdom among them that are perfect, yet not the wisdom of this world, nor of the princes of this world that come to naught. Well, who's described as being a perfect man? Those who are wrought of perfection. Actually, I think I need to read that in the blue letter. Yeah. See, a lot of people think perfection is never having made a mistake, never having, say if you play basketball, never having missed a shot, all those type of just stupid things, right? But when you look at what plain means, you're going to see the word that means perfection. So it's pronounced Tom in case the camera doesn't pick up the Strong's entry again, because I know I did it last time and it was just silent. But it's H8535 and it's TAM, or the transliteration is TAM, and its pronunciation is TAWM, Tom, right? But you see here, perfect, complete, perfect. One who lacks nothing in physical strength, beauty, sound, wholesome. And you see, well, this is really the, definition I wanted, a definition A, but one who lacks nothing in physical strength, beauty, or just any virtuous characteristics. So somebody who is whole, well-rounded, not desiring any alteration to make them less or more of something so that they are in balance. They're called perfect. So you have to understand the Most High God has endeavored quite a bit to make us perfect. This is 2 Ezra 9 and 22. Let the multitude perish then, which was born in vain, and let my grape be kept and my plant, for with great labor have I made it perfect. For with great labor has the Most High God made us so that we desire or need no more alterations, to be made less of something or made more of something. We will be perfect. Right? So when it talks about perfection, it doesn't mean making you the best of the best at everything, incapable of losing or incapable of learning. It just means that you are well-rounded. All right? You are desirous of no more alteration to make you better or more fit for your utility. That's actually a good way to say it, right? Being the perfect creature for what God had sent you to do. But this is 1 Corinthians 2:6. Howbeit we speak wisdom among them that are perfect, yet not the wisdom of this world, nor of the princes of this world that come to naught. But we speak the wisdom of God in a mystery, even the hidden wisdom which God ordained before the world unto our glory, which none of the princes of this world knew. For had they known it, they would not have crucified the Lord of glory. Who were the princes of the world at this time who crucified Yahushua? The Romans. And the Romans were the Idumeans, and the Idumeans are the Edomites. So had they have known this wisdom, they would have never lynched our Lord. Because let's face it, when it says they crucified him, in today's modern terms, he was lynched. This was the one nigga that they shouldn't have lynched, and they did it anyway. See, the white man never stepped back and said, damn, why are these niggas trying to get this one man lynched? He ain't even done nothing wrong. I don't even want to do it. But they're crying out for it so badly, it's almost like they know something. And this is also a strike and a cut against those who say the Israelites were just so wicked that they killed Yahushua. No, they knew the prophecies that had to transpire upon the earth, that we could be redeemed, right? They knew that he had to be crucified because that's what he came to do. He came to die for the nation. But moving on, right? This is 1 Corinthians 2:7. But we speak the wisdom of God in a mystery, even the hidden wisdom which God ordained before the world unto our glory, which none of the princes of this world knew, for had they known it, they would not have crucified the Lord of glory. But as it is written, eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither hath entered into the heart of man the things which God hath prepared for them that love him. So the Most High God has something so marvelous prepared for the people who are enduring unto the end. Man, I didn't close that shit. But the Most High God has something that is so marvelous and splendid for those who endure unto the end. You cannot begin to even set a frame of reference to imagine it. It would be like waking up and being Superman in its entirety and beyond that. See, most people, they think Superman can fly and just be strong and all that shit, but people don't even realize they've written all these extra characteristics on him. He can see into the subatomic spectrum. He can see wavelengths of energy. He can see through walls, all types of crazy stuff. These are the types of things that you can imagine. Imagine what you can't imagine. You have no frame of reference. So your mind can dream up something crazy. And guess what? God outdid it. So this is something that we should definitely give thought to when thinking upon God and his goodness and his mercy toward his children. Because this is what is extended to the elect. All right. But let's go ahead and we're going to bring up something in the AMP. Right, we're going to go to Proverbs 22:6 because I'm going to bring it up in the KJV and then we're going to read it in the AMP. And you're going to notice that I think the AMP does a better job at basically portraying the scripture here, delivering the message of what it really means. All right. Okay. This is Proverbs 22:6. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. So this sounds like just, raise your children right, teach them, the laws of God so that they keep the commandments and they won't depart from it. That's part of the message, and that's a really good message. But there's more to it than that. And it's one of the reasons why today, not understanding this, who our ancestors are, who our God is, not understanding these things, Jake believes that he'll fall apart because his enemies have told him so. How many Israelites cough and run to the doctor? They stub their toe when they're going to the emergency room. I need some painkillers. Meanwhile, you could pull up videos today of our people performing dance numbers in the 1920s, 1930s, where the opening act was jumping out of a 2-story balcony into an L split as a group and then getting up and continuing on with the number. Or should I say starting the number. I saw a video the other day of a Jake who got hit by a train. I think he was a famous dancer back in the 1940s and 50s, right? But this Jake literally would come out on a crutch. He only had one arm and one leg. He still danced. He was damn good at it, right? But that was the toughness of our people, right? And the dance he was doing was similar to a crip walk, right? A sea walk, right? But Jake was doing it literally with one foot, one leg, whole other leg gone, whole other arm gone. And this brother would go all around the world, traveling, performing for kings and royalty all over the earth, right? Actually, yes. Sorry, how come I can't stop this shit? Okay. Now I'm gonna get rid of the sound because I don't know how YouTube feels about old music or anything. I don't know. But he gonna throw the crutch away. You gotta understand something, man. And these are our ancestors right here. But we're so weak. Most Jakes, they see this and they go, man, I couldn't do this if you gave me 1,000,000 years to train. And make sure if you haven't seen this, check this video out. Because this Jake is really just getting started. You got to understand, Jake take a second to warm up. But once Jake warm up, though, Jake be cold with it, man. But look at Jake today, though. Jake get his leg cut off from diabetes at the knee. Jake just lay there and pass away. You know what I'm saying? But if you were to do this, according to the amplified version, you'll see that Proverbs 22:6 will teach you to teach your children not only of the ways of God, but their talent, right? This is Proverbs 22:6 in the Amplified Bible. Train up a child in the way he should go, teaching him to seek God's wisdom and will for his abilities and talents. So if you want to know what you're good at, you want to know what you can do, how strong you really are, how fast you can be, your parents need to train you up to seek God's wisdom so you can learn what you can really do. Even when he is old, he will not depart from it. So when you're old and you know for certain how fast you are, how tough you are, how strong you are, how fervent you are in serving God, how righteous you are, and the Most High God gives you victories. He wounds and he heals. When you know what God can do for you, should you be counted justified and righteous, you won't depart from the ways of your forefathers. From being courageous and strong, you won't depart from it because you'll know better and to become weak and begin to not believe not only in your God, but in the strength of your blood. But let's continue, right? Because we're going to see some of the powers of old. So we're going to start with Jacob. I think that's far more fitting than starting with David, as I have in my notes, but we're going to start with Jacob. Oops. I know some of y'all saying, man, he clicked Exodus, man. Jacob ain't in no damn Exodus. Like, I'm aware, y'all. I made a mistake. We make mistakes around here. But this is Genesis 32. I'm sorry, 32 through 22 and 30, right? And he rose up that night and took his 2 wives and his 2 women servants and his 11 sons and passed over the ford Jabbok. And he took them and sent them over the brook and sent over that he had. And Jacob was left alone. And there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. So Jacob literally had just got done dealing with Esau, who he thought was coming to kill him. The Most High God turned Esau's heart, as Proverbs 21:1. And they had a tearful reunion, right? And after basically everyone had departed, everybody was safe, Jacob was left alone. You know, after a calamitous occasion, if everything turns out okay, you have that cool down period. And then typically you have a moment alone to collect your thoughts, to recollect, process, and digest it. And Jacob was about to go through that. But the Most High God had one more trial for Jacob. And it was a defining trial, because this is how we as a nation got our name. Right? Verse 23. And he took them and sent them over the brook, and sent over that he had. And Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. So Jacob was basically wrestling somebody in the darkness of the night, all night long. Now, I don't know how many of y'all have ever wrestled, right? Growing up, I used to love wrestling, right? But it requires very sturdy and consistent strength, where your body is posturing under duress. You're moving in very, very short bursts, but continued, tension throughout the body as you are being opposed and pushed back, and you're opposing your opponent and pushing them back, grappling for power, rebalancing, countering their movements, and them countering yours. It is a very taxing sport to wrestle, right? And Jacob had so much vigor that he was able to do it with this mystery man from basically night unto the breaking of day. Verse 25, and when he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint as he wrestled with him. So this angel was like, man, I can't beat this nigga, man. Hold up. And he hit him in the crook of his thigh. And he dislocated his hip. Now, ironically enough, I had a a muscle detachment from my pelvis when I was probably about 8th grade. I was running, went to stop, and I stepped on my leg wrong, and I felt a muscle just rip away from my pelvis, and immediately I couldn't walk. I lost all power in my right leg, right? But Jacob, this happened to him, and essentially, Jacob said, I'm going to keep fighting, right? And not only did he keep fighting, his strength did not fail or relent. Verse 26, and he said, let me go, for the day breaketh. And he said, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me. That's the mark of a true hustler, the ultimate supplanter. Jacob said, hey, look, man, I ain't letting you go nowhere until you bless me, right? And he said unto him, what is thy name? And he said, Jacob. And he said, thy name shall no more be called no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince thou hast power with God and with men, and hast prevailed. That word for God in the blue letter is Elohim. So that's why we say Jacob wrestled an angel. Why? Because literally he wrestled one of the Elohim. Actually, let me finish this. There's something else I want to search after this, though, because we have to understand the agents of the Most High God are exceeding in strength. They're stronger than any man you've ever met. Probably stronger than a multitude of men. And Jacob went head up with one-on-one. Now, what is a movie series that basically drummed up a lot of hype, a lot of basically just a lot of fervor for a merciless assailant that could not be stopped until a certain person came on the scene? Well, according to the Matrix, and the reason why I'm searching Agent Smith in the Matrix universe, Agent Smith was the leader and the strongest of all the basically the agents, right? But up until the point where Neo defeated Smith at the end of Matrix 1, this person, this thing within the Matrix was thought to be literally unstoppable, capable of dodging bullets, capable of punching chunks of concrete out of concrete pillars, leaping huge distances, doing all types of miraculous things that can essentially be described as angelic power. So Neo not only represented a Christ analog in the Matrix, but he also represented Jacob, because after he was able to defeat an agent, Then you see the so-called lessers, or the children of Neo, his friends, his compatriots. Those in his company were then able to then fall these agents as well. See, and that's actually why you need to understand that the Matrix was also written by Black, and she was reading what I'm typing. But the Matrix was written by one of our sisters, right? Yeah, there's her name. She took the Wachowski brothers to court, and she won. Why? Because she wrote the Matrix and she wrote Terminator. Matrix and Terminator were supposed to go together, by the way. And Neo was supposed to be played by Will Smith. But if you do the genealogy on Keanu Reeves, I always forget how to say his name. Salakia brother. But it's like, you know, fuck it. I'm just going to look it up on YouTube, man. I'm not going to do the brother that deserves, and I'll look it up over here. Oh, man. I think I have it actually. Hold on. What is this? Like Karuri Mayu or something like that? Oh, man. Hold on. I know I got one of his videos saved. Let me see if I can get it. A new script. You know what? That's fine. Because I think it's important that I find this. You know what? I'll find it in a bit, right? But he did a genealogical analysis on Keanu Reeves on his father's side, and he likely goes back to an Israelite, likely, right? He had ancestry from the west coast of Africa at that. I believe he was from Senegal, right? So there's a reason why they select certain people for these movies, and they have a certain charisma about them when they play these roles, right? Keanu Reeves is not the only one. I went over this in my last sit-down lesson. Arnold Schwarzenegger, his last name Schwartz, meaning black, and Neger, meaning Negro, black Negro, black. So when you see these characters in these roles and they're playing the so-called savior figure, although they portray them as white because they are confusion of face, you can't get away from the fact that they go back to Israelites. That's why the movies, they swim instead of sink. Because when you have an outright heathen play those roles, it doesn't carry the same energy, and oftentimes the movies flop. Right? But got off on a little tangent. But we see here that Jacob wrestled an angel, and because of that, his name was changed to Yasharallah, meaning he who has power with God, or prince of the power. Right? For as a prince hast thou power with God and with men, and hast prevailed. So because Jacob basically was able to wrestle that angel to a standstill, that was counted as a momentous victory for him, worthy of a blessing. Right? That's superhuman strength and endurance. Right? So you have to understand the whole lineage of Israel was born of a man who was exceeding in strength. There it is. This is Psalms 103 and 20. Bless Yahweh, ye his angels that excel in strength, that do his commandments, hearkening unto the voice of his word. Right? Now, when it says that they excel in strength, what type of strength are we talking about? Right? We're talking about strength that is so great and gravid and incomparable to anything that we know, that the chief angel under Yahushua, known as Michael or Micah in the Hebrew, his name means who is like God. So you need to understand the agents of the Most High God, the angels, excel in strength beyond that of any man. And Jacob was capable of matching one in hand-to-hand grappling. Not necessarily combat, because you saw when the angel really wanted to put hands on him, he just hit him in the hollow of his thigh, and Jacob was hurt, right? But Jacob held on, right? But let's move on, because we're going to see more feats of strength that the men and women of the Lord exhibit. And when I say the women of the Lord, although, you know, you don't see a lot of females exhibiting power in terms of physical and visceral strength, but you see power by way of their wisdom, by way of their charm, and the favor that they can garner with not just Israelite men, but men of other nations that should be very paranoid of their intentions. Judith and Holofernes was a great example, right? She ended up cutting his head off. You know, so it's one of those things where the Most High God gives power unto his elect. And we're seeing that the power began with the man named Jacob, who was later called Yasharah, or Israel. But moving on, we're going to go ahead and go to Psalms 18 and 27 through 37. We're going to read. Okay, cool. This is Psalms 18 and 27. For thou wilt save the afflicted people, but will bring down high looks. For thou wilt light my candle. Yahweh, my power, will enlighten my darkness. For by thee have I run through a troop, and by my God have I leapt over a wall. The walls of antiquity, the walls capable of guarding cities, were often as high as 40 feet, sometimes higher, depending on the nature of the trees that grew in the area, or whether the wall was made out of brick and mortar, depending on the nature and style of the wall itself. But what easier way to make a wall than to make it out of the wood, the natural trees that are in the area, lining them up, right? But David was capable of lifting or jumping over a 40-foot wall by himself. You got to remember, David carried weapons with him too. See, people are accustomed to David not having on any armor, but you got to understand the reason why David turned down that armor when Saul meant to arm him against Goliath. The reason why he turned it down is because he said, I haven't practiced in this. It makes me unbalanced. I can't breathe. I can't move in it. It hinders me. And in battle, I can't be hindered by my weaponry. It should enhance me, not detract from my ability to wage war. So David forwent his armor and his armaments and favored a sling. And with that sling, he was able to slay Goliath and put him low so that he can cut off his head with Goliath's own sword, a sword in which King David used later on again, for that matter, right? But going on, Psalms 18 and 29, for by thee I've run through a troop, and by my God have I leapt over a wall. As for God, his way is perfect. The way of Yahweh is tried. He is a buckler to all that trust in him. For who is God save the Lord? Or who is a rock save our God? It is God that girdeth me with strength and maketh my way perfect. Now, this is something that I got to experience having been jumped while doing the work. Granted, I was out of pocket. I called some heathen's sister an ugly female dog. And they jumped me for it. But the Most High God girded me with strength, and he guided my feet so that my steps did not slip, nor could my enemies even harm me. And I ended up winning a fight against 4 people, 3 of which persistently fought me. One of them tried, and then she backed up because I don't think she really wanted to fight. She just wanted to separate us. But the 3 who continued to beat on me, 2 of them realized they couldn't hurt me. And the one who was the main assailant, he literally, I like, by the time it was over, his whole right side of his face was swelled up and he was pinned. So I literally showed mercy when I was justified in drawing more blood. But at that point, I just wanted to go back to preaching. You know what I'm saying? So I got chastised from my reckless mouth. But the Most High God gave me strength, and he made my steps perfect. And I tell brothers this all the time. During that fight, I closed my eyes. Why? Because there was no point. I was being jumped by 3 people. My eyes being open, that would have been a liability because the blows were coming from all sides. So to know where my opponents were, close my eyes and feel where they're striking me from, what they're hitting. What they hit tells me the direction that they face. And what I get hit with tells me how they're moving against me on what direction they attack me from. With that knowledge, I could tell if you're punching me as hard as you can in the arm or in the shoulder and you can't hurt me, you're not a threat. I don't even have to worry about you. Because from the side, my shoulders are raised up. See, anybody who boxes, that's why you got to keep your arms up, keep your shoulders up. Makes you harder to hit. And the main assailant, you know, because I'm 5'7", I'm a short guy. Had him by his lapel, he had me by mine, and we're going to war with each other, man. And when I saw they couldn't hurt me, I was like, well, shit, I might as well take this nigga to the ground and end this. And I took him by his front lapel, and I picked him up, and I slammed him. And this is a dude who was like 6'2", 6'3". You know, the Most High God gave me strength. So much so that not only did they call the cops, they told the cops I had a weapon, and he went and got help. And when they were coming back, he had another man with him, and he stopped him because the heathen were in awe that a man fought them with his eyes closed and won, and they couldn't hurt him. But again, for who is God save Yahweh, or who is a rock save our God? Who is our defense save our God? Who gives us power when we need it? The Most High God does. But moving on, it is God that girdeth me with strength and maketh my way perfect. He maketh my feet like hinds' feet and setteth me upon my high places. He teacheth my hands to war, so that a bow of steel is broken by mine arms. Do you know how strong a nigga gotta be to take a bow of steel and break it over their arms? And it's just nothing. I have 2 bows in the other room made out of wood. If I tried to break those over my arms, I would be going to the hospital if the Most High God didn't put the strength in my arms to bear that weight and that force. But you see, King David was capable of such acts where he can leap over 40-foot walls, girded in armor with weaponry. But it was by the strength of the Most High God that he was able to perform such feats. The Most High God taught him what to do during battle so that he didn't have to think or make a judgment on what maneuver to make. You have to understand, when you're fighting, a lot of times the fact that you have to think makes you slower than your opponent, who's well-trained and naturally knows what to do. You become the liability. That's one of the things that you learn when you study martial arts. You have to get out of the way and just respond correctly to what is being done to you. And you see that in boxing a lot. People who are boxers who are great counter punchers, they seem to move before the punch even comes out. But that's because the body acts by itself under the right conditions. And the Most High God can give you those conditions. He can teach your hands to war. Right? But moving on, verse 35, thou hast also given me the shield of thy salvation, and thy right hand hath holden me up, and thy gentleness hath made me great. So the Most High God was his shield and his defense. Why things didn't harm him, or why he was able to escape, certain death. The reason why I'm bringing this out is because when you look at, really? Oh, he waxed faint. Okay, cool. I'm about to say he really didn't bring it up, but when you look at anime, you often see the trope of the last minute save. You got to understand where people get that from. All right. So this is 2 Samuel 21:15. Moreover, the Philistines had yet war again with Israel, and David went down and his servants with him and fought against the Philistines, and David waxed faint, because at this point David was getting old. You know what I'm saying? David was getting old, and all David had done his entire life was fight. You know, look at great boxers like Muhammad Ali. As great a boxer as Muhammad was, in his twilight, he was getting knocked out by people who really shouldn't even been able to contend with him in his prime. Certainly not capable of being a boxing champion, but he had begun to wax feeble, as we all are destined to do in these faulty bodies that grow old, right? Faulty due to our recklessness and sin, the sins of our forefathers, which necessitated death, because that is our sentence, right? And Ishbibenob. Well, that's an eccentric name, which was of the sons of the giant, the nation of Gath, right? Or that's where Goliath came from, right? So, and Goliath was of the Philistines. So he was the sons of the giant. Who was the giant that they're talking about here in particular, though? This is talking about Goliath. So one of Goliath's sons, who probably had a great reason to kill David, right? I wonder what that reason is. So he was going for blood, and he was just as mighty as his father, the weight of whose spear weighed 300 shekels of brass in weight. How much is a shekel? Okay, cool. Oh, shit, I can do this. Yeah, buddy. So, no. 300 shekels. So, if I've got this right, because I had to read it again, I want to make sure I explain this correctly. So his spear weighed about 7.5 pounds. And he had another sword, right? He being girded with a new sword, thought to have slain David. So with these two weapons, he was about to kill David. Now, to anybody who has ever done any real weight training while running or moving about, rucking with heavy sacks or hiking with gear and equipment, you know that 7 pounds, wielding it around, swinging it, lifting it, driving it forward, pulling it back, parrying, doing all types of movements with it, fine movements at that, capable of putting a warrior, even an aged warrior such as David, on his heels in a position to be slain, is no easy feat, right? That type of strength is seldom seen in this world. That's why people have guns, by the way, because most people can't do those feats of strength. But you see, this is a feat of strength that a heathen is doing, right? Verse 17 of 2 Samuel 21. But Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, succored him, or he basically comforted David, right? And smote the Philistine and killed him. So just as David was about to get killed, Abishai came out of nowhere and saved David's life and smoked this dude. Probably cut his damn head off. So he was just like his pack. But that's why, again, I'm going to keep bringing up Naruto, right? Because if you really want to talk about last second saves in anime, when they were all kids in the first couple of seasons of Naruto, you could not have a nigga die because they were getting saved so often. It was to the point where people were like, yo, this shit is lame. But where'd they get it from, though? The Bible. That's why all the animes do it, by the way. That's why all the movies do it. Because they're trying to retell their version of the elect. They're painting themselves as the judges of the earth, when the real judges are the Israelites. Right? The earth is given into the hands of the wicked. He covereth the faces of the judges thereof, as it says in Job 9 and 24. All right. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covered the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he? Right? So you have to understand they're painting over our image in every conceivable way. And they have to do it in such a way that it conveys the information to us. See, they're not the intended target for the deception. We're the intended target. But if you've dumbed down the Israelites to the point where they can't even understand their own holy book, then you've got to give them something else. And anime is an excellent substitute because it personifies the lie. In a cartoon, in a picture is worth 1,000 words. That's why it's so hard to get Jake out of these strongholds, because a lot of these strongholds are comprised of moving pictures that are worth billions of words. You can't say enough to offset all the conditioning, and your enemies know it. But that's another lesson, because I wanted to go to Revelations 18 real quick, and I'm going to just show this. I'm not going to read it, right? Because we have to understand that this is the way that we have been led to believe. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to read it anyway. This is the way that we were led to believe all these lies and to be dissuaded from laying claim to our heritage and taking a strong hold on it. You know, we've been dissuaded from that by all of these lies and the sorceries that they wield against us. Revelation 18 and 23, and the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee, and the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard no more at all in thee, for thy merchants were the great men of the earth, for by thy sorceries were all nations deceived. What is a sorcery? Actually, no, let's just bring this up in a blue letter. Pharmakia, right? G5331, pharmakia. The use or the administering of drugs, poisoning, sorcery, magical arts, often found in connection with idolatry and fostered by it. So idolatrous practices in witchcraft, poisoning. Well, is that a physical poisoning? Could it be a intellectual poisoning? Maybe both, right? The use or the administration of drugs. All of these things are being done, as well as just lying in general, right? So they're using witchcraft or pharmakia against us. Witchcraft, sorcery. Right? So always keep that in mind, what's going on. You know. But let's keep moving on. So we see that King David was able to do miraculous acts through the Most High God, who has strengthened him to do so. But let's look at someone else, right? We're going to go to Psalms 103 and 20. And this is still King David, but we're about to move on, right? And again, to those who are saying, damn, this lesson is long. Yep, it's going to be a long. I think we're a third of the way through. You know, and for those of y'all who watch my original Cam videos, some of those are like 5, 6, 7 hours, man. So, you know, when you're teaching a lesson, being willing to go in depth and be persistent so that you make a complete lesson if somebody really wants to understand something, that is an honor to be able to do, even if it takes a long time. But reading here, this is Psalms 103 and 20. Bless the Lord, ye his angels that excel in strength, that do his commandments, hearkening unto the voice of his word. So this is what I read for Jacob wrestling the angel, right? But you got to understand something, that in the day of the Lord, the strength of the angels is going to be personified in these holy vessels. We're going to be exceedingly powerful, far more powerful than any superhero that you could possibly imagine. And it's in the spirit that I decided to wear this shirt today. Actually, I didn't even think about that, right? All these cracker superheroes on here. But either way, moving on. So we're going to go to 2 Kings 1 and 9 through 10, because it wasn't just physical acts that the Most High God had gifted us with. The Most High God gifted some of our people with the ability to call fire from heaven. This is 1 Kings 1:9. Then the king sent unto him a captain of 50 with his 50. So I believe it's King Ahab. Was it King Ahab? Oh, no. It's King Azahiah or Aziah. Salakia. He had got sick, and basically he was sending his he was sending captains and 50s to Elijah, and because Elijah was up on a mount and he refused to come down, right? But reading on, right? Then the king sent unto him a captain of 50 with his 50, and he went up to him, and behold, he sat on the top of a hill, and he spake unto him, Thou man of God, the king hath said, Come down. So, he went up to Elijah and said, Hey, look, by decree of the king, you need to come with us, right? And Elijah answered and said to the captain of 50, If I be a man of God, then let fire come down from heaven and consume thee and thy 50. And there came down fire from heaven and consumed him and his 50. Also, he sent unto him another 50, our captain of 50 with his 50. And he answered and said unto him, O man of God, thus hath the king said, Come down quickly. So hearing of what happened to the other captain and his 50, he came pleading like, Hey man, I'm only here because of the king. Hey, I'm not trying to do nothing to you. Come on down. And Elijah answered and said unto them, If I be a man of God, let fire come down from heaven and consume thee and thy 50. And the fire of God came down from heaven and consumed him and his 50. So the Most High God flexed again and consumed them with fire from heaven. Right? And this was at the behest and call of Elijah. So Elijah was calling fire down from heaven. And he sent again a captain of the third 50 with his 50. And the third captain of 50 went up and came and fell on his knees before Elijah and besought him and said unto him, O man of God, I pray thee, let my life and the life of these 50 thy servants be precious in thy sight. See, this is how God wants you to come. When you come to him, you come correct. And even though you might be oppositional to his prophets, when you come to them, you can be given an audience if you come correct. See, the Most High God is not an unrighteous God or an unjust or a cowardly God. The Most High God is a noble God of power and war. And if you come correct, he will grant you an audience, if it be within his will. Let's see if that was the case here. Oh, actually, Salakia. Damn. Salakia, 2 Kings 1:14. Behold, there came fire down from heaven and burnt up the two captains of the former 50s with their 50s. Therefore, let my life now be precious in thy sight. Okay, cool. I was right. I thought I misread. I thought he got burned up anyway. Salakia. Yeah, because he basically knew, like, hey, man, the last two groups got decimated out here. They got destroyed by the fire from heaven. I got this. I'm literally hearing, and I'm sure, the fire coming down from heaven, everybody saw it. Even if they weren't immediately there, everybody saw it. So they're like, yo, like, we know what happened. I know what happened to my predecessors, the two previous captains who came to you with their respective 50s. They were consumed by fire from heaven. Please let the lives of your servants be precious in your sight. Hey, man, I'm your servant, bro. Like, I'm giving deference to you. Hey, man, don't kill me. I'm only here because the king sent me. I mean that. I won't lay a hand on him. Verse 15. And the angel of Yahweh said unto Elijah, Go down with him. Be not afraid of him. And he arose and went down with him unto the king. So an angel had to tell Elijah, hey, man, go ahead and go with him. He's in the right spirit. Because he knows what will happen to him should he transgress against you. So go ahead and go with him. You can't ask for anything better than that, than a fearful servant who's doing their job. But that's all I want on that. So you see Elijah calling fire down from heaven. So much so to the point where the enemies of Elijah, who came to basically arrest him and detain him at decree of the king, had to plead for their lives that he just go with them. and appear before the king. But let's go to 1 Kings 18 and 41 through 46, because Elijah is imbued with power, right? He's imbued with power to exhibit what you would call today super speed, right? So this is basically right after, you know, Elijah had called down fire, actually, again, or actually for the first time. Yeah, because this was the first time he called fire down to devour basically a sacrifice for the Most High God that had barrel upon barrel upon barrel of water poured upon him, while he was in contest with the basically the pagan, prophets and priests of the king, right? So yeah, this is when it was King Ahab. Okay, that's why I made that mistake. It's lock. I need to remember that. But and the prophets of Ahab, they were slitting their wrists, they were bloodletting, right? They were utilizing all types of blood magic and rituals, trying to get their God to set fire to these sacrifices. And when they couldn't, and Elijah not only was able to call down fire from heaven, but he had done so after basically making the challenge even harder on himself, or harder on the Most High, and Most High God showed out, right? But here we see that Elijah is going to exhibit another superpower, and that is going to be the power of super speed, right? But this is 1 Kings chapter 18 and verse 41. And Elijah said unto Ahab, get thee up, eat and drink, for there is a sound of abundance of rain. And Ahab went up to eat and to drink. And Elijah went up to the top of Carmel, and he cast himself down upon the earth and put his face between his knees. Now, what does this mean? Elijah went up to the top of a mountain, Mount Carmel, and he jumped off the top of the mountain and landed upon the earth and put his face between his knees. If you've ever jumped out of a high place and landed, you bend forward and you bend at the knees, right? Now, there's far more efficient ways to take those impacts. Some you see people doing parkour, they roll into it. Some people side roll. Sometimes some people land on all fours. You take the brunt of it with your feet and you pitch forward and you brace with your shoulders and you bear it on all fours. But he took it like an anime villain, right? Hold on, let me see if I can find this shit, right? Is this it? I think it is. Hold on, let me see. No, it's not it. Damn. Because there's a trope in anime, and I know it was in Dracula that was on Netflix. But there was the way they land is they jump from a very high place and they just take the shit. They just land on 2 feet. They don't roll, they don't move, they just land and they take it. And that's what Elijah did. He jumped off of a damn mountain and he landed upon the earth and said to his servant, go up now, look toward the sea. And he went up and looked and said, there is nothing. And he said, go again 7 times. And it came to pass at the 7th time that he said, behold, there ariseth a little cloud out of the sea, like a man's hand. So he called rain out of a clear sky. Now, the argument could be made, he made a forecast, but a tiny cloud came up. Continuing on, and he said, go up, say unto Ahab, prepare thy chariot and get thee down, that the rain stop thee not. And it came to pass in the meanwhile that the heaven was black with clouds and wind, and there was a great rain. And Ahab rode and went to Jezreel. So he's in a horse-drawn chariot, and he's driving it as quick as he can because he's trying to beat this storm. Now, you got to understand, those horse-drawn carriages, Our chariots back in those days were capable of speeds of upwards of 60 miles an hour. If you had a particularly swift team of horses, some of them were, single horse drawn. Most were double drawn, right? So that you could pivot in different directions and remain balanced between the horses. But verse 46, and the hand of the Lord was on Elijah, and he girded up his loins and ran before Ahab to the entrance of Jezreel. So not only did Elijah jump off a damn mountain and land with and just tank the shit like an anime villain, he then called rain out of heaven and outran a chariot. He did that all in the span of 4 verses. Actually, we'll say 5, maybe 6, because this is when, he talks about the rain. But in the span of 6 verses, you got to see weather manipulation, super speed, and super leaping. Again, where do you think they get this stuff in the comic books? Hulk jumping miles at a bound. The Flash, Quicksilver. Where do you think they get this stuff from? From the Bible. That's why the nations that would make war with Israel while we were right with our God were quickly cut down, because the Most High God gives power unto his elect when they need it too. That's how Gideon was able to go with 300 warriors instead of a multitude and slay multitudes of his enemies. That's how one angel of the Lord was able to kill 185,000 Assyrians. When the Most High God gives power unto his elect, whether it be an angel or the descendants of Jacob. And when I say the elect in this context, I mean the agent of the Lord chosen for a task. See, we are chosen as a task to extend penalties, judgments upon the earth. The Amorites and the Canaanite tribes, we were told to wipe them out. And when we came into the land of Israel, they could not touch us because the Most High God was with us. Though we did not keep his commandment completely, and we left some of them alive. And as a result, they grew in abundance and became hindrances unto us and caused us to serve other gods. But while at war with them, we took the land with no impedance at all because they couldn't match our strength. And how could you when you have men amongst you capable of doing such feats? Now, imagine if our people were properly taught Proverbs 22:6 from the Amplified version of the Bible. They would know that these are the things that God can give you if you just remain patient and just and keep his commandments. He can show you a taste of power beyond that which you've been able to perform in your life under your own power, under normal circumstances. He can take you beyond your limits because he knows at the end of that you will give him the glory because it was by his power, not yours. And I don't mean to toot my own horn, and that is by far not my intention. But I have been shown that having preached by myself for a year and probably about 6 or 7 months. I was able to see the hand of God spiritually and physically in preaching and in battle. And that wasn't the only fight I got into. I got a number of them. Most of them are private on my channel. Because shit, one of them, if I let that shit go public, they're going to take my shit down for violence. Because, those who know what happened last year in January, that Edomite literally, I thought he was dead. Most High God put the spirit on me to take the gloves off. And that shit was crazy. And the Most High God sent someone to save my life. Right? That's the first time Brother Darren showed up at camp, ever. Ever. As a matter of fact, how long is this? Hour 4. Okay, hour 50. I wonder, can I get away with it? You know what? Our people need to see it. They need to see it. So I'm going to show a little bit of it. All right. And this is just something I want to show. So the brethren who might be going out to the highways and byways by themselves, I see this shit. There we go. Your videos. Yeah, I have to go to the studio. That's right, man. This shit is lame. All right. Anyway. So hold up. Let me get this up. I was already calling the cops. Now, when he got slammed to the ground, you heard something like a rock hit the ground. His head hit the concrete. He was knocked out cold. Me and this Edomite had some history, and him putting his hands on me, that was the last straw. And the Most High God delivered him into my hands because I didn't go to jail that night either, because he assaulted me. And that's also why you record. But the brother that you see with me, this is his first night at camp. It's 4:23 right here. He showed up basically right here. All right. So he's meandering about somewhere in this. He shows up. Let me see if I can find him. Nope, he wasn't there yet. Cool. So here he is. This is at 3:55. So you're telling me some 30 minutes later, this man was about to literally die. And I don't mean this boisterously at all. But watch. He had to tell me to stop. Now, to those who saw that part, I'm serious. There's a stream down there, a river. That's where I was going. But the Most High God saw fit to send me a helper, a brother. And that brother saved my life. So you can lose your life being victorious too. See, people, they forget about that. Samson, in his greatest act of war, died doing it. You can die being victorious in this truth. But the Most High God had other plans. My work was not yet finished. And you best believe I have the spirit of let me die with the Philistines, if it comes to that. But the Most High God gives power unto his elect. And when your ways please the Lord, he maketh your enemies to be at peace with you. All praises to Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua. All praises. All right. The Most High God maketh our enemies to be at peace with us. And that's not the only time that I've knocked out a heathen at camp and the cops let me go. Why? Again, because when your ways please the Lord, he maketh your enemies to be at peace with you. When the multitudes come against you, he will deliver you from them. As a matter of fact, long as we're in for a penny, in for a pound, right? So let me show y'all one more. Damn, I hate the way this thing is laid out. Is it content? Man, that's how you know I'm old, man. That's how you know I'm old. Hold on. Quiet night. Now, again, I don't mind to show all this stuff that's violent. That's not my intent. Now, you see what happened in the end, right? That's why it's not expedient to do this shit. But I'm going to just show the beginning, right? Because the lead up is me running my mouth too much, right? Now, if you can see the side of his face, it's all lumped up. But again, another example of the Most High God can give strength unto you when you need it. I wasn't kidding when I said I picked him up and I slammed him by his lapel. My nails were bent back into my hands. I've never picked somebody up with that much strength. I didn't even realize it until the adrenaline had died down and I tried to go back to preaching. I got to preach another about 30 minutes. And then you saw me sitting on the ground, fucking handcuffs, right? But my nails were all bent back into my hands because I picked him up by his coat. So when I'm saying that the Most High God gives strength unto his elect, I'm not lying. I'm not saying it purely based on, well, this is what I interpret it to be in the Bible. I've had the Most High God give me the strength to do that to my enemies, to be impervious to their blows. That's why I say to you brothers, and I'm going to look in the camera while I say this, you brothers who are saying, oh man, I live in a city where I don't have a camp. Oh man, I live in a city where, nobody's here and I don't want to go out. Look, Yahushua is about to come back. World War III is about to get off and popping. Are you going to tell Yahushua, hey man, I couldn't find a camp. I'm sorry. I stayed home. He's going to call you an unprofitable servant. I'm going to just say it like that. When the Most High God can give you power to stand amongst your enemies, to prepare a feast for you in the presence of your enemies, he can do that for you. But the thing is, when you sit at the table, most of you won't, because most of you are scared. But moving on with the lesson, because we got to get through this. Probably going to accelerate it a little bit, because I do want to kind of tie this off. Hope they don't cancel my channel, but if they do, gonna lose all my Smash Brothers videos, but it's cool. But either way, so let's go ahead and keep moving. So we saw the power to call down fire from heaven. We've seen super speed. We've seen somebody jump off of a mountain. We've seen weather manipulation. We've seen a man capable of breaking steel bows over his arms, a man capable of leaping over 40-foot walls, a man running through a troop by himself. You got to understand how big a troop is, right? So we're going to look that up, give that context. Actually, you know what? We're going to look that up in the Bible. So a crowd or a band of soldiers, or a division of soldiers. Let's see, can we get a number? So I would assume, right, that David probably ran through at least a battalion. So typically consisting of 300 to 1,000 soldiers. And keep in mind, the legends of David was that he was capable of slaying his tens of thousands, while Saul slayed his thousands. So how big is a legion, right? The Roman legion, the largest military unit of the Roman army, comprised of 4,200 infantry and 300 equites, I'm not even sure how to say that, in the period of the Roman Republic, and 5,600 infantry and 200 auxilia in the period of the Roman Empire. So you're talking about thousands of troops at this point, nearly 10,000. Because it says "and" here. So it's both of these. And this was the Roman legion. And David was fighting all the nations all at once with the Israelites, because his enemies comprised him round about. So their numbers were coalesced against the Israelites. So David was running through these people by himself. He was on some single player video game shit, because he gave his fate into the hands of the Most High God. And the Most High God uses the things of this world that are weak to confound the mighty. Whoa, which screen is being captured? Oh, snap. Hold up. Yeah. Let me put that over here so y'all can see what I was referencing. All right. And keep in mind, as I was saying before, these numbers here, there's and right here. So we add these together. So you're talking about almost 5,000 troops. As a matter of fact, yeah, this is actually over 10,000 troops, barely. So this is a large legion of troops. So David was running through these people by himself. He was literally on the one player I can save the world level of threat. He's what you would call, if you're a D&D nerd, he would be what they call a chosen, right? The chosen were often avatars of gods in this imaginary world, and the chosen were very feared, although seldom seen, because most of the time the chosen were often in a realm where their god dwelled, or something associated with it, like a monastery, right? Just like King David would be in, his palatial estate and in the temple of God, serving his God and serving his people. See, again, this is where they get all this stuff. They get it from the Bible, right? But these avatars often were capable of being imbued with power by their gods, and thus making them far more dangerous. And that's what David was. See, that's where they get this stuff from. Somebody capable of running through 10,000 people all alone, capable of killing 1,000 men all alone, like Samson with the jawbone of a donkey. Now, most people think that's brute strength. Nope, you've got it wrong, because the tensile strength of a donkey's jawbone is strong, but it doesn't match that of iron and bronze. You're talking about precision, deftness of movement, and speed, the which would probably have you completely dizzied and bewildered to see it, let alone fight it. And that's in, that's in addition to the super strength that Samson had. The elect of God are no joke when the Most High God breathes life into them and gives them the ability to stand against their enemies. That's why it is very important to understand what the Most High God has in store for his elect, because it goes beyond all of the feats of the Bible that have been spoken of, that were done through men. The least of us shall be as David. And I'm going to get to that. But the least of us in that day shall be as David. That's something to contemplate when you remember just how proficient at war David truly was in his heyday. But moving on, right? I said we were moving on a second ago, but we're for real right now. So we're going to go to 2 Kings 4 and 17. We'll start at 16. Actually, you know what? Now let's just start at 17, right? So this is 2 Kings 4 and 17. And the woman conceived and bare a son at that season that Elisha had said unto her, according to the time of life. And when the child was grown, it fell on a day that he went out to his father to the reapers. And he said unto his father, my head, my head. And he said to the lad, carry him to his mother. So the child fell, likely hit his head, and from that time, he was having headaches. That's what happens when you get a concussion, right? And when he had taken him and brought him to his mother, he sat her on knees till noon and then died. So from that head injury, the child perished. And he said unto his father, oh, I'm sorry, I'm about to say he's dead, right? Why didn't it go all the way down? Okay. Anyway, 2 Kings 4 and 21. And she went up and laid him on the bed of the man of God and shut the door upon him and went out. And she called unto her husband and said, send me, I pray thee, one of the young men and one of the asses, that I may run to the man of God and come again. And he said, wherefore wilt thou go to him today? It is neither new moon nor Sabbath. And she said, it shall be well. Then she saddled an ass and said to her servant, drive and go forward. Slack not thy riding for me, except I bid thee. And he, Salakia. Yeah, I keep reading down. That's what's happening. Okay. Yeah. Verse 25. So she went and came unto the man of God to Mount Carmel. And it came to pass when the man of God saw her afar off that he said to Gehazi his servant, behold, yonder is the Shunammite. Run now, I pray thee, to meet her, and say unto her, is it well with thee? Is it well with thy husband? Is it well with thy child, or well with the child? So Elijah, having already dealt with this woman, basically said, hey, unto Gehazi his servant, or Elisha, unto Gehazi his servant, say, hey, look, the woman is coming, obviously, on her donkey. She's coming after us. Go ahead and go meet her and ask her how things are going. Right? And she answered, it is well. And when she came to the man of God to the hill, she caught him by the feet. But Gehazi came near to thrust her away. So she told him, hey, everything is good. Get out the way. I need Elisha. Yeah, I know you're with Elisha. That's cool and everything. But what's going on right now? I need him. I don't need you. I need the master, not the understudy. Right? And the man of God said, let her alone, for her soul is vexed within her, and Yahweh hath hid it from me, and hath not told me. Then she said, did I desire a son of my Lord? Did I not say, do not deceive me? Then he said to Gehazi, gird up thy loins, and take my staff in thine hand, and go thy way. And if thou meet any man, salute him not. And if any salute thee, answer him not again, and lay my staff upon the face of the child. And the mother of the child said, as Yahweh liveth, and as thy soul liveth, I will not leave thee. And he arose and followed her. And Gehazi passed on before them and laid the staff upon the face of the child. But there was neither voice nor hearing, wherefore he went again to meet him and told him, saying, the child is not awake. So Elisha wanted to accompany the woman back to her house, knowing that they could not be as fast with this woman in tow, because you got to remember, our sisters were very delicate during this time, right? So she would have taken a longer time to basically navigate this path home. So he sent Gehazi ahead of him with his staff, and he instructed him to not say anything to anybody, to go straightway and lay the staff upon the face of the child to see if the child would awaken, because you got to remember, Elisha had a double portion. He had his own portion of the spirit from the Most High, and then through Elijah, before Elijah was taken up in a chariot, he threw down his cloak, which basically imparted to Elisha another portion, right? So we have Elisha being needed for this child who has passed away. We're going to see what's going to happen as a result of him getting involved, right? And Gehazi, and this is verse 31, and Gehazi passed on before them and laid the staff upon the face of the child, but there was neither voice nor hearing, wherefore he went again to meet him and told him, saying, the child is not awake. So he laid the staff on the child, and the child remained dead. And when Elisha was come into the house, behold, the child was dead and laid upon his bed. He went in, therefore, and shut the door upon them twain, and prayed unto Yahweh. And he went up and laid upon the child, and put his mouth upon his mouth, and his eyes upon his eyes, and his hands upon his hands. And he stretched himself upon the child, and the flesh of the child waxed warm. So using his body heat, he laid himself directly on top of the child that was dead, and basically he warmed up the flesh of the child. Then he returned and walked in the house to and fro, and went up and stretched himself upon him. And the child sneezed 7 times, and the child opened his eyes. See, this was all being done in the spirit. It was imparting life back into that vessel, right? And he called Gehazi and said, call this Shunammite. And he called her. And when she was come in unto him, he said, take up thy son. Then she went in and fell at his feet and bowed herself to the ground and took up her son and went out. When she bowed herself to the ground, she didn't thank him. She thanked the Lord God Yahweh for sending someone to assist her, to save her child, to bring him back from the dead. And the Most High God sent one of his greatest prophets of the time, Elisha. This is 2 Kings 13 and 21. And it came to pass, as they were burying a man, that behold, they spied a band of men, and they cast the man into the sepulchre of Elisha. And when the man was let down and touched the bones of Elisha, he revived and stood up on his feet. That's how much of the spirit of life Elisha had in his bones. Even his bones, while he was dead and gone, still had enough of the spirit in them to revive a dead man who was thrown into his coffin. This is the type of power that the Most High God is going to bestow upon his elect. It's going to be nothing for you to bless your righteous servants in that day if they're, in fact, counted righteous among your slaves. As far-fetched as this might sound, us being in our lowest state now, one day this will be who we are on the regular, and it will be all of us. All of your slaves, if they are just righteous, they have a child who has, say, a lame foot. That's nothing for you to fix. If it's in the regulations of the Most High God, if it's a righteous judgment, right? Say somebody is working for you and a branch falls from a tree and lands on their head and kills them. The bones of Elisha revived a dead man. How easy is it going to be for the elect of the Lord in that day, in our power and glory, to simply take your servant by the arm and say, get up, get back to work. Yep. Celebrate later. You need the work to be done. Oh, make sure you give glory to the Most High God, Yahweh. Don't forget that. It's going to be casual. But to them, it's going to change their life. And those are the type of acts that will glorify God and make you a servant forever. Because they're going to realize it's better to be with you than against you. And look at the gifts when they're with you. Right? So you see resurrection by faith taking place. Resurrection by the power of the Holy Spirit. But now we're going to go. Actually, no, we read it all. That's fine. We are going to go down to the topic of losing that power, being stripped and weakened. Because we see some of the powers that our people were capable of. Yahushua, King David, Jacob. We see the power that our people were capable of, with the Spirit of the Most High God being with them. But us having fallen from our high estate, we see what it's like to be stripped of that power. Let's read about that. I told y'all, man, it's going to be long today. I'm hoping it's long enough and late enough where those little clips in my video won't get me in trouble, because I know most of you niggas tune out after about 15 minutes. I've been watching y'all. But anyway, we're going to go to Jeremiah real quick. And to those of y'all who watch the videos to completion, man, you know, I'm going to say this, man. Y'all the real VIPs, man. MVPs and all that, man. Y'all the real stars on that. Because I'm going to be real, man. I'll be watching some camps videos for 3 and 4 hours, and you got to be bringing out some hard-hitting shit, man, for me to sit there and be like, yeah, I'm going to watch this. I'm going to watch Lord of the Rings amounts of scripture from you alone. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that, you know, you have to be the best teacher in Israel, but you got to be bringing something with the Spirit. You know, so to those of y'all who ride to the end, you know, just know you appreciate it and pay it forward. Teach someone else. Like I said, man, you being alone, that's not a valid excuse. Your house, I ain't going to take that, man. Right? Especially if you watching to the end of my videos, you got enough to go teach. Shit. That's one thing I could say for certain. But anyway, this is Jeremiah 7 and 11 through 18. In this house, which is called by my name, all right, is this house which is called by my name become a den of robbers in your eyes? Behold, even I have seen it, saith the Lord. But go ye now into my place, which was in Shiloh, where I set my name at the first, and see what I did to it for the wickedness of my people Israel. And now, because ye have done all these works, saith Yahweh, and I spake unto you, rising up early and speaking, but ye heard not. And I called you, but ye answered not. Therefore will I do this unto, or will I do unto this house, which is called by my name, Yasharallah, he who has power with God, prince of the power. It's talking about Jacob, those who are called by his name, wherein ye trust, and unto the place which I gave to you and to your fathers, as I have done to Shiloh. And I will cast you out of my sight, as I have cast out all your brethren. Our brethren were the northern kingdom, who were already sent away into the slavery with the Assyrians. And then after that, fleeing the Assyrians and coming to Ashereth, as it says in 2nd Ezra 13:40 on down. All right. With the intent to serve God, which they fell off, of course, worshiping sun gods and all types of totems and dumb shit like that. But they intended to serve God, right? But yeah, the Most High basically said, hey, look, Judah, you about to get cast out too. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't want to act right. But anyway, verse 15, and I will cast you out of my sight, as I have cast out all your brethren, even the whole seed of Ephraim. Therefore pray not thou for this people, neither lift up cry nor prayer for them, neither make intercession to me, for I will not hear thee. The Most High God said, don't pray to me. Don't sacrifice for this. I'm not hearing it. The judgment is set. It's already been cast. I'm not hearing it. Don't even pray for them. Seest thou not what they do in the cities of Judah, in the streets of Jerusalem? The children gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire, and the women knead their dough to make cakes to the queen of heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto other gods, that they may provoke me to anger. So if the children are kindling the wood, or gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire, what does that even mean? Right? They're all complicit in making food sacrificed unto idols, because the women are kneading the dough for the cakes. They're literally doing the things that they would do for God. They're doing it for an idol. And not to mention, we were also doing child sacrifice too. So we were engaging in all the evil that the Canaanites and the Amorites were engaging in when they were in the land of Israel. We were engaging in all of those things. That's why the Most High God had to expel us out of the land. Because it's restated, not just in the curses of Deuteronomy 28, not just in the curses of Leviticus 26, but all throughout the Bible, that the Most High God would promise, or has promised, that he would take us into captivity, that he would oust us out of the promised land quickly if we did not maintain the course and serve him and him only. He promised that he would do that. And here you're seeing the judgment finally being cast upon the Israelites to throw us out of the land. But we didn't immediately just get thrown out. We had to go into slavery a couple of times first. See, a lot of times, we don't take into context why you don't hear from God, thus saith the Lord, after Malachi. Because there was a silence. There was a silence from the Most High God, because he said he would turn his face from us. And he did that while our judgment played out. So you got to understand, to the Most High God, a day to the Most High is 1,000 years to us. So the Most High God turning his face from us, it was a decline that had to take place over time. See, it's been about 2,000 years since we really started to decline, about 3,000, really, to be technical. Right? But it's been about 3,000 years since we really fell out of power, where we've had no sovereignty, not unified, always in upheaval, always in wars, always on the cusp of being subjugated by another nation. Another nation is at our gate trying to take us or eradicate us and destroy us. All right. But we are nearing the completion of our sentence. That's why now we're standing up on our feet, an exceeding great army, and great fear is falling upon those who see us. See, it's all coming full circle. See, and the few heathen who do understand this, that they're scared as fuck of all this. Salakia, they're scared, right? They're very frightened, right? Because to understand the prophecies for the heathen is to understand their condemnation and their sentence that they have to serve, their penance, right? I wanted to read down to, it's just 18. So we see that they were worshiping the Queen of Heaven. Well, who's the Queen of Heaven? Oh, the Mother of God, right? Now, the Mother of God, as a pagan deity, has evolved into the worship of Mary, who the white man and other heathen think is, gave birth to God in the form of Jesus Christ because they believe in the Trinity. I was trying to find the right way to say that, right? But they believe that this is God in human flesh as a baby who is Jesus and separate, but at the same time, God and unified. Right? So a triumvirate God that makes no sense. But either way, that's because it's an idol. Right? And Mary represents the Queen of Heaven or the wife of God. Right? And then, of course, you have baby white Jesus. But who does Jesus represent here? Isis and Tammuz. Isn't that something? Isis, Tammuz, Queen of Heaven, wife of Ra. See, you have to understand, everywhere that we've gone, they have been creating idols based on our religion, or our heritage, rather. See, heritage becomes religion for them because the heritage was not extended to them. So they cobbled together what they could understand of our heritage that we've always been more than willing to impart because, to be quite frank, we've never had a strong ability to exclude the heathen from what the Most High God has given us. And that has led to our downfall. Right? That's why we were told, again, to kill all the Amorites that were in the land of Canaan. All the Canaanites who were present. We were told to eradicate them. And instead, we allowed them to live. And then, of course, they came up with their own religions and things of that nature that correspond to our prophecies in our book. Because you got to remember, Yahushua is prophesied of in Deuteronomy. He was prophesied of in Deuteronomy. See, and if you have the Most High God, and you have, say, if you're a heathen with a pagan deity who have, because they always have their gods being embroiled in romance and scandal and all these different things, and they appropriate the concept of our God and they include him in their scandalous pagan worship. That's why you always see this dichotomy of God, Queen, Mother of Heaven, and then the Holy Son that is born of their union, no matter how bizarre it might be. Right? And there's a reason why I went at length to say that, because it, like, the way Tammuz is born, there's mythos behind basically Ra being killed and her severing his phallus, for those of y'all who know what that is, and impregnating herself with the disembodied member to give birth to Tammuz, which is supposed to be the rebirth of Ra. Right. Oh shit! What's her name? Well, I'm looking at it, right? So Semiramis, but Ishtar, Ashtoreth, or Ashtoreth, and then Astarte. She goes by many names, appears in many different ways, because the heathen have had many different forms of her. Bast, Hathor, all these different goddesses, representative of the Queen of Heaven. man, who is Zeus's wife? Aphrodite? Or no, was that the other one? Hera. That's right, Hera. So you've got Zeus and Hera, and then who is 'cause I think in certain mythos, Hercules is a son of Hera. Nope. So you see the children that they were supposed to have had, right? But that's enough time to be spent on these pagan deities. You know what I'm saying? But I do want to take a moment to focus in on this. One thing that people don't know about Zeus is one of his names was Ethiops. See, one of the things I said earlier was that all of their pagan gods are based on us. And see, there you go. Yeah, the chief title of Zeus, greatest of the Greek gods, was Ethiops. That's one of his names. Ethiops meaning burnt face. That's why Ethiopians are called that. That's not their actual name or tribal name, as we know. They're the Cushites. But to be an Ethiopian means to be a person of burnt face, meaning very, very dark complected. They're basically, it's a pejorative, right? But let's see. I'm trying to get a site that kind of corresponds with this. Yeah, there it is. Bam. Well, but you see, other people are saying it as well, right? That's enough because I ain't gonna go into that. But our people have always been worshiping these pagan gods, and as a result, the Most High God has had to punish them for it, right? So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go to 2nd Ezra 5:46 through 54, because we've grown weak and small as a result of our repeated captivities and as a result of just waxing old in general. When I say waxing old, I'm talking about all of creation, right? When I found this in the Bible, it made perfect sense why, looking at my family, the men in my family typically are about 6 foot even, right? My dad is 5'10". I know when my grandfather was younger, he was probably a bit taller than my dad, so he was about 6 foot. And I'm sure the men before him probably were slightly taller, and so on and so forth, right? But my brother, being the eldest, and also being 10 pounds at birth, right? Because he had a full gestation period. But he's only about 5'8", 5'9". I was born about 7.5 months. One of the things they don't tell you is if your baby's born prematurely, he will be smaller in his, usually, right, in his physical composition. He'll be smaller in stature. All right. Where's my mouse? All right, cool. So they're saying they typically catch up, but I'm here to say I didn't do that, right? But I'm also my father's second son, right? With my brother being the first extension of his strength, which is usually the biggest and strongest. And that's also why the Most High often chooses the youngest to be the most eccentric, because he uses the weak things of the earth to confound the things that are mighty and grand, right? But so let's keep going. This is 2nd Ezra chapter 5:46. And he said unto me, ask the womb. Let me set the stage, because I know if I read this, someone's going to go, hey, what's he talking about? So this is Ezra, and Ezra is basically making supplication unto the Most High God, and he's fasting on behalf of Israel. And the Most High God sends an angel to him, right? I believe, is it Uriel? I believe he sends Uriel to Ezra, and he has visions. that the angel interprets for Esdras. So Esdras is asking this angel certain questions, and if it's within the angel's ability, and by ability I mean if he is permitted, he will answer certain questions for Esdras. So we're going to find out some very intricate and interesting information about how creation itself ages. Right? Now, you got to remember, as a result of all of our repeated captivities and creation aging, our captivities have grown more and more and more brutal, where we are buckling under the weight of all of these curses. That's why we need to be redeemed. Slack. Now she has some water. Hold on. Slack. Get some water quick. Ooh. Told y'all it's gonna be a long one, man. Let me see. I was make sure y'all can't see. Okay, cool. All right, man. When I got up, I was like, man, did I moon y'all? I hope not. Either way, this is 2nd Esdras 5:46, and he said unto me, ask the womb of a woman, and say unto her, if thou bringest forth children, why dost thou it not together, but one after another? Pray her therefore to bring forth 10 children at once. And I said, she cannot, but must do it by distance of time. Then said he unto me, even so have I given the womb of the earth, that those that be sown in it in their times. So Esdras was asking, hey, look, if we were meant to suffer so much, how come everybody can't just be born at once and we be done with it? Right? In other words, how come we can't just do all this suffering, get it all out the way, and bring in the kingdom of heaven where there's balance and happiness and paradise on earth? Why can't we just get it all over with? And the angel answered in a very eloquent way, right? By juxtaposing it with the womb of a woman who can only give birth once at a time. She might bring forth twins, triplets, octuplets, whatever the hell with this IVF shit going on. But even said with such abundance of the womb, it can't, the earth can't hold all of creation all at once. Just like a woman cannot hold all of creation all at once. She cannot hold the populace of a city in her womb, not even a small town. So why would the earth be expected to do likewise? See, that's how we teach one another. That's one of the reasons why Israelites find it very difficult to learn in this system. Because we learn by metaphor, by juxtaposing concepts and ideas, things we do understand versus things that are, they are intelligible, but they are not completely comprehended. Because with all that getting, you have to get understanding, and that juxtaposition helps with that, right? So we learn best this way. Hence why we have things like rap music, right? Where it's all metaphor. Metaphor and comparison. I'm so rich, I'm richer than X. I flex harder than X. I have more than X. I do it better than, I have more of than, you see what I'm saying? All comparative. Once upon a time, we sung about things that were more metaphorically expressive and less crass and materialistically oriented. But hey, you know what? Still same proficiencies of learning expressed, just dumber, I guess. I don't know. But either way, so moving on. Verse 49. For like as a young child may not bring forth the things that belong to the aged, even so have I disposed the world which I created. And I asked and said, seeing thou hast now given me the way, I will proceed to speak before thee. For one mother of whom thou hast told me that she is young, draweth now nigh unto age. He answered me and said, ask a woman that beareth children, and she shall tell thee. Say unto her, wherefore are not they whom thou hast now brought forth? Oof, damn. Say unto her, wherefore are not they whom thou hast now brought forth, like those that were before, but less of stature? So what he's saying is, ask this woman, why are those born of old stronger than those of today? Why were they bigger, stronger, faster, smarter, able to endure more affliction than the children of today? And she shall answer thee, that they that be born in the strength of youth are of one fashion, and they that are born in the time of age, when the womb faileth, are otherwise. So when the womb of a woman is young and vibrant, she can bring forth healthy, big, strong children. But when she begin to wax weak and old, her womb will bring forth those that have their strength compromised. They're less in stature. They might have afflictions upon being born because of deficiencies of development within the womb. See, this is how the womb of a woman is juxtaposed with creation itself. Consider thou therefore also how that ye are less of stature than those that were before you. So he said, look at yourself. Consider that you are less than your forefathers. And so are they that come after you less than ye. So I'm going to say it again. Verse 55, Salakia. And so are they that come after you less than ye. So he said, look, you're already less than your forefathers. And those who come after you are going to be weaker than you. As the creatures which now begin to be old and have passed over the strength of youth. Then said I, Lord, I beseech thee, if I have found favor in thy sight, show thy servant by whom thy visiteth. Well, that's all I need. So, so we see that because of creation waxing old, and it's not just waxing old without affliction of the inhabitants on the earth. Creation is being afflicted by the creatures that dwell in it, poisoning the air, poisoning the water, spreading all types of toxic chemicals everywhere, destroying all the plant life, destroying the microbiomes of the soil so it can't process waste. All of these things have transpired all over the earth. The earth is waxed old. Now when you get an apple, it fits in the palm of your hand. You have to get the GMO Franken apples that have less nutrients, that are bigger, that take up your whole hand. But once upon a time, if you went back a good 100 years, an apple in full ripeness might have required 2 hands to hold, like a small melon. 200-300 years ago, 400 or 500 years ago. Can you imagine the bounties that Gad, that Issachar, that Asher, Zebulun, Naphtali, they were enjoying in Mexico, South America, up on the plains of America, all these berries that you can find in wooded areas? Can you imagine mile tall redwoods and all types of trees that are a quarter a mile around? The forests that they show you in these animes where the characters are jumping from branch to branch, seemingly like they're flying. See, that's, again, they get all that imagery from the days of old because they lived up on the earth too. And they actually have better records of things than we do here in the Western society because the white man's identity is predicated on lying about the earth. So he's had to erase a lot of it and intentionally not keep a lot of the records, not to mention wherever the white man dwells, there is no abundance of life from the earth. It's part of his curse. That's that mark of Cain. The earth doesn't lend to him her strength. That's why everywhere the white man goes, he needs somebody else to come in and tend the fields and harvest his crops. And the crops are always on the cusp of failing. I noticed that everywhere they are, barely making do. So they're always importing from somewhere else to build up, storehouses and redundancy in their food stores. And even those fail because their storage techniques are not meant to be long-term because the food is not meant to be long-term. It's meant to return to the earth or be eaten. So that's one of the things that we often forget. You're supposed to have an abundance of food on your own land because you're doing what the Most High God tells you to do. And the Most High God is blessing you with abundance. You're not supposed to be trying to miserly keep everything and keep it from spoiling. So that's the way of Esau because he's not blessed with abundance. He's blessed with scarcity. So he employs the tactics of scarcity. Gather and hoard, steal from others. But back to the lesson, right? So we've gotten some information about why things are becoming less and less, worse and worse, right? And I can say this personally too. When I was a kid, and me and my wife talk about this all the time. One of the things that I miss the most just about living is being outside and smelling when night would start. You could smell it. It was like the plants began to exhale for the day. The heat of the day would fall down, and all the plants would just kind of breathe a sigh of relief, and you could smell it. And all the cicadas and the bugs, they would sing their song. The grasshoppers and crickets, all of them in sync. All the birds, you could hear them roosting in the trees, the rustling of the leaves, and not these well-pruned trees either. You could hear the dance of nature, and it played up on the wind, but that's gone because everything's dead. See, it's explained here in 2nd Ezra 5. And basically what? I read 46 all the way down. See, that's the type of wisdom that's in this book. That's why talking about the powers that are coming to the Israelites, this is something that I await with bated breath. But let's move on because we need to get this done. So we're going to go to 2nd Ezra 10 and 20 through 24. Because one of the ways that we've fallen from power is that we've been beaten down and lost. We've been delivered into the hands of God's enemies because we insisted on serving their gods. This is 2nd Ezra 10 and 20. Do not so, but be counseled by me. For how many are the adversities of Zion? Be comforted in regard of the sorrow of Jerusalem. For thou seest that our sanctuary is laid waste, our altar broken down, our temple destroyed, our psaltery is laid on the ground. Ooh, that's on the ground. Our song is to be silenced. Our rejoicing is at an end. The light of our candlestick is put out. The ark of our covenant is spoiled. Our holy things are defiled, and the name that is called upon us is almost profaned. So the name of Yasharallah is nearly profaned. We are put in such a low position. Our children are put to shame. Our priests are burnt. Our Levites are gone into captivity. The Levites are the keepers of the law, those who literally keep the law. They physically keep it. They bear it. They bear the tabernacle. That's where the term lawyer comes from. You know what I'm saying? They're literally the people who wield the law. The king has to check in with the high priest and receive marching orders from the high priest, who is a Levite. That's the type of authority that they have amongst the Israelites, because they are the ones who conduct the service of the tabernacle, the service in the presence of the Almighty in spirit. Right? But our Levites are gone into captivity. That's how low we fell, that even the inner layer of the array of the Israelites when they're around the tabernacle, that inner layer that's basically impenetrable because it's right on top of the Most High. It should be the most righteous of them all. It's gone into captivity. That's how low we are. They're in captivity along with us. Our virgins are defiled and our wives ravished. Our righteous men carried away, our little ones destroyed, our young men are brought in bondage, and our strong men are become weak. This is what has happened to us. See, that's why when our people say they don't believe in the Bible, I just scratch my head, because I'm like, how much lower do we have to be brought? How much lower do we have to be brought before we understand that this isn't going to stop or change until we repent? Verse 23, and which is the greatest of all? The seal of Zion hath now lost her honor, for she is delivered into the hands of them that hate us. What did Yahushua come to do according to Luke 1 and 68? He came to deliver us from the hand of our enemies and all them that hate us. And therefore shake off thy great heaviness, and put away the multitude of sorrows, that the mighty may be merciful unto thee again, and the highest shall give thee rest and ease from thy labor. So this is when Ezra was having a vision, and he was talking with a woman. He was comforting a woman who represented the nation of Israel. And she's travailing with all types of sorrows and problems because her children have gone into captivity. And he's lamenting the fall of this once great and prosperous nation. But the vision that comes afterward is Israel restored. And they copy that in anime too, right? The sudden outburst, outpouring of energy, and then the redemption and vision of a people. Taking it from right here. But moving on. So we see how low we've fallen. We have no honor. We're a byword and a proverb. We're in the hands of our enemies. Our strong men are weak and we're in bondage. I mean, look, all of this is what happened to us in slavery. All of it. Our wives being raped. Our young boys and girls being defiled by the heathen. Because you got to remember, these Edomite devils, they were able to live out their sickest fantasies on us at any age. And you know how they love children. Let's be real about it. That's why Jake walking around messed up today. Because although there's no remembrance of things past, that's etched into the very DNA of these faulty bodies. That's why the Most High God got to clean us up. And he promised to do just that. Because he ain't got to do nothing, but he promised to do it. But in order to preserve us and to make us whole, we got to be cleaned up. Because this whole earth is defiled. Right? At what time have we ever conducted the rites and rituals that are described in the book of Leviticus to cleanse the areas where the dead have fallen, where people have touched things after touching dead bodies or engaging in sexual acts, being unclean? When have we cleansed any of these areas? Because they become perpetually unclean if they are not cleansed. How do you cleanse the blood of hundreds of millions of people shed upon a land? Well, by the blood of them that shed it, according to Numbers 35:33, right? But how often are we going to be able to do just that? And I'm just going to bring it up. I'm not going to read this because it's not part of my lesson, right? But you can pause the video if you really want to read it. Bam. Right? So all these things have happened to us, and we've fallen a great way. But we're going to go ahead and drop on over to Lamentations 5:1. Man, yeah, we're going to read that whole thing. We said we're going to do it. We're going to do 5:1-18. So let's get it. I ain't got nothing else better to do because I'm not tired. So, but either way, this is Lamentations 5:1. All praises. O Lord, remember, O Lord, what has come upon us. Consider and behold our reproach. Our inheritance is turned to strangers, our houses to aliens. We are orphans and fatherless. Our mothers are as widows. We are drunken our water for money, or we have drunken our water for money. Our wood is sold unto us. Is that not happening now? We go to our enemies in one of all things. Here in America, we can't even buy land. You can buy the land on the top of it. You could build a structure on top of it, but you don't own the land. You can lease it, but you don't own it. You cannot just give it to your children and not have to pay tribute on it. So we are literally drinking our water for money, and wood and natural resources are sold unto us. Our children are fatherless because the curses are kicking our ass. And we're dying out here too because our lives hang in doubt day and night. And our mothers are as widows because the man ain't there either way, whether he's dead or alive. So she's as a widow. And some of these women are choosing to be as widows because they run in with the kid, punishing the father. A lot of men out here are willing fathers. They just, for whatever reason, they can't get along with their lady. So their lady is just running out. Right? And we know the land of Israel is being inherited by our enemies right now. Our houses to aliens. Our inheritance is turned to strangers. Those who say they are Jews and are not. Revelations 2:9 and 3:9. All right. Our necks are under persecution. We labor and have no rest. We have given the hand to the Egyptians and to the Assyrians to be satisfied with bread. Our fathers have sinned and are not, and we have borne their iniquities. That's why we're in this predicament. We're bearing the iniquities of our forefathers. Servants have ruled over us. That is none that doth deliver us out of their hand. Isn't that part of the curses? That we would be sold unto our enemies and no man would redeem us. No one would deliver us out of the hands of our captors. Verse 9, we got our bread with the peril of our lives because of the sword of the wilderness. Our skin was black like an oven because of the terrible famine. That's how you know the real Jews are black, by the way, right? Because Lamentations is written by Jeremiah. Jeremiah was Judite. He was in the southern kingdom when it was still basically, when it was basically going into captivity, right? Before they went and then after they went as well. They ravished the women of Zion, or women in Zion, and the maids in the cities of Judah. I'm going to go back to verse 10 because I skipped it. Our skin was black like an oven because of the terrible famine. Again, this is how you know they were black. Princes are hanged up by their hand. The faces of elders were not honored. Now we know our princes were not just hanged by their hands, but hanged about by their necks. The faces of elders were not honored. To live, to be an elder in such an environment where being honorable was a death sentence, your elders were no longer to be honored. How can you honor a coon? How can you honor a man who bowed his head all of his days? There's no honor in that. They took the young men to grind, and the children fell under the wood. The elders have ceased from the gate, the young men from their music. So we were literally like being worked to death. And the elders have ceased from the gate. We had no leadership. Because if you don't have honorable people who are willing to lay their lives down for their own and live a life of servitude for their own, because that's what a king is supposed to be. A king is supposed to be a servant unto his own people and all of the authority on down. If they've ceased from the gate and you have nothing but those who are willing to compromise with your enemies, your oppressors, then you have no gate. You have no leadership. The young men from their music. The joy of our heart has ceased. Our dance is turned into mourning. I can't think of a better music for mourning than trap music. You literally rapping about killing folks and attending funerals. Shit is fucking crazy. There are people love this style of music, this death style. But look here, nothing new. Nothing new under the sun. The crown is fallen from our head. Woe unto us that we have sinned. For this our heart is faint. For these things our eyes are dim. Because we have fallen so far out of power, we can't even see a road back to any type of prominence. Try discussing the concept of sovereignty and providence to an Israelite today. It's such a foreign topic that they can't even engage in the topic at all. They can't. It's so foreign and unspoken of. They think being a king is the crown and the jewels, but they forget about the authority and the rulership that come along with it. They forget about the notion of being sovereign and an autonomous power capable of making their own choices. See, that's what they don't have because all of their choices are made for them. That's why the kings here wear chains. See, that's something that a lot of people don't understand. That's why they always deck out the so-called mightiest of us in chains. Now, the Most High God placed a chain around our neck. He imbued our teeth with rows of jewels. Right? That's one of the reasons why we know these Israelites in this Bible are us. Right? Song of Solomon 1:10. Thy cheeks are comely with rolls of jewels, thy neck with chains of gold. See, these jewels were placed upon us by the Most High God. He gave us the opulence in order to live such a lavish life. But in order to have chains placed upon your neck by your adversaries, you have to live life on their terms. You have to serve their God to be rewarded. You have to mislead your people. Right? That's why in verse 14 it says, the elders have ceased from the gate. Your elders are not always simply older than you. Sometimes your elders are those who are just mightier and greater than you in respect to a certain topic or, economic status in society. They can be counted as your elders, your superiors. Right? But in order to rise above others here, you have to be compromised because they're the ones in charge. They're the ones in power. They're setting policy. This is Lamentations 5:17. For this our heart is faint. For these things our eyes are dim. Because of the mountain of Zion, which is desolate, the foxes walk upon it. Thou, O Lord, remainest forever, thy throne from generation to generation. Wherefore dost thou forget us forever and forsake us so long time? See, because time to the Most High God, one day is 1,000 years. The Most High God is looking upon us like it's only been about 2 days, 3 days. They still acting up? Okay. Well, it's about time I go get them. So that third and one, elect the 144,000. Yep, they should be about sealed right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and start marshaling everything. I'm about to give you Hawashai the order. But see, we don't know that. We only know according to the scriptures of the Bible and the prophecies in the Bible. That's the only reason why the prophets can go out and tell you that the time of redemption is not. But to our people, that metaphor I just described is essentially the world that the Most High God is perceiving, that 2/3 world that is looking upon things and just going, man, this shit's gonna last forever. They're in disbelief, like Jeremiah is here in verse 20, 19 and 20, where he's acknowledging the eternal presence of the Most High God and his throne and rulership lasting forever. And then he's asking, why have you forsaken us so long? Were we that bad? But to the Most High God, it's only been about 3 days. See? And the Most High God didn't even cast us completely away, because though he turned his face from us, we're the apple of his eye. Without him, we couldn't have got through slavery. Without him, pulling back his sword when it was going far enough, we would have been completely, consumed by Esau, consumed by Ham, consumed by Elam, Ishmael, Moab, Ammon. You got the Silk Road slave trade, the Sub-Saharan slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, and all types of smaller slave trades that splintered within the major ones. Most High God been there for all of it. That's why, in the end, he's going to count it all up and render unto the heathen double. See, he didn't take his hand off of you. He took his favor off you, though. But, verse 21, turn thou us unto thee, O Lord, and we shall be turned. Renew our days as of old. So he's asking the Most High God to renew us in turning us back unto him and allowing us to repent, because he knows that he guides the steps of the Israelites. The Most High God guides the steps of all men. The way of man is not in and of himself, as it says in Proverbs 20. I'll just go here, don't matter. Man, that's how I know I'm tired, man. It's 4 in the morning. But we're going to keep going because I said I was going to finish this. So, am I on 20? Okay. This is Proverbs 20 and 24. Man's goings are of the Lord. How can a man then understand his own way? Where is it? There it is. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, Jeremiah 10. Okay, cool. This is Jeremiah 10 and 23. Right? O Lord, I know that the way of man is not in himself. It is not in man that walketh to direct his steps. So Jeremiah is, again, he's expressing that he knows the Most High God, he determines everything we do. So us going off, the Most High God wrote that in the script too. So Jeremiah is like, yo, like, man, can you allow us to repent so you can like ease off of us? But thou hast utterly rejected us. Thou art very wroth with us. But he acknowledges, like, man, the way it seems with all these brutal punishments and afflictions, man, you're angry, man. Like you've cast us away. That's what it feels like for us. That's why when all these fake ass Christians, especially these heathen, talk about, oh man, to be separated from God, and it's all melodramatic and corny and cliche. It's just like, bro, you don't understand what it means to be separated from the Most High God in His favor. What that means to fall into the hands of your enemies. You don't know what that means, but you will, though. One day you will. But let's go ahead and keep going, right? This is we're going to go to Malachi 3:16 through 18. Right, and to those of y'all who watch this, just eat this like a sandwich, right? You ain't got to watch it all at once. Come back to it. You know, I like to be redundant in my lessons. I think of myself as a novice teacher, to be honest. I like to be redundant. And being redundant means going on at length about a certain topic. So eat it like a sandwich, right? Think of it like I don't know, like if you're in the truth and you find yourself being alone, you don't have any camaraderie. Think of it as hanging out with a brother who's just talking about the scriptures, right? But either way, so we're going to hit up Malachi 3:16 through 18. This is Malachi 3:16. Then they that feared Yahweh spake often one to another, and the Most High God hearkened and heard it, and a book of remembrance was written before him for them that feared Yahweh, and that thought upon his name. So those who are keeping the commandments, the Most High God is making inquisition of those people. He's inquiring of them. He's checking in to see, okay, have they repented? Oh, cool. All right, I see these have repented. Cool, right? So he knows who is coming back to keep the commandments, who's putting forth their best effort, because there's going to come a day where he's going to come get us, right? Verse 17, and they shall be mine, saith Yahweh of hosts, in that day when I make up my jewels, and I will spare them as a man spareth his son, or his own son that serveth him. So the Most High God is literally saying, hey, look, man, I'm taking stock of y'all, because one of these days I'm going to come and gather y'all. And look at the way we're described. We're described as precious jewels to the Most High God. That's how he describes the Israelites, those who are righteous and keep his laws. And they shall be mine, saith Yahweh of armies, in that day when I make up my jewels, when I gather my children, when I take in the righteous of the elect. And according to Amos 9, the least grain shall not fall upon the earth. So even you wicked ass niggas out there going to get saved. You're going to be reborn in the kingdom. You ain't going to be able to enjoy the millennial reign, but you're going to be there. Most High God going to keep his promise that he made to Abraham. Why? Because he's not a man that he should lie. Most High God is good, man. He really is. But I will spare them as a man spareth his own son that serveth him. Then shall you return and discern between the righteous and the wicked, between him that serveth God and him that serveth him not. So in that day, you're going to be capable of righteous judgment. That's what that means. Because in that day, we're going to be under the new covenant. You're going to have the law in your inward parts. You're going to be making judgments on the nations, because the heathen going to have to serve God in that day. They ain't going to just be working and in slavery and then able to go back to their slave quarters and worship their idol in their little cabin. No. We ain't doing that. Ain't no idols. The one true God is going to be ruling all over the earth. And at that point, all heathen are going to be worshiping the Most High God to the extent that they're permitted. Because everybody's not permitted to do certain things, like the children of Lot, Ammon and Moab. They can't come to the congregation. So they can't attend certain, how can I say this? Holidays where we have to congregate. They can't attend. They got to give their sacrifices to somebody else to bring on their behalf. Because Most High God don't even want them at the temple, because they're mammons, right? They're incest babies. That might be, that might be outrageous to some of y'all who think God should love everybody, but you know what? The Most High God is racist, and yeah, he prejudiced too. He do what he want to do. He created them a certain way. You don't take your toilet in the living room, do you? After you use it. But the Bible says Moab is my wash pot. Psalm 68, and we're going to bring that up in the blue letter, right? Because I'm going to look up wash pot. Pardon the sleep sounds in the background. Yeah, because I'm supposed to be really asleep, but you know, we doing the work right now. Yes, yeah, okay, cool. Bang on. So we've got Psalm 60:8. Moab is my wash pot, and over Edom will I cast my shoe. Philistia, triumph, thou because of me. So Moab is described as a wash pot. Right? What do you do with a wash pot? Strong's G H5518. Sir, our seer. Now I'm actually I want to see what Sierra is. Mount Sierra. That's spelled right. I just want to juxtapose the meanings of both. Yeah, it's different. Hairy, shaggy. Okay, cool. Land of the Edomites. But pot for a holding utensil, pot of temple, and then you know thorn, all that. But hold on. So pot of washing, or pot of my washing, or a basin, my wash pot. Contemptuously said, for I will use it as the meanest vessel. All right. So basically, this is a basin where you would cast off filth, right? Because it's juxtaposed with Edom, where he would put his shoes, right? When you come in from traveling, especially if it's wet, it's been raining, your shoes are filthy. You might have stepped in, like in that day, you know, they might have stepped in some animal feces. Who knows? You know, there's unclean things upon the ground. That's why you wear shoes outside, right? You might have you know gum on the bottom of your shoes. Somebody spittled, you know, and as a result, you know, Edom is juxtaposed to a shoe, and Moab to a wash pot. And when we see how Moab lives today, it's quite disgusting. They eat spiders raw. You know, they eat all types of what are they? Cephalopods like squids and octopus raw. They eat all types of like you know just wildlife and sea life alike raw. Eating bats raw, pigs raw. Shit is disgusting, but that's who they are. You know, wash pot. So we see here that you know the Most High God is going to, you know, have us being capable of righteous judgment in this day, and we're gonna be judging the earth when He spares us and He raises us up. So, you know, we're seeing the redemption that's promised to the Israelites being extended, right? Under the auspice that we repent and turn back to the Most High God, and He find us doing so. That's why Yahushua said, "Blessed is the servant that is found watching and working when the Master returns." That's why He said, "Watch, because you don't know when I'm coming back. You don't know." And if I knew, I would tell you, but I don't know either. So when I come back, I'm just gonna pull up, and when I pull up, it's too late. That's what we try to tell our people too, because when Yahushua pull up, it's gonna be quick, man. It's gonna be after a lot of turmoil too. He gonna pull up fast to the point where you're gonna be like, "Yo, this nigga could have been here 10 years ago, 20, 100 years ago, just like that. Could have been here." But the thing is, he gotta wait. But let's go to Ezekiel 39 and 21. We're gonna read to 29. Oh, 39. I was about to say, man, that is not long enough. This is Ezekiel 39 and 21. And I will set my glory among the heathen, and all the glory shall see my judgment that I have executed, and my hand that I have laid upon them. Now, a lot of the heathen, what they'll do is they'll go, see, the Most High God is going to set his glory amongst us. So that means he loves us, right? Because they assume the glory of the Lord is always something that's beneficent and a blessing unto a nation. But was not the Ark of the Covenant a form of glory of the Lord? And when in the possession of the Hamites, the Philistines, right? When in their possession, it was a source of all types of misery and woe, though it was a glory when set amongst the Israelites. See, people don't think about stuff like that. That's why a lot of the doctrine that goes out confuses even some of our people, because they don't understand that we are the glory of the Lord. He's going to set his glory upon us in the day of judgment. Man, I forget how it's phrased. No, actually, nah, because I would spoil part of my lesson. Hold on, let me see. Can I get away with that? Nope. You know what? We shall be as he is. We'll go with that because I don't want to spoil my lesson. This is 1 John 3 and 2. Actually, no, we're going to start at 1. Behold, what manner of love the Father hath bestowed upon us, that we should be called the sons of God. Therefore the world knoweth us not, because it knew him not. Believed, are beloved. Now are we the sons of God, and it doth not yet appear what we shall be. But we know that when he shall appear, when we shall be like him, when Yahushua appears, we're going to be like him. We're going to be changed. See, the righteous are going to be redeemed in a second. You got to remember, the day of vengeance is in his heart. He wants to save his people, but he has to receive the green light from the Father. That's how it works. There's a time and a season for everything, an order for everything. And Yahushua is a man of order. But when he does pull up, he's going to be fixing problems real fast on a big scale. You talking about all men being raised from the dust to endure their judgment all at once. And he's going to conduct judgment on the whole earth. And he's going to raise up his elect and preserve them all at the same time. So when he appears, we shall be as he is in glory, right? And every man that hath this hope in him purifieth himself, even as he is pure. So everyone who hopes for this day to be found worthy to be as he is in that day, they purify themselves, meaning they don't defile their flesh as often or at all if they can help it. They don't engage in sin. They don't willfully eat food sacrificed unto idols if they can help it, if at all. You should be willing to do these things unto death. Now, I'm not saying anybody's going to be perfect, but striving for this purity, you should be trying to live as he did, meaning you should be keeping the commandments. This is a cut to those who say the law is done away with. Well, even if the law is done away with, if you hope to be as he is, guess what? You need to actually do the things that will count you pure, like he was pure. See, a Christian can speak metaphors and dumb shit, and you can speak metaphors and informed shit. It's different, but in the same vein. But you have scripture to back you up. Now, to those of you who are still watching and new to teaching, I gave y'all a dirty-handed trick that you can throw in the face of Christians. Now, somebody who is more scholarly in the scriptures, that won't faze them because that's rhetoric. But it's still scripturally bound, so it's like a snowball with a rock in it. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, so where are we in the notes? And it's 4:16. Oh my God. Now I'm tired. But we ain't done yet, so let's go back to Ezekiel. Right. So we know that glory that's being set amongst the heathen, those are the Israelites. Right. We know that for certain. All right. This is Ezekiel 39:21. And I will set my glory among the heathen, and all the heathen shall see my judgment that I have executed, and my hand that I have laid upon them. So the house of Israel shall know that I am Yahweh their power from that day forward. So in that day, that's when we're going to know this is our God and we riding with him forever. That's it. That's the union. That's the marriage that's described in Revelations 21 made real. All the heathen shall know that the house of Israel went into captivity for their iniquity, because they trespassed against me. Therefore hid I my face from them, and gave them into the hand of their enemies. So fell they all by the sword. According to their uncleanness and according to their transgressions have I done unto them, and hid my face from them. So the Most High God, according to our uncleanness, he's hidden his face from us. Now, what type of uncleanness would cause the Most High God to turn away from us and not regard us when we're in a time of trouble? Where can we find that in the Bible? Well, let's go to Judges 10. This is actually one of my favorite scriptures to pull. I considered it milk, but I'll be honest, I'm surprised that a lot of brothers don't pull this. And we should, because it lets us know that whenever we turn onto an idol, the Most High God, he's a jealous God. And like any jealous lover, he's going to go, okay, well, when you in trouble, cry out to them. Cry out to the lover that you turned to in favor of me when I made you. Right? This is Judges 10:13. Yet ye have forsaken me and served other gods. Actually, we're going to start at 11. This is Judges 10:11. And the Lord said unto the children of Israel, did not I deliver you from the Egyptians and from the Amorites, from the children of Ammon and from the Philistines, the Zidonians also, and the Amalekites and the Maonites did oppress you, and ye cried to me, and I delivered you out of their hands. So the Most High is saying, hey, look, whenever you were in the presence of your enemies and they got the upper hand and they were spoiling you, and you called upon me, when they were about to siege your gates, and you called out and cried out to me, despite you going off, I still was there for you. I still gave you strength. I still preserved your lives. And you maintained your sovereignty in the face of your enemies, and you dominated them. I did that for you. But you still forsook me. The Zidonians also, and the Amalekites and the Maonites did oppress you, and ye did cry to me, and I delivered you out of their hand. Yet ye have forsaken me and served other gods, wherefore I will deliver you no more. Go and cry unto the gods which ye have chosen. Let them deliver you in the time of your tribulation. So the Most High God said, all right, then, you can't act right. You love them so goddamn much. You love that God of the nation that you crushed more than me, the living God. Okay, cool. So when I raise them motherfuckers up and bring them back over here, don't cry out to me. We're not on speaking terms anymore. But the Most High didn't let him destroy us. But he didn't give us his favor. I think that's Judith. Ooh, I bit my tongue. Oof. I have a mouth guard in, by the way, so it's hard to speak. Yeah, I should probably explain that. Because I notice my reading is not as fluid when I'm casually reading. But I'm testing a new tooth treatment with ultrasound. It's actually an older science that a dentist from India brought out, but he lives in Canada with ultrasonics, and you can potentially restore a tooth from the root on up. Pretty interesting stuff. You could just look up ultrasonic tooth regrowth, and that'll lead you on the right path. But either way, back to the lesson. This is Judith 5:18. But when they departed from the way which he appointed them, they were destroyed in many battles very sore, and were led captives into a land that was not theirs. And the temple of their God was cast to the ground, and their cities were taken by the enemies. So when we departed from the ways of the Most High God, we are literally destroyed in every battle that we engage in. And our enemies know that. Read Judith chapter 5, and it'll show you our enemies are well aware that when we're not keeping the commandments, they get to rule over us. But that's why the Most High God said, look, if you won't serve me, cry out to those idols that you so fervently love when you need me. Just remember, have that same energy in the day of your calamity. He's just like a jealous lover. But if the Most High God loves us more than we love ourselves, why don't we expect him to get jealous when we choose another God over him? That's madness, especially when he created us to be his chosen. He set his respect and his love upon us. Exodus 2:25. He had respect unto the children of Israel. The only nation on the planet he looked upon and said, and he regarded them. And he liked them. He loved them enough to preserve them, shield them, and lead them about the earth by the hand, literally. He hasn't done that for anyone else. That's why it's constantly restated in the Bible, right? But moving on. All right, what we got? Oh, that wasn't even part of the lesson. Sorry. Yeah, that's the spirit. I'm sorry. Just, man. So we are on Ezekiel. Yeah, we're going to 29. Cool. So this is Ezekiel 39 and verse 26. Actually, you know what? Verse 25. Because that's where we stop. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh, now will I bring again the captivity of Jacob, and have mercy upon the whole house of Israel, and will be jealous for my holy name. After that, they have borne their shame and all their trespasses whereby they have trespassed against me, when they dwelt safely in their land, and none made them afraid. When I have brought them again from the people, and gathered them out of their enemies' lands, and am sanctified in them in the sight of many nations, then shall they know that I am the Lord their God, which caused them to be led into captivity among the heathen, but I have gathered them unto their own land, and have left none of them any more there. So all of us are going to be preserved, dead and alive. Because those who are dead will be born back into the kingdom after the 1,000-year period of the millennial reign of Yahushua, or at least the first 1,000 years, where we hold the heathen in captivity, right? Because the reign of Yahushua will be never ending. And then after that, the heathen go back home and the Edomites get destroyed. See, the children born are going to hear about the Edomites like a boogeyman in the closet. You're going to be telling horror stories to your kids before they go to sleep of a horrible, crusty-ass white man who didn't know how to bathe himself and had a penchant for pederasty. See, I'm trying to clean it up. See, like, because whoever knows what pederasty is, they know like that's that Jeffrey Epstein energy, right? So you're gonna be telling your kids about this, and they're not gonna believe it because it's gonna be so far-fetched in the kingdom of heaven, where uncleanness is no longer a common occurrence upon the earth, where there is no such thing as a miscarriage of justice, because righteous judgment will pervade the entire earth. All right. So the Most High God, is going to preserve his people. That's the redemption that's coming to the Israelites, right? But let's keep going. So we're going to go to Isaiah 44 and 21 through 26. And while I'm pulling this up, I just want to make the comment, whenever you're doing the work, especially when you first start preaching, if you go out by yourself, and I think I might actually do a little bit more commentary on what it's like to go out by yourself, because I know there's a lot of brothers who are on the fence about doing the work in small numbers because you feel unsafe. And you're right to feel that way. You certainly are, because it's a very precarious time to do the work in. But don't be dismayed, because the Most High God is with you. If you do this work in spirit and in truth, he will be with you. I can say that with absolute conviction. The Most High God was always with me and always is with me when I go and do the work. But this is Isaiah 41:26. Who hath declared from the beginning, that we may know, and before time, that we may say he is righteous? Yea, there is none that showeth. Yea, there is none that declareth. Yea, there is none that heareth your words. The first shall say to Zion, behold, behold them. And I will give to Jerusalem one that bringeth good tidings. For I beheld, and there was no man, even among them, and there was no counselor, that when I asked of them could answer a word. Behold, they are all vanity. Their works are nothing. Their molten images are wind and confusion. Wait, hold on. Is this what I'm trying to bring out? No, that's not what I need at all. Hold up. 44. Yeah, I'm tripping. I was like, damn, it sounds good, but it ain't what I need. It's a lot here. This is Isaiah 44:21. Remember thee, O Jacob and Israel, for thou art my servant. I have formed thee. Thou art my servant, O Israel. Thou shalt not be forgotten of me. So the Most High God is constantly through his servants making the declaration, I'm not going to forget you. I'm angry, but I haven't forgotten. Yeah, you're going to serve your penance. See, and that's the thing that Jake don't understand, because when you read in the book of Baruch, chapter 4, the Most High God declares through Baruch that he sent us away with weeping. It broke his heart to do to us what we had to go through to put us in slavery. I'm sure every time we go back into the spirit realm and the Most High God has to render justice and judgment upon us, after he gives that judgment, he puts a little extra love in cleaning us up. Because I know that's what I would do to my child, my son. Yeah, I had to do that to you. Yeah, I know it hurts. But hey, I love him. You know what I'm saying? That type of energy. And the Most High God is like that to his children. So the Most High God didn't do this basically to break us. He did it to correct us in measure. Right? But let's keep going. I have blotted out as thick a cloud, or as a thick cloud, thy transgressions, and as a cloud thy sins. Return unto me, for I have redeemed thee. Sing, O ye heavens, for Yahweh hath done it. Shout, ye lower parts of the earth. Break forth into singing, ye mountains, O forest, and every tree therein. For Yahweh hath redeemed Jacob, and glorified himself in Israel. So all of the earth is going to rejoice when the Israelites are redeemed, because the Most High God is going to bless the entire earth through his children. See, righteous governance will make this earth a paradise. And it's going to be the earth in her full strength. This world is about to be a fantasy land in terms of all the creativity and expression. We can't even begin to imagine the kingdom of heaven, much less our influence on such an environment, being symbiotic. But that's the kingdom of heaven that we're going to see rise literally from this desolate earth that's going to be cleansed by fire. Because it's got to get cleaned up first. But verse 24. Actually, nope. You know what? Yeah, we'll go to 24 because that's where we stop. Thus saith the Lord, thus saith Yahweh thy Redeemer, and he that formed thee from the womb. I am the Lord that maketh all things, that stretcheth forth the heavens alone, that spreadeth abroad the earth by myself, that frustrateth the tokens of the liars, and maketh diviners mad, that turneth wise men backward, and maketh their knowledge foolish, that confirmeth the word of his servant, and performeth the counsel of his messengers, that saith to Jerusalem, thou shalt be inhabited, and to the cities of Judah ye shall be built, and I will raise up the decayed places thereof, that saith to the deep, be dry, and I will dry up thy rivers, that saith of Cyrus, he is my shepherd, and shall perform all my pleasure, even saying to Jerusalem, man, I'm tired, I can't even talk, but damn, we gonna keep going. Even saying to Jerusalem, thou shalt be built, and to the temple, thy foundation shall be laid. So now you'll have an argument from some heathen talking about, see, Cyrus, if he's a heathen, he's a Persian, because he was actually a king of Persia, right? The Medo-Persian Empire. For him to be called a shepherd amongst the Israelites means he's got to be one of God's chosen. He's as high up there as an Israelite. Not understanding that the Most High God literally was chosen just to lead the Israelites. That doesn't make him an actual child of God. That just makes him a ruler over the children of God. That's why when it was time for the Persians to fall out of power, the Most High God threw them down in the dust, just like he did the Cushites, being the rulers of, the Babylonians before they got taken down by the Medo-Persians. The Most High God raises up these kingdoms and throws them down in the dust according to his whims and his designs. So you have to understand that when heathen come with that argument. And going to, I believe Isaiah 10 is an excellent way to defend against that, because it exercises the context or the contextual understanding that the king of Assyria was the rod and staff of the Most High God's anger and his wrath. It illustrates that, so it cuts this if somebody tries to say that a heathen is equal to an Israelite. And then it goes on to say how they're ultimately going to be undone because of what they've done to God's children. So, but anyway, that's an aside, just a little teaching tip. But either way, keep going. So we're going to go to Amos 9:8 through 15. Because the Lord has promised to redeem and relocate us back home, right? So let's go ahead and get this pulled up. Yeah, I just had to remember it. Oh. Actually, hold on. That's all I want. Okay. Either way, this is Amos 9:8. Behold, the eyes of Yahweh are upon the sinful kingdom, and I will destroy it from off the face of the earth, saving that I will not utterly destroy the house of Jacob, saith Yahweh. So out of all the nations on the planet, the only nation that's going to maintain any semblance of sovereignty is going to be the Israelites. See, we have to understand the captivity that the heathen are going into are the conditions of Deuteronomy 28, the curses of verses 15 all the way to 68. They're going into the same curses that we went into, where your literal sovereignty is gone according to the law of God. And they're going to serve with rigor for 1,000 years. Now, is there going to be a process of easing? Of course, because we have enjoyed a process of easing, right? Here I'm talking on a computer. I am recording a lesson for my people to dispense the word of God. The Most High God has afforded us a bit of leeway in captivity. So that will happen for them. But the first probably 600, 700 centuries is going to be pretty bad. It's going to be rough. It's going to be really, really rough. Because it's been really, really rough for us for a long time. So it's going to be a lot of things we got to pay back. We're not going to be having children either. See, for 1,000 years, the unrighteous are not going to be there. So there's going to be a lot of judgment that has to be exponentially meted out to the nations as they propagate and build their numbers in slavery. See, I'm thinking of the management. You know what I'm saying? But as a result, you're going to have a lot of punishment going out in the first 1,000 years, exponentially more. But then it's going to curb off because they're going to get better at keeping the laws, and they're going to see the tangible benefits of keeping the law. See, the Bible says it's a righteous thing to make the sides of a wicked servant to bleed. You're not supposed to beat a righteous servant. So as they become more righteous and capable of keeping the laws according to what they're permitted to keep, and they work better for you and produce better, hey, you can show a modicum of mercy. grant more rights, especially if it serves to enrich your estate. See? But going on. Right? But the Most High God is not going to destroy us, and he's going to sift all the nations and relocate us back home. The reason why I keep looking around, I keep forgetting it's that camp. But verse 9, for lo, I will command, and I will sift the house of Israel among all nations, like as corn is sifted in a sieve. Yet shall not the least grain fall upon the earth. All the sinners of my people shall die by the sword, which say, the evil shall not overtake nor prevent us. So, how can you reconcile verses 9 and 10 where it says, the least grain shall not fall upon the earth? So the greatest to the smallest, the greatest of the commandment keepers to the most wicked of the Israelites who keep no commandments and actively break them. All of them shall be saved. Well, how can you reconcile that with verse 10 where it says the wicked of the Most High God's people shall die by the sword? How do you reconcile the two and join them? Well, that's because of regeneration, right? That's why I keep saying they're going to be reborn in the kingdom. And that's because literally after that 1,000-year period, they will be conceived into the kingdom as our children. See, it's going to be a very momentous thing to live that 1,000 years with Yahushua. It's going to be a great time. But eventually the wicked shall be reborn. And that's that least grain not falling upon the earth. All praises to the Most High. Right. In that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen, and close up the breaches thereof. And I will raise up his ruins, and I will build it as in the days of old, that they may possess the remnant of Edom and of all the heathen. So it's not just the white man, it's all the heathen. So I want to ask this question, right? When has this ever happened? When have the Israelites taken all the heathen nations into captivity all at once? That has never happened. So this is a prophecy that has to come to pass. And if Yahushua is coming to establish his kingdom, and that is when all this is going to happen, the tabernacle of David being raised up, then how are they going to be saved too? To anybody who wants to extend salvation to the heathen, with this being in place, how do they get salvation? When this is all in store for the Most High God's elect. This is all going to be done by the power of the Most High God given unto the elect to possess the remnant of the heathen, seeing that the Edomites have all types of technology at their disposal and seemingly endless munitions at their disposal. And we're going to make them all as nothing. That's according to the lesson. See, going back to that, right? But, you know, we see that we're going to spoil all these nations simultaneously. And then they're going to basically turn around and serve the Lord. But verse 12, that they may possess the remnant of Edom and of all the heathen, which are called by my name, saith the Lord that doeth this. Behold, the days come, saith Yahweh, that the plowman shall overtake the reaper, and the treader of grapes him that soweth seed. And the mountains shall drop sweet wine, and all the hills shall melt. Where am I going to? To 15, cool. And I will bring again the captivity of my people Israel, and they shall build the waste cities and inhabit them, and they shall plant vineyards and drink the wine thereof. They shall also make gardens and eat the fruit of them. So we're going to get our land back. It's going to be bountiful because we're going to plant vineyards and drink the wine thereof. Do you know what a legendary gift it is? An undescribable luxury it must be to own your own vineyard for private use only, where you can take special care of that earth season after season, tending to a grapevine that might be, you know, the vine itself could be hundreds of years old. See, they always tell you the lives of plants are short, but a lot of times their short lives correspond with the quality of soil they're in, especially vines and fruit-producing plants. But if you have very rich and fertile soil, plants can only get better with each successive season, especially when you're talking about the generations of land Sabbaths every 7 years. On the 7th year, having a land Sabbath where the land gets to recharge and the plants get better at producing fruit of better flavor, better quality. Like in the kingdom, we're going to own our own vineyards. We're going to do according to the will of the Most High God, and the earth is going to be in her full strength. What we read in Second Ezra 5, talking about the earth being in a feeble state due to waxing old and enduring all types of hardship and affliction. We're going to see the earth restored, and we're going to enjoy the bounty of it. The Most High God is promising this to his elect. It's not just the power, it's not just the authority, but it's the luxury and the opulence too. We're going to live like kings. See, a lot of us forget what it's like to be a member of a royal house. See, that's why the illusion of seeing the one with the crown and everybody aspiring to rule. But what is it to serve in a royal house, to be of the noble blood and participate in ruling by committee, by family? We're going to see that in its full strength. It's going to be a good time. But moving on. Verse 14, and I will bring again the captivity of my people, Israel, and they shall build the waste cities and inhabit them, and they shall plant vineyards and drink the wine thereof, and they shall also make gardens and eat the fruit of them. And I will plant them upon their land. So we're going to be taken back home. See, again, this is another declaration that the real Israelites shouldn't be in the land until the very end, because the Lord's got to put them back. So who are those people over there today? Who are they? They shouldn't be over there if they're the real Israelites. And I will plant them upon their land, and they shall no more be pulled up out of their land which I have given them, saith Yahweh thy God. So the Most High God is promising, hey, after he puts us back in the land, we're going to be there forever. We're not going to go off and get tossed out of the land again. There's not going to be any more idols to be seduced by, to have us become ineligible to remain in the land and dwell there. We're not going to sacrifice our children to other gods. The law will be put in our inward parts, and we will be made perfect. It's going to be a good time, right? But we're going to go to Revelations 11 and 8 through 12. All right. Do I have that on here? I don't. I need to have that first, though. So we're going to go to Revelations 11. 8. Oh, man, I wanted to give this as a street lesson too, man. This would have taken at least 7 hours. Man, I laugh because I think I did a 7-hour camp, and this is just a small aside, just to take a break. But I remember I did a 7-hour camp one night, and because I had this like crazy long lesson. I'm not even sure why I wrote it that long. But I made the determination, and I was like, yo, I'm finishing this lesson. I don't give a fuck how many people come up. I'm going to do the work, and I'm going to finish this lesson. So I'm basically out at like 2 a.m. that night. And I remember, and I think she was probably confusion of face, but I don't know why this young woman was walking around by herself, like very, very strange. But it was like a mousy little Edomite with glasses on. And she basically had headphones in, completely unaware, just walking around being stupid. But I think she was like an art student or something, so she stopped. And, I get to just, talking about the Bible, stuff like that. And a lot of what she's saying, in terms of how, the recompense for all the robbery and the exploitation of the Israelites should be requited with real judgment. Like she was really judging fairly amongst things. And a lot of our conversation, she was saying things that were spiritually kind of in parallel with the Bible. So I was like, you know what? Okay, I'm going to just, we're going to go into some European history and, how the confusion of faith is throughout Europe. So, we can always leave the door open. If you're an Israelite, keep the law, whoop-de-whoop. But I finished the lesson, and it's just, the Most High God had me determined to keep, my promise on keeping the lesson. And at like 1:30 in the morning, that's when she pulled up. So for 30 minutes, I talked to this woman who was just walking around completely oblivious in the middle of the city at 2 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, like that's just an aside. Like that's the type of work that the Most High God will pull you into, and He'll guide you through it. He'll guide you through it, man. And it's a miracle in and of itself. When the Most High God, you get to see Him walking with you, especially when you turn around and you look back. That's one thing that you can do in this walk. You could turn around and you can look back where you were. You don't go back, but you look back. You see what the Most High God delivered you from. That's why one of the things that the Most High God has us do is recall when He's delivered us from things like from Egypt, from the Assyrians, from the Romans. Like we got delivered from them. Even though we got displaced and scattered, we still got delivered. He saw to us relocating to new places, establishing new, periods of power, periods of prosperity, even if it meant being under rulership to another nation. It was a lesser captivity, provided, you acquiesce to what? Islam, but the Most High God has always been with us. Right? But anyway, let's get back to the lesson. All right, because when you go do the work, you'll notice the Most High God again. Just to punctuate the point, He's with you. You'll definitely see it. You'll feel it at times. You'll bring it out in ways that you can't even recreate it if you wanted to. There's a video that I actually might rehost. I might just relabel it and re-premiere it because and it's ironic. That day I forgot my fringes. That day. I remember it. But the Most High God had me bring it out so powerfully. Even I watch it today, and I still get like tears listening to it. Because I was talking to a brother off to the side, and we were surrounded by Edomites. But the Most High put the Spirit on me to cry out with boldness, But when that happens to you the first time you step up to really teach, you'll feel it, and it'll let you know the Most High God has definitely got a Spirit on you. Because then you'll go out other nights and you'll feel like you're bumbling around because the Spirit ain't always rocking that heavy. Sometimes you really got to stand on what you know, but where you fall, the Most High God holds you up. And sometimes He don't just hold you up. He takes you and He takes you by the head and he takes you through the air. Like when He took Baruch to feed Daniel in the lion's den, an angel literally took him by the crown of his head and flew with him. See that, like, people don't understand the things that have happened to God's elect to be preserved. And in this walk and in this truth, when you teach, that's what the Most High God will do for you. You will see yourself preserved in such a miraculous way where you go, you know what? I'll die doing this. I'll die doing this because you know what? The Most High God's going to be glorified even in that. And that's the crown right there. I always think about that. Again, I said it at the beginning of my lesson, having the attitude of let me die with the Philistines. That's the thing that you have to have in your spirit to truly go out and do this work. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and keep going because we are almost done. So let's get this revelation out the way. So what are we doing in 11? Okay, cool. So this is Revelations 11 and 8. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the dead, or the great city, which is spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified. So this is talking about two locations in our history where we were either under some sort of oppression, or there was a great transgressions and abominations taking place, right? Things like homosexuality, pedophilia were regular, like they were the norm in Sodom and Gomorrah. Hence the term like sodomy. My channel will get taken down, but the term sodomy obviously comes from Sodom and Gomorrah, right? Such a heinous and abominable act. When Lot was literally being pressed inside of the home, with the angels, literally, the Sodomites were trying to basically essay the angels. I'm trying to think of a PG way to say it, but that's the type of wickedness that was going on. And even when the angels rendered the men blind, they were still groping around trying to feel for the angels so that they can still commit the abominable act. Like, that's the type of wickedness. You talking about people that are just they cannot be redeemed. That's why Sodom and Gomorrah got destroyed. And this is what this place that all the Israelites would be, well, not necessarily all of us, but both kingdoms, north and south, would lie dead in spiritually. And that's here in the daughter of Babylon, here in America especially, but all throughout North and South America, right? Because if you're aware of the of how many of the slaves came from West Africa and were embedded within South America and within the Caribbean, right? And I'm talking about Cuba, Puerto Rico, Haiti, all these different nations. They have a healthy, spattering of Judah, right? So we are literally being oppressed together in all of the Western Hemisphere, right? So, and I found out recently that they even have Issachar over in the land of Israel today, preparing food, doing construction, doing the same servile work they do over here, right? So Northern Kingdom is literally oppressed with Southern Kingdom everywhere, all over the earth. But the highest concentration of us being together is over here in America, right? So this is the land spiritually known as Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified. Well, they didn't crucify the Most High God. I'm sorry, they didn't crucify Yahushua over in America, but they did crucify his image. They parade around with a white Jesus on a cross. They destroyed the image of our Lord. But verse 9, and they of the people and kindreds and tongues and nations shall see their dead bodies 3 days and a half, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in graves. And they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them, and make merry, and shall send gifts to one another, or one to another, because these two prophets tormented them that dwelt on the earth. So again, there's those two prophets, the two olive trees, the two anointed ones, North and Southern Kingdom, the Israelites, right? The nations oppress us, and all the heathen rejoice over us, right? So you have to understand, when you start doing this work, you're going to see heathen from all nations come up. And the one thing that you're going to see in common, it's not going to be their degree of cruelty, although it's going to run the spectrum, right? Because you got folks that hate niggas all over the world. You got folks that hate Hispanics all over the world. But the thing you're definitely going to see a wide variance in, a commonality in, is going to be in their disdain for the Israelites. All of them going to hate you to a varying degree. You ain't going to ever hear of any of them saying, I willingly gave my daughter to y'all, or I love when my son hang out with y'all. You ain't going to hear it. But you will run into a confusion of face, but you got to know where they come from. So that's a layer of the techniques of teaching that make sure you have when you go out, if you're going to go out alone, because that'll help you to be more discerning when you address heathen, and less abrasive. As you can see from my videos, that was a bad habit that I had, and I got chastised for it. Right, but to the glory of God. But still, chastisement is chastisement. It don't feel good to win sometimes, and it don't feel good to lose, because it always comes at a price. Right? Actually, shit. Just a little levity, I guess. And as you could tell, this is what happens when you have camp too long as well. You kind of start to loosen up a little bit, especially if you or you keep reading the scriptures, but you kind of just stern back and forth. Where the Most High God speaks through the scriptures, and you get to commentate. You get to preach to the wind. But like I said, sometimes it's not good to win, and sometimes it's not good to lose. All right. Both of them feel painful and have repercussions. There's a saying like in this game, right? Just gonna play real quick. So that character in the game, he said there's always a price to pay. And that goes in the Bible too. There's always a price to pay. So the Most High God, will allow you to gain discernment. If you acquire wisdom and patience, you know, that's one thing I've had to develop, and that's one thing I've always been in short supply of is patience. So, but going on, right? Verse 11, and after 3 days and a half, the spirit of life from God entered into them, and they stood up on their feet, and great fear fell upon them which saw them. And that's what's happening now. Again, that's why all these heathen nations are starting to kind of, quibble amongst each other and whisper about the Israelites. They're coming up with policies and strategies and plans how to vilify us on the world stage. Like literally, one of the leaders within Israel, she said the problem in America is young black men. A number of months ago, probably about 5 or 6 months ago, she said the number one threat in America, and this is all the way in Israel while they're at war with the Palestinians. They're literally at war with militias backed by Iran, dropping bombs on them and killing citizens. And their number one concern is niggas in America. They should tell you that this message is getting out to them. Great fear has fallen upon them because they know the redemption's here, baby. That get back is coming. Right? Verse 9, and they of the people and kindreds and tongues and nations shall see their dead bodies 3 days and a half, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in graves. And they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them, and make merry, and shall send gifts one to another, because these two prophets tormented them that dwelt on the earth. And after 3 days and a half, the spirit of life from God entered into them, and they stood upon their feet, and great fear fell upon them which saw them. And they heard a great voice from heaven saying unto them, come up hither. And they ascended up to heaven in a cloud, and their enemies beheld them. So literally the elect of the Most High God, the chosen of the chosen of God, because all of Israel is chosen. But out of all the Israelites, especially here in Babylon, only a third, are going to be preserved. Only a third. According to Zechariah 13, 2/3 are going to be put to death because they refuse to repent. And as a result, the Most High God is going to put them to death according to the judgments of the law. The grace period is going to be over, and it will be the final judgment. We will all stand in our lot at the end of days and endure our judgment. I praise the Most High God that I have the ability to preach this word because we are at those days. I just pray I can endure unto the end. I pray I can endure unto the end, because to let go of the plow, it is better to not have known, to be as one of the wicked. So we serve unto death. But redemption is coming unto us. So this voice from heaven saying, come up hither. Well, for what purpose is that? Okay, so they're being drawn up into heaven by some force. But what is the nature of what is drawing them? And there is scripture in Revelations 15 that gives you an indication of what exactly is drawing the Israelites up. And we're going to read that in just a second. So let's finish this out. And we're going to read till 12. Cool. Actually, no, that's it. Cool. So actually, no, let's read 13 and definitely 14. Yeah, damn. In the same hour was there a great earthquake, and the 10th part of the city fell. And in the earthquake were slain of men 7,000, and the remnant were affrighted, and gave glory to the God of heaven. The second woe is past, and behold, the third woe cometh quickly. I'm going to reread this when I come back because we need to give context to this. The great earthquake that's coming. What is going to basically precipitate this event, this earthquake? What causes this? Right? Is it a natural earthquake? Or is it something more than that or less? This is Revelations 15:2. And I saw, as it were, a sea of glass mingled with fire. So a bunch of, like, just a fire pit on the planet. And them that had gotten the victory over the beast, and over his image, and over his mark, and over the number of his name. What's the mark, y'all? The RFID microchip. No Johns, no bullshit, no obscurities. It's the RFID microchip. Neuralink. If you can't figure that out, embed in your hand, Charagma, Carax, Palisade, to Pierce. You know what I'm saying? Like all these different things. You know, it's the mark in the forehead, Neuralink, literally like chip technology in the brain. So and without it, you can't buy or sell. And they're already telling you that they aim to put this stuff on a chip. As a matter of fact, it's already on a chip. It's just in a card right now or on your cell phone. All of them have RFID microchip technology. All of it. They're going to consolidate it in this one platform. And they're going to put it inside you. That's the intent. That's what this means. I'm going over this for a reason because it's important. Everybody said they want to prophesy. This is your, like, Revelations 13. If you really want to know about the mark of the beast, it's there. It's plain upon tables. Read about it. Everybody talking about they want to prophesy. You ain't got to prophesy about this no more because it's here. Now you making observations. The prophecy is here. All right. But to get the victory over the beast, what beast are we talking about? What beast are we talking about? Are we talking about the great red dragon? Because Michael and his angels are going to fight against this great red dragon. And that dragon's going to be cast out of heaven. All right. But it could also be talking about NATO in terms of, you know, the beast with the 7 heads and the 10 horns. You know, and the whore that rideth upon the beast, because her judgment is spoken of in Revelations as well. I believe Revelations 19. Let me make sure of that. Don't want to steer you wrong. Yeah, see, that's the destruction of the beast. Verse 17. Yeah. Woman arrayed in scarlet, cool. Who rides upon the beast. Mother of harlots. Yeah. So this is Revelations 17:6. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Yahushua. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. And the angel said unto me, wherefore didst thou marvel? I will tell thee the mystery of the woman and of the beast that carrieth her, which hath the 7 heads and 10 horns. The beast that thou sawest was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit and go into perdition. And they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they have behold the beast that was and is not and yet is. So what group of people fell out of power? What beast or nation fell out of power and yet came back into power? looking around America, it's readily evident that that's wrong. Whether it's the architecture at Washington, D.C. and other federal areas around America, the pagan festivals that are celebrated here. What is that? It's like the pagan Valentine's Day. I forget what it's called. It's like Leprechary or something like that. There it is. Oh man. Now right there. Lupercalia. That's the original pagan festival for Valentine's Day. Right? But that was a Greco-Roman holiday, right? These are ways that we know that the beast that was not and yet is a prophecy that has been fulfilled. Because this beast is in control of the whole earth. And then it fell out of control of the whole earth. And then it has reassumed control of the whole earth. Name another group of people that have done that. The Persians haven't done it. The Medes haven't done it. The Babylonians only ruled once, and that was Babylon. The sons of Mitzrayim ruled in Egypt. Both Hamites, but I mean, you went from the Egyptian captivity to the Babylonian captivity for the southern kingdom and the Assyrian captivity for the northern kingdom. But they didn't capture the entire world. They just took the Israelites into captivity. See, we're talking about nations that had absolute dominance over the earth. That's why they're described as beasts. And they're tied to certain nations in respective to their power and their rulership. Everybody's not mentioned. See, there's a reason why prophetically they fall within the metaphors and the visions, because it's a certain class of rulership according to prophecy, right? And we know that the empire that fell out of power at the level that's being described here metaphorically is Rome. It's Rome. And if you really want to be technical, Greece and Rome went into each other. So it was really just a transfer of ownership within the family of the Edomite structure. So there was really no real like a transition of rulership. It was always just Edomites. There was just that small pause when the Israelites were able to stand up and declare sovereignty, but they didn't have absolute rulership. They had sovereignty. There were many areas that they didn't have sovereignty and rulership in, right? When you look at the geographical domain of Israel once they established themselves as the Hasmonean Empire, right? But that's out of the way. Just a little bit of, I guess, buttressing for that. But either way, keep going on. Actually, I need some water. Man. Whew, and doing this with tooth issues. Oh, man. Yeah, it gets pretty intense, but usually the Most High keeps the pain away. Yeah. Sometimes I'm surprised at how symptoms will clean up for camp to the point where you feel painless. And then once you're done doing the work and you get home, you fall apart again, because you still under punishment. That's happened a few times for me. I have a toothache, camp come around, like everything's fine. And I get home and I'm writhing in pain again. So, but all right, let's get back to it. Actually, was that all I wanted? Yeah, actually, I didn't even want this. I just wanted to read that. Right, but this is Revelations 15:2. And I saw, as if it were, a sea of glass mingled with fire, and them that had gotten the victory over the beast, and over his image, and over his mark, and over the number of his name, stand on the sea of glass, having the harps of God. And they sing the song of Moses, the servant of God, and the song of the Lamb, saying, Great and marvelous are thy works, Lord God Almighty. Just and true are thy ways, thou King of saints. Who shall not fear thee, O Lord, and glorify thy name? For thou only art holy. For all nations shall come and worship before thee, for thy judgments are made manifest. So these are going to be the saints that are going to be preserved. The righteous 1/3 and 144,000 elect. I pray to be amongst that number, right? But we see the nature of their salvation, of them being beamed up, called up hither, right? As it says in Revelations 11. And we see that they're in a craft in which they're capable of standing in and looking down upon the fire that's going on the earth. And then when you see that this is Psalms 104:3. Who layeth the beams of his chambers in the waters, who maketh the cloud his chariot, who walketh upon the wings of the wind, who maketh his angels spirits, his ministers a flaming fire, who laid the foundations of the earth, that it should not be removed forever. Thou coveredest it with the deep as with the garment. The waters stood above the mountains. So basically, in verses 3 and through 4, basically he's talking about UFOs. He's talking about the clouds of heaven, right? And actually, hold on, to give it more context, because when I say the UFOs, somebody could say, "Hey, this is just weather. This is clouds. What are you talking about?" Well, this is how you can prove that it literally means. Actually, is it 4? I think it's 4. No, that's not it. Is it 5? Yeah, there it is. This is Zechariah 5:1. Then I turned and lifted up mine eyes and looked, and behold, a flying roll. And he said unto me, What seest thou? And I answered, I see a flying roll. The length thereof is 20 cubits, and the breadth thereof 10 cubits. So he's literally saying he's seeing a flying, like pill-shaped, scroll-shaped object, right? Then he said unto me, This is the curse that goeth forth over the face of the whole earth. Now keep in mind, this is Zechariah talking to an angel. And the angel is asking him, hey, look up. What do you see? So he's looking up in the sky and he sees this flying roll scroll shaped object. He can't even describe it, but it's like a UFO according to how he sees it. Right? And he describes the size of it. A cubit is about from your elbow to the tips of your fingers. So 20 of those, that's actually fairly long. That's fairly big. That could house a person. You see what I'm saying? So he was seeing a small UFO, probably likely if, the inhabitants of it would be, comparable in size to like one person. Maybe, you got an angel just flying in there. But see, and the reason why I say it with some type of skepticism, there are Edomites who've put out videos saying that UFOs have landed at, military bases. And, they are able to see inside, and literally it's like vastly larger than it appears outside. So you've got spatial compression technology being spoken of. Now, whether it's true or not, I don't know. But the fact that they're attributing this to a force that they can't control or predict should give you pause, right? But either way, this is talking about a UFO here, right? And the angel is about to tell him the purpose of these UFOs. Then he said unto me, This is the curse that goeth forth over the face of the whole earth. For everyone that stealeth shall be cut off as on this side of it, and everyone that sweareth shall be cut off as on the side according to it. So he's literally saying, like, these rolls, these little passenger things that you see flying around, they're all over the earth and they're watching. And those who steal and do wickedness are going to be destroyed. We're watching. That's what he basically just told Zechariah. So you have to understand what's being spoken of here. So when you read about the redemption of the Israelites, you can attribute the right characteristics to how it metaphorically plays out. So when you illustrate it to our kin, they can follow you. You see what I'm saying? Because it already sounds far-fetched enough. So being able to fill in some of the details that are accurate with scripture, where if you break it down and try to simplify it into terms that are more congruent with today's times, you don't lose the integrity of the scriptures, and they can follow you. So they might not know the breakdown, but they can see what you're saying, is what I mean. But the breakdown here obviously has been illustrated, right? So we see that the the salvation of the Israelites, when the Lord Yahweh Shai shall send forth the angels to gather the elect, we're going to see what's going over the whole earth. It's what this is being spoken of right here. This force that goeth forth over the whole earth. But let's go ahead and keep going here. Actually, how far did I want to go into that? Actually, no, that's it. Yeah, so I went to Revelation 15. No, we are finished with that. Cool. So we're going to go ahead and go to Jeremiah 30 and 10 through 11. All right. It's going to be 6 hours. Damn. I'm thinking, do I want to cut this in half? Nah, I got to just finish it. No point. All right. This is Jeremiah 30 and 10. Therefore fear thou not, O my servant Jacob, saith Yahweh, or saith the Lord, Salakia. Neither be dismayed, O Israel, for lo, I will save thee from afar, and thy seed from the land of their captivity. So wherever we're at in captivity is where we're supposed to be recovered from. So again, it beggars the question, who are the people in Israel today? Who are they? They're professing to be Jews and are not, or the synagogue of Satan. So if they're not Israelites, who are they? And we know them to be the house of Esau, with specificity from the sub-tribe of Amalek within the house of Esau. Right? The head house within the house of Esau. So like Judah is unto Israel, so is Amalek unto the house of Esau. Right? So understanding that these prophecies have not been fulfilled according to what it says in the Bible, they have to explain how they're already back in that land. And they're the Israelites. They have to explain that. Right? Because we're making the counterclaim that they are not Jews and we are the real Israelites and have the pedigrees to prove it according to scripture. See, unfortunately, we have discontinued from our heritage. And the records of our lineage and genealogy through our forefathers has been lost. Because our heathen adversaries have largely cut us off from being a nation, as it says in Psalms 83. But actually, make sure, because usually, yeah, something cool. Right, but and I wanted to go to. All right, cool. This is Jeremiah 30 and 10. Therefore fear thou not, O my servant Jacob, saith the Lord. Neither be dismayed, O Israel, for lo, I will save thee from afar, and thy seed from the land of their captivity. And Jacob shall return, and shall be in rest, and be quiet, and none shall make him afraid. For I am with thee, saith the Lord, to save thee. Though I make a full end of all nations, whither I have scattered thee. Like I said, they're going to lose their sovereignty. A full end, as we have. We are a proverb and a byword, a laughing stock the world over. I was at my parents' house today, and I was just amazed at how just comically coonish our black sisters are. The Judite woman is such a bedwenching coon. And I was just like, I was just kind of like laughing to myself. I couldn't believe it. And our brothers aren't much better, but to see our women just like to see it so open, like the mammyisms, the shit is crazy. And I'm just like, yo, like I can at least laugh. But they're gonna be lower than that. See, the Most High is going to put the curses on these nations, and they're not built like us. See, there are things that Israelites by nature don't do. We don't by nature kill our children. We don't commit acts of cannibalism. We're not pedophiles by nature. They are. And they're going to have to be redeemed from that through the corrections of the law. It's going to take a while. It's going to be harsh too. A lot of sins worthy of death to watch out for. We know that because we broke them all. So, you know, through our afflictions, we know the sting of the law. And these other nations are going to have to come to know it as well, under the same conditions for thousands or 8,000 years. And then after that, they're still going to have to keep the law. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, there's always going to be judgment for transgressions of the law. So that's going to be the established rule of the world. See? But think, and this is one thing that me and my wife always talk about. Imagine the heathen serving in your house in the kingdom. When they go back home to their respective nation, they say, I serve in the house of. You see what I'm saying? To them, that's a badge of honor to serve in an Israelite's house. To point to an estate and say, I'm employed there. Can you imagine them transgressing God's laws and getting thrown out? Now they have to worry about their children being vagabonds upon the earth. They have to worry about the curses. They have to worry about judgment. See, it's going to be a very different and righteous world where being kind and keeping God's laws and being, amicable with all men will be the preferred rule of law, the preferred rule of governance by all people, because it's going to net the greatest good for you. You're going to have a righteous ruler. And that's something that unfortunately in this world, that's something that we seldomly see. But let's keep going. All right, so this is Jeremiah 10:11. For I am with thee, saith the Lord, to save thee. Though I will make a full end of all nations, whither I have scattered thee, yet will I not make a full end of thee, but I will correct thee in measure, and will not leave thee altogether unpunished. For thus saith the Lord, thy bruise is incurable, and thy wound is grievous. How far do I want to go? No, that was it, just 11. Cool. So we see the point here. The Most High God is going to recover the Israelites. Unified, right? Because it says, my servant Jacob and Israel. So it's talking about southern kingdom, northern kingdom. We're all going to be preserved. And we're going to be at rest. And none is going to make us afraid. The Most High God is going to let us know, like, hey, I got you. This is what it's like to be on top, to be my chosen. I know you forgot because you've been in slavery for a while. Like, yeah, it looked like I, hit you a little hard for, a minute. You were dizzy and drunk in the streets. You was out your mind. You were stricken with madness, right? According to the curses, right? Because when you really read the curses, it talks about botches of the flesh and all types of degenerative disorders, but it also talks about madness of the mind. Depression and grievous loss on a level that induces psychosis. Like when you look at those pictures of grief of mothers who have their children ripped away from them in the days of old, that's the type of grief that will destroy you as a person. It destroys you forever. And that was the daily for us. That was every year, Heartbreak Day. And you got to think, a lot of times as a slave, you was getting pregnant simply because your slave master wanted to make sure he had a bunch of niggas on his plantation. And those are, our sisters would become very attached to their children simply to have to watch them be sold into the hands of a pedophile. And they can't even go with him. And that's the last time they see their kids ever. That was the daily for us. So the Most High God is going to save us, and we're not going to be afraid anymore. And the nations that did that to us will have no power in their hand to inflict harm on us anymore, right? But we're going to go to 1 John 3 and 1 through 3, because that has to be achieved a certain way. What method will be used to enable us to be such a people where we can't even be touched? This is 1 John chapter 3 and verse 1. Behold, what manner of love the Father hath bestowed upon us, that we should be called the sons of God. Therefore the world knoweth us not, because it knew him not. Beloved, now are we the sons of God, and it doth not yet appear what we shall be. But we know that when he shall appear, we shall be like him, made perfect. A glorious body, the glory that's going to be set amongst the heathen, the Gentiles. The Israelites are going to be made gods to render judgment. It's going to be glorious, and it's going to be destruction befalling the earth, because the earth has to be cleansed. See, like, now I'm really starting to see, if you're amongst the elect, you're going to be preserved. So you have to see this tumult from a different perspective, right? Because if you know that everyone who's lost on this side is going to be preserved and reborn in the kingdom, whether they're born into servitude and slavery, or they're born as the elect of God, the nation of Israel, everyone shall be in the kingdom, right? One way or another. And then the Edomites are going to be done away with. But after that 1,000 years, but when Yahushua first appears, we have to be raised up to be incorruptible, to inherit the position, to lead that the world that has literally fallen into a decayed state where it needs to be cleansed by thermonuclear fire. It has to be raised by fire to the foundation. That world is going to be rebuilt into a utopia that the children of God are going to dwell in and not be afraid. And we're going to be like the king who rules that place. That's the thing we have to keep in perspective. We're going to be like Yahushua. And when you see what Yahushua can do in Isaiah 63, what he's doing to the Edomites by himself, you got to think of the technologies they have at their disposal. They're literally showing that they have the ability to deploy direct energy weapons and start fires on scales that burn entire cities down. They're showing that now. They're showing all types of technologies that they have at their disposal regarding robotics, regarding all types of degenerative type medicines. And when I say degenerative, I mean principally, not in terms of their effect, like medicine with no ethics attached. What I mean, all of those things are becoming emergent in this society, and it shows the wickedness that they've been working on behind closed doors. But all of that is not going to do anything when the Most High God bestows his glory upon us. We're going to be called the sons of God again. That's what it means for him to turn his face back to us, right? But there's a stipulation, right? Verse 3, and every man that hath this hope in him purifieth himself. Oh, there's that thing about purifying yourself again. See, y'all thought I forgot. See, because it's been like almost 3 hours. I ain't forgot. Had to look at the time, but I ain't forgot, right? There's that purification process that needs to take place again. If you call yourself wanting the kingdom of God and wanting a glorified body, you got to want this. You got to want to follow after Yahushua. Remember that little rock and the snowball analogy I gave? See, that's how you build on that. And before the person arguing against you knows it, he getting hit in the face with boulders because you got 5 of these in each of your snowballs. See, that's how you build a case. You could do it quick because most people, they don't have anything to defend against. So this is like a David and Goliath exchange where you hit them with something that's accurate, and depending on how skilled they are, most of the time people are 1 or 2 scriptures deep. I'm not saying be puddle thin, but what I am saying is be ready to cast down stupid arguments and just cut them off. But anyway, moving on. Right. So we see that we're going to be like Yahushua. See, and this is this is not just part of our salvation. This was the intended plan of perfecting the Israelites that has been painstakingly undertaken by the Most High since Israel was created as a nation, since Adam was chosen out of the Garden of Eden. Out of all the nations on the planet, one man was chosen to be the progenitor of an entire great people that would sire more great people, that would fracture into other great tribes. But all those tribes, one emergent and chosen tribe, the tribe that the Most High God would set his name on, Yasharallah. And that tribe is about to be redeemed and sit at the head of all the earth and make this planet work the way it's supposed to. For what reasons? Hey, I don't know. Most High God is doing according to his ways, and his ways are not our ways. We might never get an explanation about why he chose to do it all, but he did. And we're about to be set on top of all of it again and serve under his son. It's going to be a glorious thing, right? Maybe one day we'll get more clarity, because I know that after that 1,000 years, it's going to be a new frontier. We don't know what it is after that. We just know it's forever. And we going to see it. Keep it in mind, man, when you serving. Again, to you brothers talking about going out by yourselves or on the fence, or you're reticent, look that word up. As a matter of fact, I'm going to look it up for you. Right? And it's not to be very persnickety or meticulous about verbiage, but it's important to know when you feel fear. Sometimes it's just hesitation because of lack of understanding your thoughts and your intent toward the truth. Are you willing to die for this? You know what I'm saying? So it's not that you don't want to do the work, you're just not clear. But it causes reluctance and unwillingness when you just don't do the work because of the worry, because you're restrained and reserved. It means all these things, right? But that's what it's summed up in. A lot of you brothers, you're held back by this. But you got to remember what's on the line. It's rulership in this caliber of existence. This is what the Most High God is trying to make you into. This is what he's promised the Israelites. This is part of the contract. See, this is Deuteronomy 28, 1 through 14, all the way down. The promise of being on top of all nations and all of these stipulations filled in and enforced. See, when we were on top, we always did have these stipulations filled in, but there's a degree of enforcement that the Most High God can allow it to rise to. And how long did it take us to go off most times? Not very long. Most of the time we went off basically during, certain rulerships. As a matter of fact, there isn't one king in Israel that didn't basically transgress in one way or another, big or small. But I know there's certain kings like Hezekiah who are described as righteous. So, but the Most High God has always seen some sort of folly in Israel, if not in the king, certainly in its people. So, that's why it goes on to talk about, whosoever committed sin transgresseth also the law. For sin is the transgression of the law, right? This is the way you defile yourself. This is how you become no longer pure, committing sin. See, again, this is like the milk always will overwhelm your opponent, but you sometimes you need something they don't know about to set you up. So they snoop in, you cut their head off. You know what I'm saying? But moving on. All right. So we are at John. Yeah, we're almost done. We're basically almost done. But we're gonna do 1 Corinthians 15 and 50 through 54, because one of the things we have to understand is in relation to being made like Yahushua, we are going to, we actually have a description of what that means. Right? We get a description of what it means to receive these so-called upgrades. Right? But this is 1 Corinthians 15 and 50. Actually, you know what? No, let's start at 47. That's lucky. The first man is of the earth, earthy. The first man is of the earth and earthy, and the second man is the Lord from heaven. So the second man is literally the master from heaven. Who's the master from heaven? Yahushua, right? As is the earthy, such are they that are earthy. And as is the heavenly, such are they that are the heavenly. So if the Most High God is from heaven, and he's the definitive standard for what it means to be heavenly, then we have to, like we see from how the prophets in the New Testament consistently talk about, those who are righteous and have faith demonstrate works of the law. To be as the Lord is to keep the law, to be heavenly, to be separate, right? To be holy. But going on, verse 49, and as we have borne the image of the earthly, we shall also bear the image of the heaven, or heavenly. So we've borne the earthly image for quite some time, being in a low state, being in a downtrodden state, serving other gods, lost in the world, stricken with madness. I know I went through my season of it, and everybody that's coming to the truth has their story, swimming through this world of madness. So we know what it's like to bear the image of being earthly. And in many ways, the crust of the earth is still stuck to us in ways that we can't remove. We can't purify ourselves. That's why the Most High God is sending that purification. That's part of the package, because he promised he would sprinkle clean water upon us and purify us. But we're being purified by the washing of this word. See? Sprinkle. Oops. This is Isaiah 1 and 16. Wash you, make you clean. Put away the evil of your doings from before mine eyes. Cease to do evil. Salakia. Learn to do well, seek judgment, relieve the oppressed, judge the fatherless, plead for the widow. Come now and let us reason together, saith Yahweh. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool. If ye be willing and obedient, ye shall eat the good of the land. So the Most High God is literally saying, hey, look, if you repent, you come back and serve, hey, I'll forgive you. You know what I'm saying? Like I'll go ahead and I'll redeem you. I'll get you out of your bondage. I'll pardon you. Yeah, I've extended, repentance. Now you got to understand there's going to be more clauses that kick in with the new covenant. See, that's the contingency for this, right? Because when you fall to the point where we are transgressing the covenant to the point where we intend to break it, it's going to be to the point where none of us worship the Most High. We'll be completely, consumed and absorbed by the gods of this world. So the Most High has to put basically an upgraded contingent in the contract, and that is my laws in your inward part. Now you got a governor. Now when you see the strip club, it's just wicked. You have a program response to that because you can't be trusted. It's going to make you, nothing would make you happier than to destroy a wicked, abominable place that stands for the worship of the goddess of heaven and fertility. Nothing will make you happier instead of you're sitting there quibbling about it because you can't be trusted, right? The ability to rule over your husband as a woman and take him to child support court and ruin his life and take his money. We're going to take that away. Your desire is going to be unto your husband, and you're going to be in harmony with him. You're going to want to be a mother. You're going to love his embrace. He's going to love yours. And everything about each other is going to be pleasant. You know, your body's going to be whole in the fullness of beauty for all of your days. The Most High God put a plan in place. But the thing is, though, you got to be worthy to do it. And in order to be worthy, you have to wash you and make you clean and put away the evil doings from before the Most High God's eyes and cease to do evil, as it says in verse 16. See, these are stipulations to get to the point where you're counted righteous to be preserved from the second death. But in the kingdom, you're not going to have to worry about resisting evil. See, that part's going to be taken care of. Whether you're part of the first fruits or the second fruits, laws going to be in your inward parts. Can't fuck up no more. But moving on, right? So we're going to do Ezekiel 36 and 25 because, you know, this basically drives home again the point that I intended to make. I think I went on a little too long on it, but we'll go ahead and finish it out. This is Ezekiel 36 and 25. Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean. From all your filthiness and from all your idols will I cleanse you. Now, this cleansing is occurring right now with the washing of this word, right? We're propagating this word throughout the planet. Actually, yeah, this works. This is Ephesians 5 and 23. For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Yahushua is the head of the church, and he is the savior of the body. So this is how we say that that Yahushua is essentially like the husband of the church. He's the groom that's marrying the bride in Revelations 21, because he's juxtaposed as being the husband unto a wife. The wife being unto the nation of Israel. That's why you see all the metaphorical portrayals of Israel throughout the Bible as a beautiful, chaste virgin woman who has played hard, right? Who was once noble but has fallen into, street walking ways. I mean, let's be real with it, right? But the Most High is going to wash us and make us clean. You know what I'm saying? Like that's essentially what all this is about. You know, the Most High having mercy on us after being angry with us for so long, at least in our eyes. But in his eyes, it's only been a few days, right? But either way, this is Ephesians 5 and 23. For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church, and he is the savior of the body. Therefore, as the church is subject unto Christ, so let the wives be to their own husbands in everything. So there's that hierarchy, right? Got to be in order. But husbands, love your wives, even as Yahushua also loved the church and gave himself for it. So men, you have to be willing to give everything for your woman in righteousness. You got to understand what everything is according to the Bible. That don't mean you just give yourself and allow yourself to be destroyed. That's sucker shit, right? The Bible's not saying that. Men are not supposed to go out of their wits for women, right? That's talked about in the Bible. Many men have been driven out of their wits because of the beauty of a woman, right? That can lead you to your destruction. You know, the Bible talks about a wicked woman being a portion for a wicked man. You got to understand the Bible gives you game too, right? That's one way that you can kind of like interface with our people, when you're presenting this, right? But it also goes to the message of being cleansed, right? Because of all the harlotry that we've played as a nation, serving other gods, willingly giving ourselves for our heathen oppressors while hating our own brethren, being traitors to our own people, traitors to our God. You know what I'm saying? So the Most High is taking us back and having mercy, but he's got to tighten the reins because he's upgrading. You know what I'm saying? You're being given more responsibility, and not for your performance, but for his name's sake. I mean, let's be real about it, all right? So the Most High has to put some stipulations, and that's that new covenant. You know, again, just, Hebrews 8:8, and what is it, Jeremiah 33? Oh, yeah, it's a minute. 33, 33. Yeah, new covenant. Mm-hmm. 8:8 and 31, 31. All right, where it talks about the establishment of the new covenant with the house of Judah and the house of Israel. All right. See, so the Most High again is going to, tighten the reins. He's going to put his law in our inward parts, according to verse 33. So of Jeremiah 31. So you have to understand the Most High God is tightening the reins on this covenant, in this new covenant, I should say. But he's giving us so much more by way of ability to explore the upside of the covenant. You know what I'm saying? The freedom, the longevity, where you see being in order and being under these binding laws and rules is to the utmost benefit. Therefore, it's logical to keep them. It's just the natural order of existence. Why not? Right? But that is not what I wanted to grab. I just wanted to illustrate that point. So we are going to go to. Do we ever do First Corinthians? I don't think we do. Oh Lord, Salakia, y'all. Got off on a tangent in spirit. But this is 1 Corinthians 15 and 50. Now this I say, brethren, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God, neither doth corruption inherit incorruption. So this is saying, hey, look, like you can't enter the kingdom as you are in those broken, filthy, like defiled bodies. You can't go into the kingdom. You got heathen DNA all in there. You were supposed to be separate. You're supposed to be pure. Like you have them built into you now. You're infected on a genetic level with these people through maternal miscegenation. I'm saying it the way it is because we were supposed to be separate, right? And in the book of Tobit, it talks about preserving the strength of our seed and our race. That's why you see a lot of these white supremacists out here. You got to remember they read the Bible too, and some people understand the concept of racial purity that's being talked about in the Bible. And for the YouTube censors, I'm not talking like it's favorable. I'm saying this is what the Bible says. It's an objective fact. And it is mirrored by a lot of these hate groups with Esau. Because that's the portion of the Bible that they do get, that the Most High God don't love everybody. They just think he love white people. I mean, it is what it is, right? Anglo-Israelism is a real thing, where these Edomites believed that they are literally the angelic sons of Isaac. That's what they think it means. To be an Anglo-Saxon, they think they are the angelic sons of Isaac because they've covered the faces of the judges thereof. The original rulers of Europe were our people. That's not a known fact anymore. So, but that's neither here nor there. This is 1 Corinthians 15 and 50. Now this I say, brethren, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God, neither doth corruption inherit incorruption. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. So even those who are dead, who are asleep, all shall not sleep. We're all going to get judgment one way or another. But those who are worthy, but we shall all be changed. And in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump, for the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall rise, or be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. So when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption, and this mortal shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, death is swallowed up in victory. And if you know that none can deliver from the Most High God's hand, as a matter of fact, I gotta read it. I gotta read it. I can't leave that. I can't. It's one of my favorites. This is Deuteronomy 32 and 39. See now that I, even I, am he, and there is no God with me. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand. For I lift up my hand to heaven and say, I live forever. If I wet my glittering sword in mine hand, take hold on judgment. I will render vengeance to my enemies and will reward them that hate me. Like, this is God saying, like, yo, I run shit into my enemies, death to my enemies. Like, our people don't realize, man, you about to get reacquainted with your God and you gonna serve. And if you righteous, this should make your blood start just running, man. You gonna be exercising judgment of this caliber, capable of illustrating this beauty in word, to be this valiant for the Lord, because we are his battle axes and weapons of war. We are his glittering swords. And by putting the law in our inward parts and giving us these, these vessels, this is the Most High God taking hold on his glittering sword. But this is also talking about his nuclear weapons as well, because these are talking about his arrows. See? Verse 42, I will make mine arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh, and that with the blood of the slain and of the captives, from the beginning of revenges upon the enemy. From the beginning of revenges. So these arrows of the Most High God are going to literally be letting blood flow from these people, right? Those who basically are basically covered in the blood of the captives who were slain. This is going to be revenging on the enemies who have us in their possession. That's what Yahushua is sent back to do, to deliver us from our enemies and all those who hate us. Again, this is all part of the contract, because the Most High God said he was going to avenge us. See, the New Testament is just going into how it's going to happen. The Messiah had to come and fulfill the Old Testament, become worthy to open the seals. It all had to happen in accordance with prophecy, and it's going to end according to prophecy. It's going step by step. That's why it's very integral to understand both Old and New Testament and to weave the Apocrypha in there. That's why the attaining expertship with the Bible is very difficult, and I'm not even close to it. I just try to be a student, right? But there's so many layers of understanding to attain with the Bible. It's always humbling, right? Ooh, this is 5 hours. Okay. But where we at? Right. Ooh, yeah, we went out of the way. All right. So we see that those new bodies are going to be given, right? In 1 Corinthians 15 and 50 through 54. We see those incorruptible bodies being given to those who are found worthy, so that they can put off corruption and attain incorruption, so that they can enter into the kingdom. All right. But while the righteous Israelites are receiving their just due and redemption, the enemies of the Israelites are going to get cut off, right? The righteous judgment of the Most High God is finally going to play out, as the Most High God has prophesied through his prophets. Oh, yeah, that's right. Almost right. This is Isaiah 66:15. For behold, the Lord will come with fire, and with his chariots like a whirlwind, to render his anger with fury, and his rebuke with flames of fire. For by fire and by his sword will the Lord plead with all flesh, and the slain of the Lord shall be many. Now, this is talking about the judgment that's coming to the earth, the judgment that Yahushua is bringing, right? Now, let's read a little bit more, because it goes into some of the judgments that's going to befall our people, right? They that sanctify themselves and purify themselves in the gardens, behind one tree in the midst, eating swine's flesh, and the abomination and the mouse shall be consumed together, saith the Lord. So those who are basically worshiping other gods, because they're separating themselves and purifying themselves in the gardens and the other religions, right? Behind one tree in the midst, eating swine's flesh, so consuming pork, right? And the abominations, like, people are eating like frogs. People are eating all types of, like, lizards, like, crocodile. People eat ostrich. Like, now it's starting to become mainstream to eat human flesh. I literally saw a damn video of them selling that. I forget what it's called, man. Shit is sick though. It's like they literally take DNA and they grow meat from it. You can eat your favorite celebrity. You know what I'm saying? Like, this nation literally is going to be consumed, because this is talking about those who are going to be slain by the sword of the Lord, and the transgressions that make them worthy of being slain by this sword. But they that sanctify themselves and purify themselves in the gardens, behind one tree in the midst, eating swine's flesh, and the abomination and the mouse shall be consumed together, saith the Lord. For I know their works and their thoughts. It shall come that I will gather all nations in tongues, and they shall come and see my glory. And I will set a sign among them, and I will send those that escape of them unto the nations. To and that's all I need. Actually, no. This is where I need to keep going. To Tarshish, Pul, and Lud, that draw the bow, to Tubal and Javan, to the isles afar off, that have not heard my fame, neither have seen my glory. And they shall declare my glory among the Gentiles. So this is talking about the Israelites who haven't heard this message, right? The Israelites that are basically still righteous after the judgment, because you got to remember this is going to be a purifying by fire, and this is going to happen in Babylon. But the Israelites are going to go on to all these nations, and they're going to bring the Israelites out, and we're going to see that. But verse 19, and I will set a sign among them, and I will send those that escape of them unto the nations, to Tarshish, Pul, and Lud, that draw the bow, to Tubal and Javan, to the isles afar off, that have not heard my fame, nor have seen my glory, and they shall declare my glory among the Gentiles. It's going to be another, basically, what's the word? It literally slipped off the tip of my tongue. What's it called? An edict to be sent to the Gentiles, right? Oh my God. What is the word? I'm stuck on it because I really want to get the term. But Great Commission, Salakia. So it's going to be another commission for the Israelites to go to the Gentile, right? And those Gentiles are going to be the Israelites who are scattered, right? And they shall bring all your brethren for an offering unto the Lord. Brethren, meaning other Israelites, right? Out of all nations, upon horses and in chariots and in litters, and upon mules and upon swift beasts, to my holy mountain Jerusalem, saith the Lord, as the children of Israel bring an offering in a clean vessel into the house of the Lord. So the Most High is going to welcome us back in, right? And I will take them for priests and for Levites, saith the Lord. Right. So, we're going to have our Levitical priesthood set back up, because we're going to have a temple. We're going to have the third temple. We're going to have the tabernacle until the temple is built. You know what I'm saying? The Lord's going to be dwelling with us. Like, so, the being able to see our salvation, that is going to be something that will be spoken of throughout all time. And the Most High is going to do greater acts even than that. That's the frontier of where it starts. Like, can you think of how great this tale has been to see its conclusion? And we've been wicked. Imagine how grandiose it's going to become as we are righteous, and the Lord can reward us and show us more. Because to whom much is given, much is required. But whoever can abode and abide in such an environment is given all the more, because they're proficient, they're skillful, they're masterful. They become an artisan at their work, a fine servant. And the Most High God is going to make us just that, by way of some changes. Quite frankly, we need them. But we're going to see all of our people united and redeemed. But verse 22, for as the new heavens and the new earth which I shall make shall remain before me, saith the Lord, so shall your seed and your name remain. Now, people will say this is a new planet. No, because the current earth means the current rulership. The new earth will be a new rulership. That's why in Revelations 21, matter of fact, I'm getting that. Yeah, I'm getting that last. We're about to get there, actually. We're actually about to get there. So this will illustrate that in Revelations 21, this new heaven and the new earth that's being described is just a new rulership on the planet, the new ultimate superpower, the new tyrannical government. Because I'm all for tyranny. I just want my people to be in charge. You see what I'm saying? Because we're the best at everything. We're the most capable of ruling. And it's obvious. We actually care about the planet. We care about people mutually too. And we don't have to like you to be fair. We're the only people on the planet who can do that. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. We are the only people who could absolutely hate your goddamn guts and still be fair. Because that's just who we are. And it's a matter of principle, because our God put principles within us that he did not put in other nations. We have a zeal for God, not according to knowledge. That's why we have the most kind people, the most charismatic people. The problem is we're not that way to each other. That's the problem. That's why the other nations know Jake as a bumbling, fumbling buffoon. Meanwhile, we know each other as murderers, pimps, man stealers, bots, all this nonsense. Zesty niggas, all types of cowards and coons, and like that's Jake to each other. But to the white man, we still skinning and grinning and buck dancing. It's weird to see. It really is. But we're gonna see a purification of Israel, and that's gonna be gone. A new heaven, a new earth. It's gonna be wonderful. Right? But going on. No, that's actually all I need. Right? So we see that the Most High God is saying, that Israel is going to rule forever. All right? But we're going to go ahead and go to, actually, do we already have Micah up? There we go. Cool. All right, cool. So this is Micah 4:11. Now also many nations are gathered against thee that say, let her be defiled, and let our eye look upon Zion. So that's where we're at right now, right? Although all these nations are still fallen, they'll still find a moment out of their day to check in on us to make sure, we're still getting kicked upside the butt. You know what I'm saying? They'll still check in to make sure Jake is still getting the press. They'll make sure, like, just to spend time to take satisfaction in hating the Israelites, no matter how dire things get. And that's why the more they see us prosper, as the Most High God preserves his elect, everything is falling, but Jake somehow is being held up. And Esau don't understand. Jake's still happy, still making it, still hustling. Esau falling apart, killing himself. Right? But let's go ahead and finish this little pericope here. So we see they all gather, against Zion, and they rejoice in exploiting us, right? Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. But verse 12, but they know not the thoughts of the Lord, neither understand they his counsel, for he shall gather them as the sheaves into the floor. So the Most High God is aware of all the fraud and the exploitation that has gone on, right? And the nations believe that they're never going to be held to account, because we see in Zechariah 11:5 that it literally talks about the nature of the heathen, and how they've oppressed our people and don't believe they've done anything wrong, right? So this is Zechariah 11:5, whose possessors slay them and hold themselves not guilty. And they that sell them say, blessed be the Lord, for I am rich, and their own shepherds pity them not. So these heathen truly believe that they are at complete rightness with whatever God they believe in. They've done nothing to oppress any peoples or take advantage of anyone, because the people that they have taken into slavery are human. See, that's one thing in common that you see with all these heathen. They think of Jake as subhuman. That's why they rename you something. Black, African American, the Zanj. You know what I'm saying? Zanj meaning black. They call you Moor. You know what I'm saying? They call you all these proverbs and bywords. You see what I'm saying? So, and they think nothing of it when they kill you in the streets, or when they deprive you of your wages, which is as murder according to the Bible. How does it go? Slovakia, y'all. I know it goes something like, he who withholdeth wages is a murderer, or something like that. There it is. There it is. It's right after it. So this is Sirach 34 and 21. The bread of the needy is their life. He that defraudeth him thereof is a man of blood. We know that's how Esau lives, defrauding the poor, utilizing usury upon those who have nothing. Jake don't even have enough to own a home. We're to the point where now nobody can even really afford to make any moves in real estate. People are completely stuck. The average everyday person, which is pretty much 99% of us, are completely locked down in debt, teetering on the edge of absolute financial disaster every month. And that's the norm in Babylon. That's how we know the Most High God is with us. But that's the precarious situation that we find ourselves in. And it's because this is the wickedness of Esau. He that taketh away his neighbor's living slayeth him, and he that defraudeth the laborer of his hire is a bloodshedder. So whoever defrauds you of your money for your labor, who paying you, criminally low for the amount of work that you do and the amount of profit that you turn for them, you don't even see any type of increase in relation to the benefit that you provide for these people here. The Most High God is aware of that. They're going to pay for it, right? But we see that makes them akin to a murderer. See, that's why this is a manifold script where it means multiple things. Because they don't pity us in any regard. They don't pity stealing our history. They don't pity not teaching us about our true, ancestors. Even the ones who were just here in slavery, they don't even teach us about them. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times we don't learn about anyone at all. And as a result, we have no concept of like self-pride. We completely reject everything about being so-called black. That's the one thing unique to Judah. We reject everything about being who we are. Our hair, our lips, our nose, our complexions, our natural dispositions. Now I'm seeing Jakes who literally look like they're trying to crawl out of their own skin in terms of just being awkward and blank. Shit is crazy because Jake is losing their soul. Jake hates everything about himself because his enemy is broken him. That's what the Bible says, that, they would wear out the saints. And man, we're like a threadbare cloth. We're fraying at the edges, man. So that's why the Most High God has to restore us. He's promised to do that. He don't have to do nothing. Again, Salakia. But the Most High God intends to keep his end because he said he would, for his name's sake. Right? But I think that's all I wanted with that on Zechariah. Actually, no, this is actually what I want to get now, right? Yeah, did we finish? No, we didn't. Right. But this is Micah 4:11. Now also many nations are gathered against thee that say, let her be defiled, and let our eye look upon Zion. But they know not the thoughts of the Lord, neither understand they his counsel, for he shall gather them as the sheaves into the floor. Arise and thresh, O daughter of Zion, for I will make thine horn iron, and I will make thy hoofs brass, and thou shalt beat in pieces many people. And I will consecrate their grain unto the Lord, or their gain unto the Lord, and their substance unto the Lord of the whole earth. So we're going to spoil these nations. See, that's why it's important to understand how this is going to take place, under what conditions, and in what order are these things going to happen. Because we got to be redeemed before we can be even capable of taking fight to our enemies. We don't have the bodies. That's why the Bible says, wait ye upon the Lord until he rises up to the prey. Don't worry. When it's time to ride out and get raised up, the Most High God he's going to do his thing according to the Bible. That's why it's important that you understand scripturally what you're talking about. because you're illustrating what this means biblically to our people. Again, you have to be able to construct the metaphors for our people when you're trying to teach some of this stuff, because a lot of it can be understood if they can just follow the metaphor. If they can see it, they don't have to understand all the nations and conflicts, and because sometimes people just ain't got the attention span. That's one thing I've definitely noticed. But anyway, moving on. So we see that the Most High God is going to use us to spoil these nations after raising us up. See, there's repercussions for us being redeemed. That's why Jesus has to love everybody in their mind, because look at what's going to happen to them if he doesn't. All right. But we're going to go ahead and go over to Micah 5 and actually, hold on. How did I do that? Oh yeah, 5 and 9. Okay, cool. So this is Micah 5 and 9. Thine hand shall be lifted up upon upon thine adversaries, and all thine enemies shall be cut off. And it shall come to pass in that day, saith the Lord, that I will cut off thy horses out of the midst of thee, and I will destroy thy chariots, and I will cut off the cities of thine land, and throw down all thy strongholds, and I will cut off witchcrafts out of thine hand, and thou shalt have no more soothsayers. So the Most High is getting rid of all these wicked ass pastors, all these people who seduce our people into being retarded, sprinkle, all this retarded shit. The Most High God is going to cut all this off. All of it. TD, Power Bottom Jakes, Creflo, I'm coming for the dollars. All them niggas. Gone. The Most High God has made a promise. Hey, this has to go. I'm not abiding this shit no more. This corruption cannot inherit incorruption. You got to realize what this is. You got to realize what the Bible is talking about and attribute it to our behaviors. Because if we're likened to precious jewels, and jewels become corrupt with all types of, depending on what substance it is, it could grow dross and have slag on it, rust. It can grow dim and become clouded with impurities, like a gemstone. So the Most High God is having to purify it, right? And there are certain gemstones that can withstand very high temperatures and remain solid and still purify, right? I was actually looking into if I had wedding rings made for me and my wife, I wanted a design where I would take a stone, like I wanted to have emerald. That's my favorite stone. You know, I'm from the tribe of Judah, and it's always been my favorite color. I had a vision of it when I was a very small child. It's been my favorite color ever since. But and it was amazing. It was like a palace of emerald. The walls were translucent, and it was like the kingdom of heaven, just absolute comfort. But since then, you know, it's been my favorite. But anyway, my wife's favorite stone is sapphire. So I was thinking, well, shit, like if you could take advantage of the different melting points of emerald and sapphire, if you can make one malleable and one fully melt, you could, or, you know, one more viscous or less viscous than the other, you could work them together. You could literally weave a ring out of two gemstones. And then depending on the differences in different, like molecular properties in terms of like, like electromagnetic resonance, conductance of electricity, resistance to electricity, those differences when there's changes in electrical voltage might net some type of positive or negative or effect at all. So it could be an emerging technology disguised as beauty. You know what I'm saying? So like there are little ideas that, you know, just thinking about simply because, you know, we're going to be given a chance to truly have, you know, opulence again. Our adversaries are going to be cut off. We're going to achieve the greatness that we were intended to achieve as a perfect nation. That's why, again, all of this bullshit has to go. All of it. And the Most High God's going to deliver on that as it said in Isaiah 66. His sword is going to plead with all flesh. And the Most High is not kidding around. He's not fucking around. Like that. That's why we keep trying to tell our people. You know what I'm saying? Like you need to get right because you're about to be put to death if you don't. But we almost done. We about to wrap up. All right. So let's go ahead and go down to 15. And I will execute vengeance and anger and fury upon the heathen, such as they have not heard. So not only are we going to get our asses jacked up, right? But the heathen going to get the full judgment, right? Because according to the book of Psalms, they don't know the judgment of the Most High God. It's a lie, right? So, 137. 137 or 147? Yeah, it's got to come. That's not one. There it is. Cool. So this is Psalms 147 and 19. He showeth his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. He hath not dealt so with any nation. And as for his judgments, they have not known them. Praise ye the Lord. So the Most High God literally is only dealing with the Israelites. He's only shown his law and his word unto the Israelites. The Most High God is not making this like some type of unclear message about who the Bible is addressed to or in regards to who the Bible is addressed to. It's not an unclear message. It's only to the Israelites, the only nation he's ever declared respect and love for. That's it. No covenants have been made with anybody else. No intention to include anybody in any covenants have been made with anyone else. All the stipulations of all the nations where they fall have already been made. Who's going to be voted off, which are the Edomites, everyone who's going to be preserved, and the punishment, proportional to their infractions, right? Just reading through the Old Testament, you see it all. Now you just got to wait for it to play out. Right? But we see the Most High God ain't dealing with any other nation except for Israel. Right? It's playing upon tables. That's why when when the heathen try to say that the Most High God loves them, you got to remind them, man, he ain't dealing with you. How can he love you if he ain't dealing with you? How can he, want to impart wisdom to you? You talking about, oh yeah, Jesus Christ came to save everybody and give wisdom to everybody. Nope. He showed this word unto Jacob. How come he didn't show it to you? He showed it to the Israelites, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. Where did that happen for the heathen? And they're going to claim the Gentiles. But that violates this. It's not about, and that's the thing, when you go out to teach as a new teacher, this is just I guess a tip to brothers if they decide to take to it. When it comes to showing your word unto Jacob, you have to understand that a lot of them are not going to understand the frame of reference when you talk about the Most High God isn't dealing with other nations. But when they're able to perceive when they start repenting and they see the meaning of the scriptures, they're able to see some of the prophetic breakdowns and their correlations with today, and the Most High God is dealing with them, and they're receiving edification and knowledge, and you can see the spiritual growth in the person that you're talking to, and you will see it. It's like a stalk that begins to grow, and sometimes you get to see the seedling give a sapling, and then the sapling sometimes has a leaf. Sometimes before you leave, they give a fruit. I've had people literally spit scripture at me that I, have talked to a couple of times, and then they come up with certain questions. They're spitting scripture, and I'm like, oh, shit, hold up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got me on that one. And sometimes, you forget some of the milk, and they slip it in, and they hit you a little faster than you're, ready to kind of guard up for, because you spar with your students. You know what I'm saying? And you smile when they understand things that are complex. You go through breakthroughs together. The ones who come back and they stay there with you for a long time. See, that's why if you abide in the work of the Lord, you'll do great works. And I'm not saying I've done them, because I look at elders like Elder Zabak and HOI. When I hear about their work ethic, how like they're out like Friday and then they go back out in shifts on Saturday, like and it's just all day and night, early at in the day. Like I'm talking about like shit like 2, 3 in the morning. They be out doing the work. I heard they stayed out till like 7 in the morning in one camp. Like, yo, I pushed 2 in the morning, man. I was like, yo, I gotta get home, man. But brothers like that have been doing that for like 30 years. You see what I'm saying? So, and I can only imagine the breakthroughs that they've had, the people that they've seen, you know, their life turn around, you know, because you see it. And then you see them fall. You see that too, you know. But you can only imagine what brothers who've abounded in the work for so long on that level have accomplished. That's why we serve with meekness, right? Because the Most High God's doing all this. Always remember that. Most High God's running all of this, right? But let's keep going. All right, so we see the heathen haven't known his judgments. So let's go on back. We're going to go right and read it one more time before we move on. This is Micah 5:15. And I will execute vengeance and anger and fury upon the heathen, such as they have not heard. Right? So the Most High God is going to exercise his full anger on the heathen. He's going to cut loose. He's going to send his son and say, hey, look, do according to my anger. Get it done. And Yahushua is going to be more than willing. Yes, Father. That's it. Like, you don't even know how he going to get to his ship. Yahushua might be, you know, in such a rush after he, you know, respectfully acknowledges the Most High, he might just vanish and appear in his ship. Like, yo, get this shit in the air, man. What the fuck? Let's go. Like, I got a mission. I got kids to say it. You know I said it crassly, but you know, you got to understand the day of vengeance is in his heart. And this is the anger of the Most High God. This is according to his anger. We don't even know what that looks like. And I'm not going to bring up the images because the thing is, if you bring up the lynching photography in America, right, the book Without Sanctuary, the lynching photography album in that book is heinous. And when you acknowledge the crimes against the Israelites, that's what's being avenged. On the scale of millions of people. See, one of the things that we don't quite understand is the degree of persecution that occurred before the slave trade. See, when the slave, we have to understand the procession of events for the slave trade to really have meaning. Chattel slavery was rock bottom, but you had to fall, right? When you hit rock bottom, it's a process. You have to fall from somewhere. And the thing is, Israel fell from power. They fell from power in Europe, getting pushed back from about 450 AD from the Caucasus Mountains. And then the white man started to descend out of the mountains and push us westward, out of the Middle East, right? Because we were trying to retake the Holy Land. That's what the Crusades were about, right? We were trying to retake the Holy Land. We briefly got a small, you know, fingertip on it, and the Most High God raised up the Edomites and started sweeping us to the west, right? Because you got to remember, we had enemies with the Muslims, right? So our enemies began to rise up against us, and they began to push us apart. Not to mention we were fighting each other, right? And that's a constant. Every time we fall as people, we're always in the midst of a civil war based on doctrine. Nothing ever changes with our people. Right? But we continued to get pushed until we finally lost power in about 1619. We lost power completely. The last of the Israelites were thrown out of power, and that would be the Moors, the sellouts and traitors, who were Muslims and lent their strength to the heathen to join unto them, to come against their brother, and collaborated with the Edomites throughout Europe as well. Right, there was a lot of collaboration throughout Europe with the Edomites, and that was mainly bringing in white women And thus, if you bring in the white women, you got to bring in the white men too, because they're a package. Somebody got to raise them. Somebody got to produce them. That's why Jake never learned, right? But, you know, and then we fell out of power, and we were completely engulfed in the slave trade, chattel slavery, Jim Crow, and the story begins from there, right? But let's keep going because we got just a little bit more. Right? At this point, it's a matter of principle. But I don't do the work of the Lord begrudgingly. You know, I'm actually having fun right now. You know, sometimes the work is just fun too. You know, you got to rejoice in the Lord. And that's one thing that our people are not told to do. That's why when they go to church, you know, they get the idea of people rolling on the ground and speaking gibberish. They think that's enjoyment when people literally are doing that as a way to cope. People be having spirits on them, you know, and it's a way to cope, get that demonic energy out. Not to mention, you got all types of witchcraft going on in the church during the service. So, our people are just, they're in a low state, and it's sad to see our people, still in TD Jakes church after everything that's come out, everything that's still coming out. Are people still attaching themselves to the heathen? Our families are not only still destroyed, but actively fracturing every day because a few men that still had their head on straight, they running for the hills, man. They running for the hills, or they running for the truth. I want to say we completely running away from each other, but you got to be a righteous sister in the truth to get you a man now, because most men, man, they ain't dealing with y'all straight up no more. But anyway, so we're gonna go ahead and read 20 and through 26, because we have to understand, the Most High God is gonna go through with this judgment on the heathen in a very particular fashion, because the Most High God wants to savor this. All these hundreds of years, thousands of years that his children have been hassled and chased about the earth and murdered unjustly and slighted and exploited and victimized, despite all their contributions just to help the heathen. Despite it all they did was try to help. Where has Jake gone where Jake didn't produce the culture, the music, the food? What place can you name? None. So Jake has done nothing but attempt to heal every nation that he's been in, despite all of the slavery that has been given in return. So the Most High God is about to make Jake a weapon worthy of a God, a vengeful God who wants to take vengeance. Let's see how that looks. This is Jeremiah 51 and 20. Thou art my battle axe and weapons of war. For with thee will I break in pieces the nations, and with thee will I destroy kingdoms, and with thee will I break in pieces the horse and his rider, Salakia. And with thee will I break in pieces the chariot and his rider, and with thee will I break in pieces man and woman, and with thee will I break in pieces old and young, and with thee will I break in pieces the young man and the maid. I will also break in pieces with thee the shepherd and his flock, and with thee will I break in pieces the husbandman and the yoke of oxen. So in that day, that would be like a farmer, right? Somebody who was working the land and his yoke of oxen to till the soil. But in today's world, this is going to be, like essentially those who are upholding the infrastructure, those who are maintaining the vineyards of Babylon, holding this place up, whether it be on a farm or in a bank. You know what I'm saying? The husbandman going about doing this work, keeping this this whole nation alive. All of this is about to be destroyed. I will also break in pieces with thee the shepherd and his flock, and with thee will I break in pieces the husbandman and his yoke of oxen, and with thee will I break in pieces captains and rulers, and the people who run these institutions are going to be held to account and judged harshly with death. They're going to be pulverized into pieces. That's why you have to understand what it means to inherit a perfect body. A body that's capable of exercising the judgment of an angry, vengeful God that has long held his peace while witnessing wickedness on a scale seldom seen. His creation is now rebelling, saying, well, when I'm born, I feel like I'm a girl. Yep. So I'm going to cut my privy member off, and you were wrong. So I'm going to spit in your face. I'm going to teach other people to do it too. And in the meantime, I'm going to do every abominable act that I possibly can, and it's going to be my lifestyle. And that is the norm now in Babylon, to the point where a third of our children are basically, part of the Fruity Pebbles crew. You know what I'm saying? Like a third of our children are part of that community. The rainbow community. Just to keep it like that, because it's a shame that our people literally have been broken, but that's why the Most High God is going to redeem the righteous to break them literally in pieces. Because this is the start of their slavery. See, they have to be broken down to the point where they can be ruled over. And you have to understand the height that they're at. That's why the Most High God said, essentially, from the height of the eagle that sets its nest on high, from the height of the stars where they set the expectations of the people for their exploration and dominance. That's what the Most High God has said. I'm bringing you down from there. I'm going to sit you in the dust. So people look upon you and they just go, damn, you ain't shit. Like, damn, what happened, man? That's what the Most High God has promised. And all praises be unto Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai, because it's long overdue. At least in the eyes of his people, because we're crying out in affliction. But the Most High God is telling us, hey, no, I'll do it when their judgment is full and when my elect is sealed. And when the time is right, it will go down. But we're letting our people know it's real close. A lot of the signs are here that it will happen very, very soon. Right? Verse 24, and I will render unto Babylon and to all the inhabitants of Chaldea all their evil that they have done in Zion in your sight, saith the Lord. So, hey, you're getting back what you put out. It's the honoring of the blessing of Abraham. Cursed are they that curse thee, and blessed are they that bless thee. All you had to do was bless the Israelites. If you blessed us, you'd be fine. But if you curse us, hey, you know what's going to happen. And that's what the Most High God said in that blessing. That's why when they bring up the blessing of Abraham, they skip straight to the part where it says, through thee, all the nations of the earth will be blessed. They skip to that. But when you ask them, hey, what about slavery? They go, well, what do you mean? Y'all aren't the Israelites. See, that's why they don't want to acknowledge us as the Israelites. But see, when you pull out all that history and archaeology, they have to walk away. They have to, because then, well, if what you're saying is correct and you are the Israelites and the Most High God is going to render unto me according to my works, according to the fulfillment of this covenant with Abraham that pertains to everyone. These are stipulations for the heathen to be blessed or cursed. See, that they didn't get to make a covenant with the Most High, but their portion of legal dealings with the Most High operates through another provision of a covenant that was made with Abraham. See what I'm saying? So that's why they fall up under the house of, the house of Jacob, the Israelites. All the heathen nations will serve as tributaries in the kingdom, because everybody is under contract by the Most High God, one way or another. But see, the Most High God ain't personally dealing with everybody. He's dealing with the Israelites. But everybody is involved, because everybody has to participate for the sake of the Israelites. Right? The heathen are the whipping stick for the Israelites, but they're also the servants. It just depends on the conditions. Right? But let's go ahead and keep going. Right? Verse 25. Behold, I am against thee, O destroying mountain, saith the Lord, which destroyeth all the earth, and I will stretch out mine hand upon thee, and roll thee down from the rocks, and I will make thee a burnt mountain. So the Most High going to destroy these damn nations. Like I said, complete, like just dissolved governments. Completely broken down walls. Their walls will languish as ours have languished for hundreds of years. You will have no authority, no guiding principles that are constructive within your own ranks. We will govern your policy because you are not worthy to govern it for yourself. You're under punishment. See, we can be terrible to the heathen because they were terrible to us. See, you did it first. We couldn't do it to you if you didn't do it to us. And we're going to do it in righteousness, though. See, that's why, again, understanding the provisions of the Bible according to contractual terms enables you to kind of trim the fat off of some of the arguments when it comes to the rhetoric of the Bible. It's not personal. It's according to the contract. See, read the provision. All you have to do is bless us. You didn't do that. So what's the other provision? See, and that's another way you can disarm a heathen by saying, oh, you're part of a covenant, all right. It's not the old covenant. It's not the new covenant, but it's the Abrahamic covenant. See, here's your place. You just won't like it because you already transgressed your covenant. See, sucks to be you. We transgressed ours. That's why when you read Lamentations 5 and 7, it says, our fathers have sinned. What's sin? Transgression of the law. Our fathers have sinned and are not, and we have borne their iniquities. There's a reason why we're in the position that we're in. We transgressed the stipulations of compliance for our contract. But there were contingency stipulations for those transgressions, and those are the curses. You will remain in the contract, but under these conditions. That's how you have to explain it to the heathen. You are not under that array of contractual clauses. That is not your contract. Here's yours. And this is how you apply to the Abrahamic covenant. And you already broke your end of the deal. And as a matter of fact, not only have you already broke it, you keep breaking it flagrantly. So it's one of those things where it's like, okay, well, most of you nations are not going to be destroyed, right? Like, I'll say it like that, right? Most of the heathen nations are not going to be destroyed because the Most High God didn't say that. But one is. And according to Obadiah 1, and I believe 1 and 9, and then 1 and 18, it talks about Esau being completely destroyed because they intended to destroy the Israelites many a time. Haman being one of the closest attempts that they've had, but they're about to make a run for it again during Jacob's trouble, and they're going to make a lot of headway. See, that's one thing Jake don't understand. Esau is about to make a lot of headway against our people because we are completely trusting of this system. Most of us have already run to their damn hospitals, got a shot. I mean, let's be real about it. A lot of Jakes did it. And they're saying over the course of years, people are going to be dropping. See, a lot of folks think like nope. Yeah, I almost talked about that. That's going to get my chat taken down. Okay, cool. But anyway, so this is Jeremiah 51. And yeah, we'll go with 50 or 25. Behold, I am against thee, O destroying mountain, saith the Lord, which destroyeth all the earth. And I will stretch out mine hand upon thee and roll thee down from the rocks, and will make of thee a burnt mountain. And they shall not take of thee a stone for a corner, nor a stone for foundations, but thou shalt be desolate forever, saith the Lord. So the Most High going to put these nations down in the dirt forever. They're not going to always be, in captivity. No, but they will always be in servitude. See, the idea of a superpower heathen nation is about to be a thing of the past forever because they are not worthy to wield such authority. They're just not. Because we see what happens when they do. And I understand people might not like the outlook of the Hebrew Israelites because we state boldly what is obvious to be observed. But the reality is, look at the world under your governance. All of creation groaneth as a result of the current array of governance here in Babylon. I have never seen the earth in such a weak state in my entire life. Preaching by the Riverwalk has been a environmentally mixed bag, right? Because during some of the time of the year, it's kind of festive. It feels, but it's festive for all the wrong reasons and under all the worst conditions. That water I stand next to is like it's a polluted waterway. And I remember walking next to it when I was young, and you could see to the bottom of the Riverwalk. I remember that. Not anymore. Right? But that's the world that we live in right now. Those who have destroyed the earth, the Most High is about to cut them off and make them most desolate. He's going to hold up again his declarations of war, declarations of destruction to his enemies. He's going to take hold of his glittering sword and render judgment. It's going to be a good day and a good time, right? And after he does that, they shall not take of thee a stone for a corner, nor a stone for foundations. So they're not going to be able to accumulate any wealth or any authority or any sovereignty. And they're going to be desolate forever. Now, as we know, it's going to be for a long period of time in terms of just abject slavery. All right? Hundreds of years. It's going to be a while. Right? But after that, it's going to be less oppressive, but they will always be servants, as I said. Self-governance will no longer be a thing. You cannot be trusted. You will serve the God of Israel, and you will behave according to the laws of the Most High God, and you will bow the knee to his son and acknowledge him as the king of your nation, the king with many crowns. And you will live according to how we say to live. The Israelites are going to run the world through righteous judgment. From the Most High God, through his son, on down through the men, through the women. And the world is going to flourish for it. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good day. All right. But we're nearing the end of this. We are in Jeremiah. Okay, we were going 26. Oh, that's it. Con. So we're going to go to Zechariah 12 and 1 through 9. Because we have to understand the nature of the restoration that's about to happen, right? And I promise we are almost done. This turned out way longer than I intended. But as I said, this is what happens when you do the work. This is Zechariah 12 and 1. The burden of the word of the Lord for Israel, saith the Lord, which stretcheth forth the heavens, and layeth the foundation of the earth, and formeth the spirit of man within him. Behold, I will make Jerusalem a cup of trembling unto all the people round about, when they shall be in the siege both against Judah and against Jerusalem. So all the nations, the heathen nations, are going to come against Israel. Like here in America, you actually see that being illustrated, right? You see all the issues going on with the immigrants, all the issues with all these crazy ass niggas who just like running through stores, breaking in places, snatching phones. Like Jake going crazy out here, man. That's one thing that people don't talk about. All the upheaval that's happening in the land. Esau's losing it. He's collapsing. Meanwhile, Jake is finally just realizing like, yo, there aren't enough. There aren't enough race soldiers out here, to basically keep us under control. So now you got niggas running around. They letting them out of jail because ain't enough cops to keep the jails locked down, and they don't want to admit it. You know what I'm saying? So you got a lot of things going on where the grinding is beginning to cease. And it's having real tangible effects. You see in services that you wouldn't assume would lose the ability to hold a certain capacity of continued occupancy in relation to their job. You know what I'm saying? Like, occupying the duties of maintaining a certain amount of inmates. You need a certain amount of correctional staff. You need a certain amount of budgetary allotments. And with all the rising costs, everybody incurring losses. Government debt is debt to government programs. You got to remember, they got to bid, for government contracts every year. And they constantly try to cut contracts. And I'm going to tell you, a slave ain't worth nothing sitting in a damn room not doing nothing. I mean, let's be real about it. If you got to feed them, clothe them, make sure they stay alive. That's why now you finding all these damn cemeteries near these damn prisons. Because they like, shit, nigga, I might have to keep you alive, but not you. Like, I might have to do it by policy, but we going to make an exception for you. We going to find a way to just say, hey, you disappeared, nigga. We don't know where he is. Those 251 inmates that were found behind that prison at Mississippi, like that's literally what was some of the cover stories for some of them inmates. The lost one or the loved ones would call up to the prison. They would just go, I don't know what happened to them. You gotta find them. Yeah, we transferred them to this prison now. They ain't said nothing to us. Come to find out, damn, dude buried on prison property. It's been 10, 20 years. So that's the type of wickedness that's being exposed here. That's one thing that we're trying to communicate to our people, because you got to understand something. Judgment's about to be cast. And you're not going to upset the balance of judgment simply because you love a heathen nation. That's one thing we keep trying to explain to our people. This has to happen. This is Zechariah 12:1. The burden of the word of the Lord for Israel, saith the Lord, which stretcheth forth the heavens, and layeth the foundation of the earth, and formeth the spirit of man within him. Behold, I will make Jerusalem a cup of trembling unto all people round about, when they shall be in the siege both against Judah and against Jerusalem. And in that day will I make Jerusalem a burdensome stone for all people, and all that burden themselves with it shall be cut in pieces, though all the people of the earth be gathered together against it. That means everybody, everywhere that has us in their land, they're about to not enjoy our presence very much. Because we're going to be wilding out one way or another. It's about to become really inconvenient to have Israelites in your country for one reason or another. And you see in America, it's about to become real inconvenient to be around all these damn blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. All praises. These heathen are about to become fearful. And you're going to see it. See, and to those who go out to the highways and byways, you already see it. It's intriguing. I asked the heathen about it. And guess what? Some of them give an answer. They don't feel good about it. Not at all. Because they know what it means for their children. See, that's one thing that the heathen understand, the loss of privilege and the implications of it going forward. But see, when you understand sovereignty and providence, see, that's one thing that's explained to them. You don't have to know how to run the kingdom. You just got to know it's yours. What are the boundaries of your kingdom? What do you run? What is your domain? And in your domain, what are your advantages? That's all you got to know. And that's how they run it. And you see that coldness, it has spread to our people. See, that's why the Most High God had to punish us for not, committing ourselves to defending the widows, providing for the orphans and the disadvantaged, and representing the poor and the needy, and propagating righteousness, and being that righteous seed that we were supposed to be in accordance with the law. So the Most High God had to spoil us and send us into the hands of our enemy because we were spoiling one another, serving other gods. So, but moving on, right? They're about to really regret having us in their midst, according to verse 3. In verse 4, in that day, saith the Lord, I will smite every horse with astonishment, and his rider with madness. And I will open mine eyes upon the house of Judah, and will smite every horse of the people with blindness. Now, I have to question, because the modern day rider and the modern day horse are going to be vehicles of all sorts. Humvees, planes, helicopters, all types of vehicles, all types of horses. They're going to be smitten with blindness and their riders with madness. What does that mean? So the pilots that are going to be occupying these chariots are going to basically not, they're going to have some affliction befall them when the Most High God opens his eyes upon the house of Judah. Like, what does that mean when he opens his eyes upon us? So let's look that up in the blue letter. I know it's, I know this is long, y'all. But hang with me. So. Let's see. Spring fountain. See, in an anime, what they show is they show the well, we all know about the auras, right? Like the flow of energy coming out of the body of somebody who has power, right? The Most High God is going to open up the abilities of Judah. He's going to put his spirit on Judah, right? He's going to put his spirit on Israel. This is when we're going to be made a burdensome stone. See, the Most High God is going to start giving power to his elect. That is going to happen eventually. How that happens, I'm not sure. But when we see it, it's going to be worthy of praising God because we're going to know where it's coming from. We're almost done, y'all. Verse 5, and the governors of Judah shall say in their heart, the inhabitants of Jerusalem shall be my strength, and the Lord of God Lord of hosts their God. So even the leaders of our people are going to be declaring that the Most High God is our strength. Because we're seeing the Most High God throw our leaders right now in the mud. The current array of leadership is now being exposed. Whether it's in the music industry, the acting industry, in the Christian church, in education, in sports, we are seeing the Most High God expose all of these things. They are all being exposed. And as a result, the leadership is being decried and it's being rejected by the people. See, leadership means nothing without the focus and the adherence of the people. So that's being repudiated, and the Most High God is throwing it all down in the dust. Right? But verse 6, in that day will I make the governors of Judah like a hearth of fire among the wood, and like a torch of fire in a sheaf. and they shall devour all the people round about, on the right hand and on the left. And Jerusalem shall be inhabited again in her own place, even in Jerusalem. The Lord also shall save the tents of Judah first. That's why of all the people that you're seeing do the work, you're seeing Judah do it the most frequently. Let's be honest about it. And I'm not saying the other nations aren't out there. I know my brothers in from the tribe of Benjamin, y'all out there putting in work, all praises, right? My brothers from the tribe of Gad, all praises. The troop out there moving. I'm not hating on any other tribe. I'm just saying, though, out of all the men that I see doing this work, I see the most coming out of the tents of Judah. And that's because the Most High God made a promise that he would come for that family first. There's a hierarchy even to the families within the house of Yasharallah. There's a hierarchy, and Judah comes first. It's the house of which the Messiah springs, the lion that springs from the tribe of Judah, Yahushua, right? Who sits on the throne of David. You got to understand, Judah's got to be put first. And the Most High God is making sure his son sits at the very tip top of the pyramid of what it means to be an Israelite, in terms of the ruling and authoritarian structure, not in terms of God's love of Israelites. Just know you play your role, right? If it's my role and I turn out to be from the tribe of Gad, amen, all praises. Love to be the perfect dagger for the Most High God. Who knows who's from the tribe of Dan? I'm not saying I am a Danite, but shit, who knows? Could be a Levite, who knows? Right? One of the biggest diasporas in the world is the tribe of Levi. That's why the first order of Yahushua when he returns is to separate the nations. Well, after he stomps out the Edomites, yeah, you probably don't do that first. But disperse the angels to preserve the elect, gather them. Hey, he going to eat it. He going to eat them. Yeah, buddy. You know what I'm saying? He going to get that in. Like, all right, man. Shit. Everybody else got their work, man. Let's get this shit going, man. Shit. I got my other, got my one group of angels being dispersed to gather the elect of my people, and then I got another group of angels being dispersed to gather the tares. You know what I'm saying? And all these Edomites and take their asses back over to Basra, man. Well, I'm gonna be waiting. You know what I'm saying? Birdman shit, man. You gonna be waiting? Like, come on down, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being real with you, man. Like, come on down. Because when you read Isaiah 63, man, Yahushua enjoyed that shit. You could tell. I don't blame him. I really don't. Shit. If I can help, please let me. But anyway, so the Most High God is going to redeem the tents of Judah first. And of course, like I said, we're seeing evidence of that, right? But he's doing it so the inhabitants of Jerusalem do not magnify themselves against Judah, because Israel has a bad habit of Judah want to talk shit to Ephraim. Ephraim get in their feelings, and all of a sudden now they want to split off, and then now we warring with each other, pissing each other off. So that envy has to depart from between us, so we have order. You know what I'm saying? And righteous rulership gonna do that, but there's still gonna be order to it, right? But we gonna love each other though, man. I always think about that, how much we gonna love each other, man. For 1,000 years, man, you're gonna get to rest. You're gonna get to enjoy your brothers, enjoy your sisters, and not from a sexual standpoint. I'm not trying to say that we're gonna be, just like monks or anything, right? But what I am saying is, for 1,000 years, ain't no kids coming. And taking a wife is gonna mean something, so you're gonna be reticent to do it. You're gonna have the wisdom of God in your head. It's gonna be at the front of everything. You will not jump to conclusions in selecting a wife. Why would you do something so reckless? You would give careful consideration in taking a wife. And she would prepare herself to the utmost to take a husband. So when you receive a wife, she would be a virgin, a chaste woman, pleasant in all her ways. That's going to be the gift of a woman to a man of God in the kingdom. You won't want a heathen at that point. It's going to take hundreds of years for you to produce concubines where you're like, you know what? This woman is pure enough. Even after going through so many generations and then going through purification ceremonies. Because look at what Esther had to do for Ahasuerus. Look at what she had to do. She had to go through a year of purification, of fine oils and baths and perfumes and all types of beauty treatments for a year straight just to be made worthy to lay with the king for the first time. And that's for a heathen. And that's going to be all of our sisters, treated like the finest of wine and cherished and given what they say they deserve, but actually being deserving of it. See, it's a whole different tone when they actually deserve what they say they want. Like when they say they want a high value man. Well, if they deserve it, hey, it's a marvel to give a sister that dream man. But the thing is, most of you sisters aren't worthy of it. That's why the Bible says a wicked portion is basically a wicked woman is a portion for a wicked man. But you could do it vice versa, right? Because a wicked man is a portion for a wicked woman, and we see it, right? You like being a hood rat Keisha, you go and get a Project Pookie. It is what it is. You're made for each other. You fit together. You fuck each other's lives up, and you like put judgment on one another. 2 birds, 1 stone, 2 dummies. That's how the Most High be doing it, because He takes the wicked in their own craftiness, right? But verse 8, in that day shall the Lord defend the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and he that is feeble among them at that day shall be as David, and the house of David shall be as God, as the angel of the Lord before them. And it shall come to pass in that day that I will seek to destroy all the nations that come against Jerusalem. The feeble amongst us shall be as David. See, that's why I covered those special traits earlier on tonight. Or, well, yeah, it's still tonight, but now today. But either way, earlier, I covered that, the feats of David, extraordinary in their own right. But the reality is that's going to be the lowest amongst our people. And it's still dazzlingly, exceedingly strong and proficient, far more than anything another nation could offer up. See, when you really take into account what King David was capable of, can you imagine somebody shooting because they show it to you in anime all the time, right? The warrior who's able to cut bullets out of the air, cut bombs in half, neutralize all types of different, methods of war by sheer talent and ability. That was David. When the Most High God put the Spirit on David, David was an unstoppable warrior by himself. I think that is the one thing that our people do not keep in I guess in the purview of their perspective of the Bible. They can't see that the Most High God had men that were literally functioning as gods upon the earth amongst their people, just to set the tone that, hey, I got my hand on somebody. This is my chosen right here. My chosen of the chosen. He's been chosen to be your judge. You see this man Samson? Yep. He's literally just running around, and the entire army of the other nation is trying to get him, but they can't do shit because he just bodies everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you really think about it, the Most High God is just dealing with the guy like that. So the army is coming against him. He's just fucking him up. Elijah's sitting on a hill. The king is sending, basically contingents of 50. He just burning them to a crisp. Like, that's the type of power that the Most High God can put on the planet. And that's coming back. And that's going to be the norm. Get ready, Israel. Repent. Be found worthy to be in this, right? Because that's what I'm hoping for. Shit, I think to be as David, even if you're one of the feeble. Damn, that to think. like to be capable of the feats of King David, and that is just the beginning. So why not, abound in this work and be worthy of greater heights? Receive, receive adulation from your Lord when he returns. Good job, faithful servant. Now follow me into glory. See, the white man talks about Valhalla. Well, Yahushua is going to literally raise up the elect. And the first thing we get to do is basically enter into the halls of Valhalla. And I hate to use that term because it's not an eternal hall of just gluttony and war, but we are entering into the battlefield of war. The Most High God is literally taking hold of his glittering sword, as he said, and rendering judgment. And he is going to spill blood, according to Isaiah 66. It's all there. All right. And it shall come to pass in that day that I will seek to destroy all the nations that come against Jerusalem. So everybody who came against us, who's a heathen, gonna get it. I mean, it's not me saying it's the Bible. You just like it, and that's one of the things that's irksome when you teach. A lot of times they think it's personal. It's not. I mean, it kind of is, but even if it was, it shouldn't matter because it says it right here in the Bible. My disposition toward all this is irrelevant. Whether I'm supportive of it or oppositional to it shouldn't make any difference to you because God's the one who's doing it. Don't hate me for it. Right? But let's go ahead and go to Haggai 2 and 20 through 22. Ooh, my voice is already really, really sore. Yeah, buddy. All right. This is Haggai 2 and 20. And again, the word of the Lord came unto Haggai on the 4th and 20th day of the month, saying, Speak to Zerubbabel, governor of Judah, saying, I will shake the heavens and the earth, and I will overthrow the throne of kingdoms, and I will destroy the strength of the kingdoms of the heathen. Right? So this is a prophecy that the Most High God is going to basically overthrow the kingdoms of the earth. And he's going to destroy the strength or the sovereignty of the kingdoms of the heathen. See, again, understanding that in order to conduct rulership and have providence, to establish borders, right? To establish areas that you govern under policy dictated by a government autonomously, it requires that you have strength of sovereignty, the ability to make decisions independent of any outside influence. And that is something that Jake does not have. And that is something that is almost impossible to describe to someone who has acquiesced to the rulership of another nation, who willingly and almost excitedly clings to the oppression and the leadership of a master. But Jake has cast away his bowels to seek love from his oppressor. Can't do nothing to really combat that right now. If you still a coon right now, you just ain't gonna make it to the kingdom, man. I'll see you on the other side. All right, you'll be reborn in there, but it's gonna be a while. But anyway, it's just the Most High God taking, more time to allow you to rest for 1,000 years. Now, what's gonna happen during that rest? I don't know. Will it be enjoyable? I don't know. I hope I don't come to know. You know what I'm saying? But the millennial reign of Christ is going to be quite the meteoric rise to absolute bliss to those who truly wait upon the Lord and keep his commandments. That's what the Lord has promised us. The Most High God Yahweh. He's promised us to be on top of all nations. Right. But no, I don't need that one. Okay, cool. So that was Haggai. Yeah, that's all I need. All right, cool. So we got our last bit of scripture, which is going to be Revelations 21, right? Just to describe the nature of Jerusalem, restored, clothed in glory, descending from heaven. This is what is prepared for those who are found worthy to serve beside Yahweh in the kingdom of heaven. This is a description of words, but to live through this, I pray to be found worthy. If somehow I only pray to be worthy. This is Psalms 84:10. For a day in thy courts is better than 1,000. I had rather be a doorkeeper in the house of my God than to dwell in the tents of wickedness. King David said, I'd rather be a doorman in the kingdom of heaven than to dwell in the palatial estate of my enemies, of wickedness, to transgress the laws of God. Because you got to remember, David is talking about, he's not talking about a tent like we think of, like a small nylon booth. You got to think of the riches that a life of wickedness could afford you if you were proficient. Because you got to remember, you'd be a vagabond. You'd be on the run, but you'd have the finest things due to your wickedness and conniving ways. See, some of our people, we've forgotten the world that used to exist. The body lush world that they try to paint in Disney. You know how they paint the lush city streets of El Dorado when they paint the jungles melding with the cities and the stone and the abundance of the fruits and the foods when the land was plentiful. In ways that still really kind of exist today. Because when you look at the curses that are really affecting Asher, is not that their land isn't fruitful, because the prophecy associated with Asher is that their foot would be dipped in oil, and they would be basically the tribe that would always be surrounded by dainty things. When you look at what's in the soil that they live on, all types of emeralds and precious stones and metals with all types of really cool electro properties like tantalum, or columbite. That's another way, another term for it. But all types of interesting ores and oils and fine things that just emerge from the earth. Their problem is not the abundance. Their problem is the cancerous influence of Esau. You're just pushed into the worst favelas that could possibly be made, where they live in basically 10 shacks on concrete with the jungle around them, owned by Dole. That's the type of shit they live in. Like, it's crazy. So you got to understand, the tent that's being described here in Psalms 84 and 10, this ain't just talking about no regular booth. This is talking about something that the riches of the world could afford you. And King David said, look, I don't even consider that. I'll serve in a lowly station to continue to serve my God. And I would do it for a day. Or, he would do it for a day in the court of God, rather than for 1,000 in the tents of his enemies. Like, man, we have to understand the conviction, man, because that's the conviction you're going to need in order to survive in this kingdom. Because this kingdom is about to get a lot rougher than it currently is. All right, let's keep moving and finish out. So we're going to go ahead and go to, we got Revelations 21. So this is Revelations 21 and 1. And I saw a new heaven and new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth were passed away. This is talking about a new heaven, a new kingdom or rulership, and a new earth, a new array of governance on the earth, a new ordering to the nations. Esau's not going to be first anymore. He's going to be last. But all the nations are going to be put down in the dust. All of them are going to have to start from the bottom in slavery. But Esau is going to be on the very bottom of all that dirt. Like I said, it's going to be rough for everybody, but Esau still going to get it the worst. Still, one way or another, it's going to be distinctly bad for the Edomites, right? It's going to be just, like a point has to be proven, because the most egregious afflictions have come from that nation. Right. But verse 2, and I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down from God out of heaven, from Elohim out of heaven. And we're going to get that in the blue letter, right? Actually, I could probably get away with that. Oh, yeah, that's what I want to look up. Is it man, I almost fell asleep. It's lucky. So trying to finish out, because I do not want to flub on this last one. It's just the last pericope. So stick with me, guys. We're almost done. I told you this was just being stubborn. So I don't expect anybody to be here at this point, but we're just going to finish out. But this is Revelations 21 and 3. Actually, no, we'll do 2 again. And I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down from God out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a great voice out of heaven saying, behold, the tabernacle of God is with men, and he will dwell with them, and they shall be his people, and God himself shall be with them and be their God. So the Most High God, through his son Yahushua, after we've been gathered, we've, the elect have definitely been shown to be the elect. They've received their rewards. their mortal bodies. They have the law put in their inward parts. They're in their rank in the army of Yahushua, coming down out of heaven, out of the chariots that were over the cities of mingled with glass and fire. We're going to see Jerusalem descend. It's going to like how they always try to portray how the Justice League, they just kind of they all land in. Even Batman somehow land in. Nigga be in the desert and somehow swing in on his shit. Like, it don't make sense. But that's because that's what they're trying to recreate, right? Because they understand that a city is comprised of buildings. And the Most High God dwells in temples, but not the ones made with hands. He dwells in the temples that are in 1 Corinthians 3 and 16. The Israelites are his temples. So they understand that this is a metaphor for the Israelites, right? The Israelites are going to descend from the heavens. Some superhero shit. It's gonna be fucking marvelous. I want to be there for that. Right? You should too. You should too. Right? But now this is my favorite part, right? Because this is something that we all need. Verse 4, and God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away. We're going to be redeemed. All the abuse. You got to remember, when the Most High God wipes away all tears, he's going to make you perfect again. He's going to take away the pain and the brokenness. We're not just broken by way of experience. We're compromised in ways that have to be completely neutralized by giving us new bodies. That's how compromised these bodies are, not to mention how weak they've grown. How much, pathological sickness and just outright shortcomings these vessels have. I finally got somebody in the chat. I just noticed, man, I'm falling asleep, huh? I'm sorry, man. I'm so sorry, man. But yeah, shalom, man. Shalom. I didn't even know nobody was watching, man. I was just sitting here halfway, just kind of, joking and doing lessons to myself, So I figure, I started doing this, trying to finish this long ass lesson I was gonna do at camp. I don't know why I wrote this monstrosity of a lesson, but yeah, man, just chilling. Yeah, shalom and all praise to the Most High, man. Yeah, I only got a few more, man. I did all. Okay, cool. I'm doing all of 21 too. Let's get it. Okay. Man. All right, let's get this. Right. So in verse 4, we see that the Most High God is gonna, send a real comfort to us that goes beyond just the spirit of the Most High and the wisdom of the scriptures. This is direct comfort. No other nation on the face of the planet is going to receive this except for the Israelites. Right? This is a unique position that we will find ourselves in, and it will never be matched or replicated because there's not going to be any more reconciling because we will never leave. You see what I'm saying? So this is going to be a momentous occasion that will likely have its own holiday of some sort. The day of just when Yahushua came back and we were finally reconciled. Hey, man, just endure, brother. Just endure, man. Yeah, buddy. And I'm the one who's been slacking. This is actually long overdue. So, but oh, that's what that is. Okay, slocky. But so verse 4 again, and God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away. And he that sat upon the throne said, Behold, I make all things new. And he said unto me, Write these words are true and faithful. Are right, for these words are true and faithful. So, this vision that John the Revelator saw, he was instructed to write this down. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is for a testimony to us today, the Israelites. Like, we have to understand the Most High God has been with us every step of the way. Even during the times of silence, the Most High God has been dealing with his prophets. He's always kept back a remnant, right? He's always kept, the 7,000 that have not bowed the knee to Baal. And that's just a perfect number. It doesn't represent the exact number. Back of remnant. Yeah, that's what it is. About. Man, I'm so tired, man. It's hard to spell, man. But we ain't gonna let that stop us. All right, this is 1 Kings 19 and 18. Yet I have left me 7,000 in Israel, all the knees which have not bowed unto Baal, and every mouth which hath not kissed him. Now you have to understand, right, that this is from a prophet saying, like, hey, man, they're seeking my life. I believe it's Elijah, right? Yeah. And Elijah's crying out to the Lord saying, like, man, like, basically, man, I'm alone and they try to kill me. Let me go ahead and grab that. There it is. This is 1 Kings 19 and 14. And he said, I have been very jealous for the Lord God of hosts, because the children of Israel have forsaken thy commandment, or thy covenant, thrown down thine altars, and slain thy prophets with the sword. And I, even I only am left, and they seek my life to take it away. And the Lord said unto him, Go, return on thy way to the wilderness of Damascus, and when thou comest, anoint Hazael to be king over Syria. But that's all I need, right? Because, they had essentially been persecuting the prophets, and Elijah was going in. Obviously, Elijah had the spirit on him that distinguishes him as one of the greatest prophets to ever walk the earth. And that was out of the mouth of our Messiah himself, Yahushua, when he let them know that if you could receive it, that John the Baptist was Elijah. And there had not arisen a greater prophet, that, among men than Elijah the prophet. So, that goes to show, that for Elijah to cry out to the Lord like this, but yet the Lord honored him with such a, just how can I say a commendable story, a commendable outcome? Because you have to remember, to be in such a position, it seems like such harsh affliction at the time. But it's the legend of what the Most High God brought him through to, and what he was also able to do while doing the things the Most High God ordained him to do, calling down fire from heaven, being able to literally have it so that justice is played out on his enemies immediately, to show up hundreds of prophets bloodletting to their idols, and then flex for the Most High God to be his sword. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's rare. that you get that type of ability to be used in such an honorable way for the Father. But the Most High God made it a point to utilize somebody like Elijah, and even he had to cry out and say, hey, I'm all by myself and they trying to kill me. But the Most High God comforted him and said, hey, look, man, there's always a remnant. There's always backup out here. Right. And that was one of the things I always tell this, when I'm talking to brothers who are, heading out to the corners for the first time. I had a brother stop one time and he said he worked in the area. He was a cook, whatnot. And we chopped it up, and he said he was from Jersey, really chill brother from the tribe of Benjamin. But I had my back to a pathway that's behind me. And this Edomite was walking up, and the brother was on it. Like from the moment that Edomite broke the tree line to the point where he turned and started walking by. But right when he got into my sight, I hadn't seen it. He had a knife in the ready position. But that brother saw it. He saw it before the Edomite even rounded the corner. Now, wouldn't you know, I've never seen that brother again. Never. And he supposedly works downtown in San Antonio. Never seen the brother again. See, that's why when you're doing the work, the Most High God's with you because he sent people to check on you. Right? We're going to go ahead and get this. I always get this, right? Because you got to understand when you're doing the work, the Most High God, he's checking on you. Yeah, man. Khan, brother. Khan. Let brotherly love continue. Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares. You have to be honest about what the Bible is saying here. The Most High God is saying, look, there are people around you that are not who they say they are. They're not what they seem to be, and they're looking in on you because they are testing you. You are being tried. Yes, I set your delusions, and I expect you to pass. And I'm going to send my helpers to see if you're ready to pass. And when you fail, I'm going to chastise you. If you rewind this video, I included some clips of what happened to me at camp for running my mouth too much, fights and things of that nature. I think it's like closer to the 2-hour mark. I included that stuff for a reason, because it shows it's not about fighting at camp. As a matter of fact, that's the worst thing you can do, because that can end your ministry. And the knowledge dies with you. But the Most High can illustrate just how much he can be with you as well, even when you fall, especially when you fall. That's when you see he's there, and he sends his angels to test you, and they are listening. They are listening. I'm telling you, I know they're listening. Had an incident where a drunk Edomite came up, falling all over my camera, being obnoxious, and I had to push him over. EMS come out. Cops see he basically drunk. And keep in mind, this is after I took his bag of liquor and threw it in the river because I lost my patience, right? He gets up to fight. I end up pushing him over. I didn't even punch the guy. I just pushed him. He falls over. He's just laying there being retarded, so I call 911. But since he had been there harassing me earlier and he called 911, that led to him being arrested by cops and basically getting beat up. Most High God delivered me. So I went back to preaching while the cops were still basically taking him to the precinct or to EMS. I don't know which one. Don't really care. It's Edomite. But I'm preaching, and guess who comes up out of nowhere? A brother on a scooter, tattoos all over his face. And he says, brother, I've never heard anybody preach like that. And I said, well, you could do it too, brother. Just learn these scriptures, get out here and teach your people about your God. And he said, yo, my name is Joshua. I said, what would you know? I've never seen this brother ride through here ever. I've been preaching at the same spot for over about almost about 2.5 years. Never seen the brother. Never seen him again. Said his name was Joshua. Now we know that name is Yahushua. Now I don't know who he is, but you got to remember, you don't know who you're entertaining. Be careful out here, because you're being checked on. And Zechariah 4 lets you know the chariots, that's the curse that goeth forth over the whole earth. Right? So you've been told you are being watched extensively by a network of agents. And they are telling. Ain't no favor. Not in your favor anyway. All their allegiance is to the Most High God, as it should be. Because they're going to do their job. Right? But we're almost done. We got a few scriptures. Actually, I think that was it. Yeah, I think that was it. So 4. Yep. We'll go with 6. That's cool. All right, this is Revelations 21 and 6. And he said unto me, it is done. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I will give unto him that is athirst, and of the fountain of the water of life freely. He that overcometh shall inherit all things. He that overcometh shall endureth unto the end. And I knew we weren't done. I knew I had to keep going. Right? Right, because one of the things that we have to get now is that we are at the very end. And the very end means the most persecution. Right? This is Revelations 2 and 25. But that which ye have already hold fast till I come. And he that overcometh and keepeth my works unto the end, to him will I give power over the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron. As the vessels of a potter they be broken to shivers, even as I received of my Father. And I will give him the morning star. This is rulership. Right? Yeah, man, you know what? I think I am, man. It just hit me. Like, I think that's what I need to do at least once a week. Just go live like I go to camp. Man, so just to show you, right? Because I have a really bad habit of making my lessons way too long. Like all my camp lessons, this whole thing is just full of lessons. Most of these I didn't even get a chance to give. So, like, and the thing that frustrates me about it is when I do the lesson, I forgot most of the scriptures in the lesson. So this would really help me. So yeah, I'm probably going to do this a lot more often. I might do a marathon like this once a month. You know, just like stay online all 8 hours and just rock out with scripts. You know what I'm saying? We could chop it up in the chat. I wouldn't mind that at all, man. Yeah, that'd be legit. Provided they don't kill this channel, right? So I probably need to switch over to Haya L. Yeah, if y'all haven't subscribed to that, man, it's just HAYA space and then EL, and you're gonna have to search by channel because I think I'm shadow banned. Yeah, they shadow banned my channel quick. But we see here in Revelations 2 and 26, you know, you're gonna have to endure into the end. Again, to our people who think this devil has turned over a new leaf, you have to understand he used to eat us. There's a book called The Delectable Negro. All right. Right, and it talks about the concept of human consumption or cannibalism in the homoerotic relationship that Esau had with Jake. Jake literally was a delicacy to Esau. And one of the things that has always fascinated me is some of the examples of these Edomites who verbalize why they eat people. It's always fascinated me because you get to see a glimpse into what Esau really is according to the Bible, completely just profane and depraved. But a man, what was his name? Oh yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer. Yeah, when you look into why he said he was eating people, he said he wanted them to be a part of him, like they could never leave, because he had a bunch of separation anxieties and traumas. So, and he was mainly eating Black and Hispanic men. See, that's what people don't know. He was doing it to Jake. And there was evidence that he was part of a larger conspiracy of people operating and doing it. That's why every so often you see traces of organ harvesting. You see traces of child kidnapping. where they're vivisecting the children and taking organs. There's a whole black market on it all over the earth. But the main and major hub is operating because of Esau. But books like this substantiate, you know what I'm saying, that he was literally eating us. And then it talks about the nature of how we're like a security blanket to them. You know what I'm saying? These Edomites literally, when they had old nigger George did what they daddy didn't do. Because they daddy was too busy getting drunk and getting high and defiling his slaves. I mean, let's be real with it, man. The Edomite woman didn't even nurse her own children. And keep in mind, these are the people who sit in moral high points of society telling you how to raise your kids, how to manage your feelings. And these people legitimately don't even want to raise their own children. They would rather have, Consuela or somebody raise their kids. And then have the nerve to put them, in a position where they can't even call themselves real family. They're always the help. But that's what you have to illustrate to Israel. You're always the help. You will never graduate from that. Right? This is something that you have to restate to Israelites time and time again. Right? This is Jeremiah 50 and 33. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the children of Israel and the children of Judah were pressed together, and all that took them captives held them fast. They refused to let them go. Right? So you have to keep in mind that the real Israelites, wherever they're being held in captivity, there's not going to be a sincere effort to let them go. People gonna talk shit because they're gonna be known as a proverb and a byword. And the scepter's not going to depart from them. So they're always going to be on the tip of everybody's tongue. People can't help but talk about us because we drive the events of the world. But everybody who takes us captive, they're not letting us go. It don't matter what's going on. That Pharaoh spirit, the Most High God hardens their heart. It don't matter how much it hurts them. They're not letting us go nowhere. See, and that's one of the reasons why they're talking about all this border action. See, people don't realize they're about to lock this place in. This place is about to be a madhouse. That's why when you read all the prophecies of the Bible, it tells you there's going to be sedition among men. We're seeing that the stage is already set. The stage is set. Northern Kingdom is literally setting up on all around the East Coast because Esau is funneling them on buses, throwing them in shanty shelters. I saw a video where an Edomite was walking through a damn bus station, or I'm sorry, an airport, and it was just full of just plastic curtains where they were letting Northern Kingdom shack up. Can you imagine the abuse our people are enduring? The resentment that's building up? It's about to be a madhouse out here. Sedition among men. But even so, these nations are going to hold on to us. And we're going to be a burdensome stone unto them. But this is verse 34. The Redeemer is strong. Yahweh of hosts is his name. He shall thoroughly plead their cause, that he may give rest to the land and disquiet the inhabitants of Babylon. A sword is upon the Chaldeans, saith Yahweh, and upon the inhabitants of Babylon, and upon her princes, and upon her wise men. A sword is upon Salakia. A sword is upon the liars, and they shall dote. A sword is upon her mighty men, and they shall be dismayed. Don't we see that today? America is imploding. You got America pretending like a damn senile old nigga is running the whole country, knowing he don't make a damn decision. And as a result of them trying to perpetuate this weekend at Bernie's bullshit, as a result of this, all the nations think America is a joke when they should just admit, hey, look, this dude is incapable of running the country. We're putting him out of power, man. Like, deal with somebody who has all their damn faculties. Even if it's a woman, it would do more damage control than America being the laughing stock that it is. But see, one of the things Jake don't understand is unless the Most High God is interceding for you, eventually Esau's frustration, it's going to turn on you niggas, man. He always blame you, man. It's your fault. And it's always going to be your fault. Yeah, man, what's going on with the political system in this country, man, it shows that they are truly the children of fools spoken of in Job 30. The fatness of the earth at their fingertips. The only thing Esau really has to do is stop pissing off the other nations. That's all he has to do. That's it. But he can't because he's Esau. And that's why I love it. Who can make that straight what the Most High God said crooked? That's why I love the way the script works. Because when you understand the players in the game and you see the genius of the Most High God, how all of these different nations have walked a path that would have them to enter into slavery to build the kingdom of heaven. See, I always say this to my wife. The Most High God is about to do the ultimate bait and switch. See, the scepter's been in Judah's hand, and we the best nigga on the planet, and all the other nations are behind us. See, we're seeing tall tale signs of niggerism start to emerge in Northern Kingdom. We seeing it hard, right? But now we seeing Esau follow along. Now we're seeing Moab emerging. Now we seeing strung out Ishmaelites in train tunnels and train stations. We seeing strung out Elamites dealing drugs from their places of business. See, we know these are the hallmarks of niggerdom. This is how it starts. And the curses come right behind it, and it destroys everything you work for. But the Most High is about to lift Jake out of all of the curses. You see what I'm saying? So the Most High is about to redeem his people, and the rest of the nations are falling into the prime position to be a slave. It's a win-win. And the Most High God gets to keep his word, because he always going to keep his word, because he wrote the script. It's genius, really. It's genius. And everybody got taught how to rule. His son got taught how to be perfect, how to exercise righteous judgment, and how to exercise mercy. His people got to see what it was like to be God's chosen, be set on high, to transgress, and to fall low, and to live amongst the Gentiles. Jake understands every facet of how to live as a Gentile, unfortunately. But it serves the utility that now Jake understands how to rule them. Win-win. And the Most High God is going to exercise judgment and vindicate the righteous. Will be justified. And that's how we'll start. Justified, empowered, new vessels, and perfect. And in order. It's all a win-win. That's why, reading these prophecies, I take great heart in reading these prophecies. Even amid all the brutality that we have to go through, because, again, our Redeemer is strong, right? But I think that was all I wanted, guys. Man, I'm tired, bro. But, I appreciate, y'all for watching. I know I see two brothers, Obadiah and Thaddeus, 1,000 or 144K. Salakia for the kind of like the languidness at the end, but damn, bro, I'm just like I've never done a long live like this. Usually, if you're standing up, it's a little easier. But either way, I appreciate y'all listening, and yeah, I'll do more lives. Definitely, if y'all are willing to just come in, just kind of drop scriptures, it'll be a fun thing to do. But yeah, shalom, y'all, Kwam Yasharala, and yeah, death to America, y'all. All praise. I can never turn. How do you turn this shit off, bro? How do I do this? I can never figure out how to turn the screen off, man. That's how you know I'm old. All right, there it is. All right, Salakia, y'all.